There was noise outside, very heavy rain. The only thing they saw among the mountains where they could hide was a temple. As they got closer, they became interested in whether there was anyone there and knocked and asked for forgiveness for the intrusion. The rain was so heavy that they could not continue on their way. They needed to pass it on somewhere. And a young man came out of this temple to meet us. Most likely he is the only one in this temple. They looked at this young man and didn't understand why he was so small and was alone in this temple. The boy looked at these people, and he was not afraid because they very politely asked him for permission to enter. One of the travelers thought that when he went to this temple, he did not know that there was someone in this temple. He turned to the young man and asked him if they could take shelter from the rain here for one night. The boy looked at these people very carefully, but they did nothing bad to him. He thought about who those people were. He didn't know anything about them and why they were here. And he also thought that despite the fact that he is much younger than all these people, they show him respect. Most likely these people think that he is looking after this temple. The boy thought that apparently these people are not so bad after all. She showed him that there is no need to be afraid of them. He said that he himself came across this screen several years ago and to this day it remains here, and he also suggested to these people that they can be located anywhere. The boy said that they can't choose any place except the room, and pointed to it with his hand because he was already using it. One of these people thanked him for his kindness and said that they would do everything as he asked. Then he turned to his men and explained to them that they must do everything as they had just heard. They must choose a place for themselves to take shelter from the rain, but they must not be too close to the young man's room. This man asked his people again if they understood everything. The people who were with him answered him yes. They called him the leader. All the strangers who came to this temple very quickly scattered in different directions. The boy only managed to notice that on the clothes of each of them there was the inscription Tan. So he thought that it seemed like they were all from the same clan, and he also became interested in what they were doing. Despite his curiosity, he thought that he had much more important things to do, and he did not focus his attention on this. The boy went to his room, he opened the doors and went inside, and it continued to rain outside. The young man first went into one, and then asked into another room in which there were huge barrels. He thought that it was time for dinner for his kids. When he approached these barrels, he was very happy. His face changed and his mood became completely different. That at some point these boys were replaced. He danced and shouted to someone that it was time to eat. He approached the place where there were several huge barrels tightly closed with lids. Opening one lid slightly and looking inside, he heard a buzzing sound. At the bottom of this barrel were small beetles that made this buzzing sound. The boy asked them for forgiveness for coming so late. They were probably very hungry. I poured out some food for them and he immediately closed the top lid as tightly as it had been closed before. These bugs that were at the bottom of the barrel were black ground tigers. They were originally from Hainan, China. This tarantula beetle grows up to 20 centimeters in length and has a characteristic coloration reminiscent of the gram. The boy took out each of these beetles and noticed that the black one was eating better than the others. The boy said that if it weren't for them, he couldn't even imagine what would happen to him. He watched this black guy eat and thought that he really liked his reaction. The boy said that the baby, who used to be the size of a fingernail, had already managed to grow so quickly, and he would be very happy with this. Then he decided that he had fed this beetle enough and now he had to feed the rest. So he turned and walked towards the others. Now it was the next one's turn to be fed, so he walked over to a cabinet with lots of drawers. The boy opened one of these boxes and drove a new one inside. There was another of his pupils. In this box was a Bawenling cave gecko. He was also eagerly waiting to be fed. This was also a habitual inhabitant of this area and had characteristic stripes on its body and tail. The boy said that in his past life he barely had enough money for himself, but here they were everywhere, and he really enjoyed watching them grow. He took out a barrel of one beetle and put it in the gecko's mouth, which opened its mouth very quickly so that it almost bit off the boy's finger. He just grabbed his finger and wasn't going to let go. The boy screamed in pain and turned red. He started to jerk his hand from top to bottom. At that moment, he remembered his past life. It was before he got into this body. In his past life, he was an ordinary streamer, and he had 1 million subscribers. He had a channel called Thrill Collector. The main content he posted on his channel was poisonous animals. At one point, he had one problem. In honor of reaching 1 million subscribers, fans asked to do a live broadcast. At that moment, he decided that he needed to go to Africa in search of the black mamba, one of the 10 most dangerous and poisonous snakes in the world, and one of the most aggressive. He could not find the snake because they are not yard cats that are so easy to find. Then he thought that he should rest a little and he should go on a quest again. His subscribers said that he could rest and they would wait. He then thought how hard it was and why it was so difficult for him to find this snake. His subscribers asked him what would happen if a snake bit him and whether he was ready to accept death. In fact, the black mamba he was trying so hard to find was right in his refrigerator. And when he found her, and she instantly bit him, all this was live. His subscribers were shocked that the snake bit him. In that past life, after being bitten by a black mamba snake, he immediately fell to the floor and died, and that was the end of his past life. This time, when he freed his finger, he looked at it. He found it funny that he couldn't even find the snake bite research. One of these snakes was there all the time. At that moment, he heard a knock on his door. Most likely, it was one of the strangers he had let into the temple. The man behind the door asked him if he was in his room because he wanted to talk to him. The boy opened the door and asked the stranger what was going on since they had already agreed on everything. The man said that he wanted to thank him for his kindness and invite him to have dinner with them. The stranger said that they had caught a deer and cooked it. The boy was a little confused. Were they really going to eat the deer? He understood and was very happy because he would be able to eat fresh meat. He asked his pets for forgiveness because all this time he had been eating only snakes and lizards. The boy said that he would be very grateful to them for sharing food with him. The stranger said that, then let him follow him. When they went outside, he saw a huge fire in the middle of the yard. He came closer to this and saw that a huge deer carcass was roasting on the spindle. The smell was spreading all around. He even started to salivate. He watched without taking his eyes off the meat that was being cooked right before his eyes, his mouth watering. The stranger noticed that the boy was reacting to the meat in this way. He told him that it should fry a little more. But in the meantime, he would like to ask him about something. The boy thought that most likely this stranger noticed that he did not take his eyes off the meat. So he said that of course the stranger could ask him whatever he wanted. The man turned his head and asked if he really lived in this temple alone and how old he was. The boy grinned. Then he replied that he thought he was about 14 years old. The stranger asked him again if he really thought so. Then the boy explained that he had simply hit his head as a child, so he had problems with his memory. He was thinking about only one thing, not to blurt out the truth that no one would understand. No one would tell him. He asked again. Perhaps something terrible had happened to him. Then he asked the boy again that from his conversation it turns out that he has always lived here in this temple. One boy answered that he does not have any special talents, so he catches snakes and sells their skins. The stranger was very surprised because he was so young and caught such dangerous creatures. The boy replied that he was already used to it. The man who was frying the meat came up and said that the first piece was ready and you could take it. It was an old man who handed the boy this piece of meat and said that judging by everything, he was the hungriest of all the others. The boy thanked the old man. Then he picked up a piece of meat and said that they couldn't even imagine how long it had been since he had eaten real meat. After taking the first bite, he felt a rush throughout his body. When he started chewing this meat, it seemed to him that this was the greatest happiness he had experienced in recent times. The old man who was standing nearby noticed that the young man had an excellent appetite. The second stranger simply laughed. Not to get acquainted, said that he wants to tell this boy the reason why they are here in this temple. He said that there was something they were looking for, and asked the boy if he had noticed anything strange by any chance. The boy asked him again what he meant by strange. Then the stranger thought about it. He didn't know if it was okay for this young man to talk about it. The old man told the chief that if this boy gave them shelter in this temple, then he believes that he can be told the whole truth. And then he added the young men, and of course he can get angry with them after he showed generosity to them. Moreover, he lives here alone, so he can't tell anyone. The stranger said that the elder was right as always, it was his father. The chief turned his head, looked at the boy and said that he was ready to tell him the whole truth because, in fact, they are looking for a scolopendra with blue spots on its body. The boy asked him again if they really needed a scolopendra with blue spots. He got a little scared because he heard that they were really looking for a giant one. She was looking for Petra with bright blue spots on her body. She is huge in size, so it is difficult not to notice her. The boy asked again how big it was. The stranger who was sitting next to him answered if the centipede was an adult. Then she can easily swallow a child like him. The boy jumped up and became scared that she could be so big that she could eat a person. At that moment, he thought that all this time he thought that he had just ended up several hundred years in the past. But it seemed that at that moment, he was in a completely different world. The stranger realized that they had scared him very much. The elder told the boy not to worry because they had come to this area to catch this creature. The boy asked them if they really wanted to catch him and then raise him at home. The elder and the headman were surprised and said, "Really? The elder could not even imagine that someone could think or do such a thing as raising a centipede at home. He even laughed. Is it really possible to grow a giant centipede at home? It was very funny. The stranger told the boy that he has a sense of humor. The elder tried to explain to the boy that they were not going to raise her at all. They were using her as a medicine. The boy was very surprised. He wondered if these guys were just simple drug dealers. These words seemed completely untrue to him because it was really possible to make medicine from a centipede. The elder looked at the boy and said that despite what he thought, they still wanted to try to do it because his granddaughter was so sick that she couldn't even get out of bed. And then he added that he thought the centipede crystals were filled with chi and could heal his poor child. The boy looked at the elder and asked again if his granddaughter was sick. The stranger replied that this was exactly the case. She was the elder's granddaughter and his daughter. The boy thought that they were probably trying to find some way to cure this girl, but he didn't think that centipede could help them. The boy thought that most likely the poor centipede would die just like that, but these people treated him to meat, and he thought that he should help them. He turned around and looked at the stranger and told him about the centipede, that he had never seen one. The head was very upset after these words. This was his last hope. And the boy added that he had never met a giant squadron with blue spots. The stranger was very surprised. At that moment, the boy smiled. It seemed to him that he could help these people who fed him. So he told them that he thought he could find out where this giant centipede was. In fact, he was a thrill seeker in his life, and he never gave up. Even if he died from the bite of a poisonous snake, he understood reptiles and their fellows better than others. He knew that out of approximately 8.7 million species of living things, about 20,000 of them were known to be poisonous. And all the information about all these poisonous creatures was in his head. It didn't go anywhere. He knew all about centipedes. He knew that they were an exception to this list. If we were talking about poisonous creatures, then he had no equal in this. He knew absolutely everything about them. He closed his eyes and imagined that there was a book in front of him in which he could get all the information about where the centipede was. The pages of this book were turning over very quickly, one after another, as if he was reading them so quickly. Then the boy very abruptly closed this book, and he still stood with his eyes closed. Then he smiled and opened his eyes and shouted loudly that he had found. The boy told his new acquaintances that he thought he knew where they could find a giant centipede. The elder and the chief were very surprised. Could he really help them find this giant centipede? They wanted to know where it was. The boy thought for a bit. He needed to somehow explain to them where they needed to look. So he asked these two people to tell him where they had already searched before coming here. The chief began to say that they had already searched to the north and east of this place. Mainly only during the day in the north, they concentrated on the area near the river. The boy thought about these words even more and said that they had acted incorrectly, and it was clear to him why they had not found it yet. Then he told them that now it was not surprising to him at all that they had not come across the centipede. The elder was indignant. Why did he say that? That it was not surprising? He wanted to know what the reason was. Then the boy raised his one hand and said that he understood everything and tried to explain it to them. That millipedes, or as they are otherwise called, representatives of the silt, also have features. With a wide range of territorial activities, they constantly need shelter to maintain temperature and humidity. He said that it is interesting to note that unlike most insects that have a waterproof membrane, centipedes have a weak membrane and also have breathing holes on the surface of the shell, which is why they do not like to be in the water at all. This is a creature that needs high humidity, but at the same time does not like a large amount of water. However, in areas where there is no water at all, centipedes will not survive for long. So it turns out that the giant centipede most likely lives somewhere in the jungle, but not near the river. Elder Moscow grabbed his head and said that this could not be. He had information that centipedes live near the river or in the trees. The boys told them that in such places you can find small centipedes, but they said that they were looking for huge centipedes. If the centipede is really big, then a rotten tree or a place under a rock by the river will not suit it because it can hide there. The head elder thought about it, because before that they had the wrong information. The chief looked at the boy and asked where they should look for the giant centipede. They were ready to reward him if he pointed them in the right direction. The boy smiled and thought he already knew the answer to this question, but pretended that he was thinking. Then he unexpectedly told his guests that they needed to look for the giant centipede in the west. He said that they should probably look for a giant centipede near the mountains and pointed his finger in the direction. He explained that during the day the centipedes rest under warm stones, and when night falls, they wander around the area. The people who came with the chief and the elder went in the direction to the west, as the boy said. They started looking for the city nearby as he told them. but none of them found anything. The chief stood on the top of the mountain watching his men as they searched. He had one last hope that this boy had not deceived them and told them the truth about where this centipede might be. One of the people turned to the head. He asked if maybe the young man could have made a mistake and said the wrong direction. The head had no doubt. He told his men that they were done for the day and ordered a signal arrow to be fired to alert the others. One of his subordinates launched a signal arrow into the sky, indicating that the search was over for the day. The arrow rose so high above all the mountains that it could be seen from afar. Everyone sat down by the fire and started talking about how hard it was, and they hoped that the boy knew what he was talking about. One of the people said that didn't he say that he had never seen a giant centipede? The second one answered that indeed, if the young man had shown them the right way, then he was a very smart boy. The head had to think and decide what to do next. Everyone was waiting for his word. The leader thought about his daughter, whose name was Hua Yun. She was predicted to become the greatest talent of the Tang clan. He did not believe that the heavens decided to take her to themselves. One of the people told the chief that the elder had gone crazy. Indeed, after a few seconds, the elder approached them with the rest of the people. The elder looked at his son. He had nothing to say because they also had no results. The elder asked his son if they had any results. The chief answered him that there was no result either. The elder was very upset that they could not find anything, unfortunately. They understood that Hua Yun would not be able to hold out for more than 3 months. They doubted that they would be able to find the centipede in at least 10 days. The two of them were very upset and did not know how to proceed, but they understood that something had to be done. So the chief said to his father, "Why doesn't he go south tomorrow and search there? Because they couldn't find any traces of any living creatures here." The elder told her son that he was right. There was not a single soul in this area. At that moment, the elder had an epiphany. He understood everything and told his son to stop there. "Really isn't a single soul here," he exclaimed. Then he grabbed his head and repeated that yes, this is what they were looking for. How could he not understand right away? The elder shouted that they were in the right place. His son asked if he felt something. The elder said that the point was that he had not noticed the presence of any creature here. His son asked again what he meant. The elder repeated once again that there was definitely no one in this area, and that is why they did not find anyone. That is why it seems to him that they are almost at their destination. The elder asked his son if they had found anything near this stone mountain in the last 3 days. The chief replied that no, nothing had been found. Then he added that there were no traces of animals visible and no movements. At that moment, it dawned on the head of the company too. He shouted that this couldn't be happening. The elder said that this is exactly it. Does it make sense that in such a huge territory there is not a single animal? The chief looked at his father and said that this was indeed very suspicious. Most likely they all ran away from this place for only one reason, or were eaten by the centipede that is here. The father walked up to his son and hit him on the shoulder, but they weren't exactly where they needed to be. The elder said that he was sure that the monster they were looking for was right here, and that they would be able to heal Hua Yun. The chief was very happy that they had reached their goal. Now they needed to find the centipede. Unexpectedly for all of them, stones started to fall from one of the holes. They turned to see what was happening. Everyone wanted to know what it was, but none of them understood. There was noise everywhere. People were confused. "I don't understand what's going on." They retreated back. They didn't see who was approaching. One of the guys stepped on the fire. The fire was no longer in one place, but everywhere it seemed that it was spreading in an incomprehensible way. Then huge stones started falling straight down from above. Many of them were on fire. The elder and his son did not understand what was going on. An explosion occurred on the top of one of the mountains, which resembled a volcano. The most terrible thing is that from this fiery volcano appeared huge paws of an animal unknown to them. And they weren't so huge that they scared everyone around, and the guys started running away. Some of them stood there unable to move because they were so scared. Everyone stood below and watched what was happening. Besides the fact that they were scared, they definitely had never seen anything like this before. The elder raised his head and accurately determined that this was why they came here. She crawled out from under the rock because they disturbed her, but she was so huge that they couldn't even imagine it. They watched her move on a very large number of her paws. It was a giant centipede with fiery eyes and very sharp claws at the ends of its paws. The boy was in his room in the temple. He just felt the earth shaking. He thought, "Wow, this is a centipede going wild." He was wondering how big it was. He asked them to be very careful, but it looked like a centipede was stirring up the mountains there. The boy laughed. He remembered the words of the elder who said that she was so huge that she could swallow a person. He thought, how could this be possible? He became interested in whether she could actually swallow a person. After some time, everything calmed down in the mountains. and there was complete silence again. The centipede that terrified these people at first was lying on the ground. It was unbanned in several parts and was no longer so scary. The elder held a box in her hand. In it lay a giant centipede crystal. The elder said that they will finally be able to heal Hao Yun. The head told his father to take all the people who were not wounded and move to Sichuan. His father did not understand what he was talking about. The head said that hatred was engraved in blood. Mercy was engraved in words. He thought that he still had things to do here that required his attention. The elder said that he of course agreed because he had completely lost his head and thoughts about his granddaughter. The elder said that yes, the young man helped them a lot, so his son should go and listen to his wish. The chief said that the wounded warriors should be nursed back to health in the village, and in the meantime, he would be with the young men. He thought that who knows, maybe he would be interested in hearing about what happened. The boy was sitting on his head. Her shoulder was several centipedes. He did not understand what to do. In one night, he became a father to several centipedes, and this made him happy to some extent. He looked at the barrel where his livestock was stored. They were all closed. He thought about how when he got home, he put the centipede eggs on his bedside table, and then he fell asleep. When he woke up in the morning, they had all hatched and were crawling all over his head and shoulders. He was very happy that he also had a centipede. He didn't even imagine that they would appear so quickly. He thought that they would hatch much later. They latched onto the boy and didn't want to let him go. They thought he was their mother. The boy told them not to let him off for a while. He needed to do other things, but there was a problem. These kids thought that he was their mother, and that's why they didn't leave him under any circumstances. Last night, when he saw the glow on one side, he decided he couldn't miss it. He understood that there was a giant centipede there that could swallow a person. He was a thrill seeker and had to arouse his curiosity. So he went in search of this giant centipede. He understood that the first thing he had to do was find its shelter. When he found the place where she was hiding, he decided to go inside and see how gigantic she was. "Come closer," he kicked her, shouted that she was the size of his fist, and would she really try to fight him? The torch that was in his hands fell to the ground, which really scared the centipede. The boy heard some strange buzzing somewhere nearby and he rose to look. When he got closer, he realized that it was very excellent, and he did the right thing by going to find the centipede. He was very happy because he was able to find 3 eggs. Most likely these were 3 centipede eggs. He was also glad that it was good that the rain had finally stopped. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find anything. Then he thought that he needed to hurry back. He didn't just come here for nothing. He thought that it was not yet time to cry. He should go back and take care of his new friends. He took these 3 eggs, tied them very tightly to his belt, and pasha back. He walked and told the eggs from the centipede that they should wait a little. He would soon bathe them in warm water. The boy thought that he never got to see the giant scolopendra with blue spots on its shell, but he was glad that he managed to save these little ones. The only thing he didn't understand and he didn't like was that they didn't leave him alone for a second. He wanted to catch them and find a place for them because he understood that they would not eat until they were caught twice. So there was no need to worry about food. It was very inconvenient because they were constantly attached to him. He thought that if he dived into the water now, they would definitely leave him alone because they were very afraid of water. So the boy went to the water in the hope that they would leave him alone. "Come closer to the water," he told the little centipede that it was time to swim. They beeped something. At that moment, the head of the temple entered. His hand was bandaged because it had been wounded by a huge centipede. He went inside the temple and then went towards the room where the boy lived. "Come to this room," he knocked and shouted. "Ask the young man, he is in the house." But he didn't hear any answer. Then he called her again. Well, again he didn't hear any answer. It seemed very strange to him because he was small and couldn't go anywhere. Then the head draws that this is very suspicious and he needs to go inside. He opened the door to this room and said loudly that he was entering. When he went inside, he was very surprised because there were medicinal plants and vessels around. The headman wondered if this little boy was really a doctor. He became interested in what was going on there. He came closer. The chief thought that he couldn't touch anything here, and it would be impolite to enter the room without permission. He turned around and went to the exit. He decided that he would come to the young man later. When he was very close to the door, he heard strange sounds that did not resemble the sounds of insects and lizards. He turned his head back and looked again. He didn't understand where this sound was coming from. He stopped and decided to see what was in those clay flasks that were standing on the table. He just stood there for a while thinking how right it would be. And if he looked at what was there, in fact, the owner of these things was not here. Having opened the lid of one of these containers, he decided to see what was inside. When he looked inside, he was a little surprised. He definitely couldn't even imagine what he would see. After all, inside this vessel there was a spider that had food and it ate it. He closed the lid back and thought that it couldn't be. It just seemed that way to him. Hearing other sounds from the box, he decided to see what was there. Come closer. He opened one of the boxes. He saw that there was a lizard there. His surprise was even greater. Turning to the other side from where other sounds were coming, he realized that something was wrong here in this room. He also saw beetles that were at the bottom of a clay container. And in the neighboring yukon, there were eggs that were about to hatch. And in another box, there were poisonous snakes. The more he looked, the more different things he found. The chief thought that he couldn't believe that this little boy could live among all this. Then he realized that this boy most likely breeds poisonous creatures, and he is not so simple. The chief thought that even their train experts could only extract these poisons from these poisonous creatures, but were not capable of increasing the number of living creatures. He thought they were lucky to be carrying the means to save his daughter. Well, in fact, he was much luckier. He discovered something more than he even expected. When he came out, he heard the voice of this boy who shouted to him. The head turned his head, saw the young man, and greeted him. The boy asked what was wrong with his hand. Was he really wounded? The head answered him that nothing like that, but he wanted to talk to him. At that moment, he raised his head, and the head saw something bright in the temple. He did not understand who was there. This creature that was in the temple at that moment was approaching the exit. At first, it seemed like just a brightly glowing beetle that was very small and was on the ground, but with each passing minute, he became bigger and bigger, and it was already a monster that was ready to attack them. The monster had one glowing eye, and it kept moving towards them to attack. The chief ordered the young man to step aside, and he himself rushed to stop this monster. The monster was very aggressive and rushed to meet the leader. He was ready to destroy him. When the monster ran out of the temple, stepping on the ground, he destroyed everything around him. The ground cracked under his feet. I took a few steps forward. The monster was almost at the target. He was near the lava. The monster swung its huge hand to strike the head. He didn't succeed because a lava blocked this blow, so the blow didn't reach its target. The leader had a hard time withstanding the blows of this monster because he was still wounded. The monster stopped, turned around, and directed all its power towards the temple, blowing it up. The head couldn't stay on his feet. He fell to the ground. The force of the blow was very strong. He barely stayed on. The chief thought that this monster was on the same level as his father. He also told the young man to get his feet out of here as quickly as possible. But it was too late. This monster was holding the boy by the throat and lifting him up. The boy begged the chief with all his might to help him, but this monster only laughed. The monster said that he heard that people from the Tang clan had arrived on Hainan Island, and when he arrived at that place, he found the head of that clan wounded and helpless. The head asked this monster who he was and what he wanted, and he was also interested in how he knew him. The monster said, "Doesn't he recognize his face and red fist because his father made his bloody Rakshasa exactly like that?" The clan leader thought about Takunyan. He heard that he was hit in the head with a poison arrow and thrown off a cliff, but no one knew that he survived. The head of the clan shouted for him to let the boy go, since he had nothing to do with them, and took him in return. This monster answered him that no, he was actually going to kill everyone who crossed his path. The head of the clan thought that this devil was not going to let the boy go. He looked at the boy and saw that he could no longer breathe at all. His face turned red first and then began to turn blue. He began to cough. The monster squeezed his hand on the boy's throat harder and harder, and it brought him pleasure and joy. He laughed. He decided that this boy should be the first to die, so he shouted at him that he was going to die now. The boy practically didn't feel anything anymore. He couldn't even breathe. His eyes were getting darker and darker. When it seemed that nothing could help him, he remembered those same 3 centipedes that were on his body. The very next moment, they jumped out and attacked this monster from 3 sides, starting to gnaw at it in different places. The monster didn't understand what was happening and that there were centipedes right on top of him. The monster screamed that it was just an insect, but he was still afraid of them. So he gave birth to his hand, which was on the boy's neck, and tried to throw off his body of these insects. He believed that they could not harm him. These 3 little centipedes continued to bite him, and black blood spurted out of this monster's mouth. It looked like poison. The boy stood on the sidelines and watched as this huge monster began to fall to the ground. And then a second later, he fell and lay motionless. He took his last breath. When the boy came closer to him, he thought that most likely the monster had already died. Then the boy turned his head and looked at the head of the clan and asked, "Wasn't that a bad man?" The head of the clan couldn't answer him. He was in shock. He stood with his mouth open. He had never seen anything like this before. Then when he realized everything that had happened, he smiled and thought that this boy was not a freeloader at all. Now he was absolutely sure that this young man should join their clan. A few days after Takongyan's murder, the lights were still on in the temple. Inside, you could hear someone moaning very loudly and breathing very loudly. The boy sat on a chair next to the head of the clan, who lay unconscious without opening his eyes. When the chief came to his senses, he thanked the young man. The boy told him that it was not worth doing it better to tell him where his people were now so that he could go get them. Of course, the boy understood that he couldn't leave him alone. Then he wouldn't be able to leave Alec. The head said that everything was fine and that he shouldn't worry. In a few days he would get better himself. The boy thought how he could be so calm when just recently he was coughing up blood. The head said that he was completely fine, but the boy understood that he was just being stubborn because he was in critical condition. The boss took a breath and said that everything was fine with him and repeated again that he shouldn't worry. Then the chief added that he was from Murim. The boy didn't understand and asked again what he meant. Was he really from Murim? The boy thought it was very strange. In this case, it turned out that he was flying and fighting everywhere and using various techniques. The head said that not everyone in Murim is like that, but he is right. Then the boy thought that this was really another world that he had entered. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the existence of a centipede the size of a building. The clan leader said that in any case he lived thanks to this boy, and he was blessed to have met him, so he asked permission to properly introduce himself. The leader said that he was the leader of the Sichuan Tong clan, and his name was Tong Chol San. Then the boy said that his name was Wei So Ren. Tong Chol San thought that this boy's name meant little dragon. It was a good name. And then he added that he had some questions for the boy. Could he ask about something else? Wei So Ren department, yes, of course. Then the head of the Tang clan. Ask the boy that these creatures that are on him are scolopendras. The boy answered that, yes, that's right. These are children, giant scolopendras with blue spots. Tong Chol San looked at the boy and asked him if he had tamed the babies of the giant blue-spotted centipede. At that moment, he stood up. The boy said that he shouldn't stand up so abruptly. The head of the Tang clan was only interested in how he did it, and he also asked while he was waiting for his action, he accidentally saw that he had other poisonous creatures living here. Wei So Ren tried to explain to him, but said that the story would be long, and if he was ready to listen to him, the head said, let him tell. The boy said that we should start with how he found the centipede eggs. They talked long enough that it was already dawn. It was already dark outside and the lights in the house were not on. The head of the Tang clan told the boy to wait a minute. That is, he decided to take the eggs and raise the centipedes. The boy replied that yes, everything is correct, he roughly assumed when they should hatch. The chief thought, how could he know the time of their hatching? He didn't understand anything at all. Then the boy told him to wait a minute. Then Wei So Ren walked up to one of the boxes and opened the box. He wanted to show something else. He pulled out of this box a lizard that lived inside first one and then a second one. He asked the head to take a look. The boy held this lizard in his hand and said that it was ordinary. It had yellow stripes on its body and white ones on its tail. And then he showed the second one that was in his other hand. He asked the chief to look at it. He chose the lizard with the most stripes. He baptized them, and as a result received a lizard of 2 colors. When the head of the Tang clan saw this, he thought it was simply incredible. He had never seen anything like it before. He said that the boy made it so that a lizard of exactly this color was born. The boy answered him that it was simply wonderful. At that moment, the head of the clan fell silent. He thought that this boy was not so simple. Then he asked him if he could combine 2 creatures with strong poison and create a living creature with the most powerful poison. The boy asked him again what he meant. Then he assumed that this was in principle possible. He even imagined how it could be done. The boy said if he knew who's stronger, he would surely be able to do something like that. Of course, he added that it would be difficult. The head of the clan interrupted him. He was interested in the question of whether it was possible. The boy answered that yes. The next question that the head of the Tang clan asked was that he asked the boys to join their clan and put his hand on his shoulder. He said if the boy joins their clan, they will teach him martial arts, and he can have access to any elixir herbs and poison whatever he wants. He said that perhaps with his help they would be able to grow the 10 most poisonous creatures of the Middle Chinese plain if he was not convinced by his arguments. Then he is ready to say that in the entire Central Chinese plain there are only 3 truly most beautiful women and his daughter. At that moment the boy told him to stop. He asked again what the Tang clan leader had just said. Tong Chol San answered him that although he is a child, he is still a man, and he said that there are only 3 truly beautiful women. The boy said that he was not talking about that at all. He wanted to ask about the 10 most poisonous creatures of the Middle Chinese plains. They are as sinewy as giant centipedes. That's what he wanted to know. Tong Chol San replied that the centipede was undoubtedly a majestic creature, but it was nowhere near the legendary top 10 poisonous creatures. This top 10 includes everything from scorpions the size of this temple to golden frogs. In general, the boy probably never even thought about the existence of such creatures. The head of the Tang clan saw how the boy's face changed. He lowered his eyes and realized that everything would be fine. Then he said that apparently the boy accepted his invitation. Wei Ren kept his hands and fists. He really accepted this invitation. Just 2 days after these events, when the head of the Tang clan felt well, the rest of his warriors came to him. They wanted to know if he had seen the bloody Rakshasa Takunyan. The chief replied to them that yes, they almost got into trouble. Apparently, he had been honing his martial arts all this time since he was on the same level as his father. One of the warriors asked the chief what would happen if he destroyed Takunyan. So he reached the perfect level. All his other people began to congratulate the head on this event. The chief lowered his head and said that everything was not as they thought. He had to explain something to them. He said that it was not he who destroyed the bloody Rakshasa, but that very young man who was sitting to the side. Everyone looked. They were interested in whether he was talking about that boy. Then they all turned to him and began to congratulate him as a young warrior. They said a big thank you to him for saving the head of their clan. They wanted to know if he was accidentally unborn. The boy didn't understand what they meant and what reborn meant. The head of the Tang clan told the young man that in order to avoid misunderstandings, he should show all the warriors the same thing that he showed him. The boy thought for a bit and then smiled and tapped himself on the chest several times, saying, "Guys, get out!" Everyone was very surprised when they saw that something was moving under his things, and it was about to come out. There were 3 very small centipedes that had recently hatched and were living on his body. One of the warriors shouted in surprise that these were centipedes. These were the children of that giant Scolopendra. They were the ones who killed Takunyan. It became clear to everyone that these little centipedes had very strong poison and this boy tamed them. No one could believe that he had such skills. The head said that in general he offered the young man to join their clan, and he said that he would think about it. Everyone began to persuade the young man and say that this was a great opportunity. At that moment, the head of the clan stood up and said that it was time. Everyone else looked at him. "I don't understand what's going on." He said he thought it was time to get up and put his hand in one fist and said he couldn't let it get too late. The young man looked at the head of the Tang clan and asked him if he really needed to find something again. He didn't hear an answer. Then the chief said that the bloody Rakshasa Takunyan, the skill he learned is called bloody poisonous claws. To increase the level, a person needs the blood and brains of other people. This is a terrible skill. The boy thought that it was crazy. What kind of martial art is this that requires human brains and blood? The head was very worried because if he suddenly left behind a legacy, or he had followers, then they would have to destroy them all. It was impossible to allow such horror to penetrate into Murim. Moreover, if someone became a prisoner of Takunyan, then they are obliged to save them. All the other warriors agreed that their leader was right. Then he turned his head and asked the young man if he was joining them. Moreover, he probably knew the area better than they did. The boy stood silently. Only small creatures crawled on him and made sounds. The boy thought that belonging to a clan would mean something like a lifetime job before he takes up a position. People usually undergo an internship to get an idea of the employee's company and the boss's personality. The boy said that he would help them well. One of the warriors was even a little surprised. The chief said that it was a great decision that he was going with them because they would actually be saving people. Wei Ren had something completely different in mind. He wanted to study the Sichuan Tang clan thoroughly. After all, that's what competent people do, conduct reverse interviews. 3 days after restoring Chitl-san's head, in order to find the place where the bloody Rakshasa Takunyan lived, they stopped at a village near the temple, and they asked if any of the residents of this village had disappeared. They were very surprised that they were interested in missing people. The old man said that usually 1 or 2 people are lost in the jungle every year, but this does not always happen. The chief thought about the words of this old man. It turns out that people in this settlement really do disappear. They worshipped her and thanked the old man for the information. He said that it was not worth it. It was an honor for him to help the head of the famous Sichuan clan, Tang. The head of the clan said that it was time for them to go. The old man told them to be careful, despite the fact that they walked quite a lot. Unfortunately, they did not find any traces. Wei Ren asked what would happen if they didn't find any clues, and Other Dare, the clan leader, thought about this question. He said that he thought that his shelter should be somewhere nearby, and if his guesses were confirmed, then Takunyan was able to somehow notice them. The search turned out to be much more difficult than he expected. The boy thought that this was all very strange. Was it really possible to track this monster? So the boy decided to remember all the details of what he said there when he held him by the throat, and the boy only groaned. Then this monster said that he heard that people from the Tang clan arrived on Hainan Island. When the boy remembered these words, he immediately understood where to look for his shelter. He approached the head of the clan and told him to remember what this monster said. When the head of the clan appeared, he replied that he did not quite remember and asked the boy again what he remembered. Wiso Ren thought, and it's true that his head was a bit in the mood for talking because he hadn't recovered from the blow yet. The boy began to say that in general, the monster then said that he heard that people from the Tang clan arrived on Hainan Island. The head of the clan was a little surprised. The boy said, "Does this mean that someone may have accidentally informed him of their arrival?" The head of the clan thought that this could indeed be the case. "Then everything is simple," the boy said, "and they won't have to go around all the places where they passed and use leaflets to ask people if they saw Takunyan." The head of the Tang clan looked at this boy and thought that he was much smarter than he seemed at first glance. He said that the boy had come up with a very simple solution, and why hadn't he thought of this? Of course, the words spoken by Takunyan could only mean that he had heard news of their arrival from someone. Everything stopped much easier than it seemed before. The head of the Tang clan ordered everyone to move out right now. We immediately set off on our way and approached the next village, where there were practically no people on the street. When they came even closer and stood at the gates to this village, they realized that this was the same village they had already been told about. The inhabitants of this village were exposed to an unknown disease. The head of the clan said that apparently the natives lived there. The head of the Tang clan said that they should go to this village. According to the boy, the locals are not hostile to strangers. The boy confirmed his words. When they entered this village, they saw that the most important thing was that there were practically no people on the street. It was very strange. On one side sat a man with his head down, not saying anything and not reacting to anything. Another one was lying on the ground. Opposite these two men sat a woman who was sorting through something with her hands. She was lowering her body down and up. With great difficulty, the woman turned her head and looked at the people who greeted her. She saw the head of the Tang clan with the warriors accompanying him and the boys with him. This woman asked these people what brought them to their village. They also saw an old man holding a little boy's hand and two men standing behind the old man. The clan leader said that his name was Tan Chol-san and that he was the leader of the Tang clan of Xiongchuan. He said that the reason why they are here is trying to explain why they came here at this moment. The boy looked at everyone around him. He thought that there was no life at all in this village. Even the child looked weak. "Look around." So Ren decided to stop. He really didn't like the locals, how they look. He saw one of the locals sitting near his house, drooling. The other locals couldn't even get up. They were just lying or sitting, leaning back. He didn't understand what condition they were in. It felt like they were all on some kind of drug. The old man said that no one had disappeared in their village. Everything was calm. He didn't want everyone to see the state of the people in their village. This old man demanded that the people who came leave immediately. They are in the village. The head of the clan said that it seemed to him that there were far fewer inhabitants than houses in this village. Then this old man shouted that it was none of their business and that they should immediately get out of their village. The head of the Tang clan was very surprised by the hostile people because he had done nothing to them at all. He only asked them. Then he turned to the boy and asked him if he had told him that they were not hostile to strangers. The boy replied that it seemed like they were. Their conversation was interrupted by what happened to the girl who was holding the old man's hand. The old man started shouting her name, Mei Jin. The girl just fell to the ground. Wiso Ren at that moment thought that she had passed out. The old man picked up this girl in his arms and shouted no. He doesn't want anything because she was the only one he had left. He asked how it happened that she also became infected. The head of the Tang clan looked at everything that was happening and said nothing. Then he approached this old man and said that he could help this girl if he allowed the old man ask the head of the clan if he was really a healer. The head of the Tang clan said that he was not a healer but had some skills. He asked to examine the child. The old man asked him very much to help his girls. Then the old man melted and began to tell that in fact, not so long ago, a monster began to visit their village. He spread leprosy from which even the strongest men suffer, not to mention children. The head of the Tang clan understood what was going on and asked to be given the opportunity to look at this girl. The old man thanked him several times. Then he said to quickly take them inside and ordered his people not to stand and to prepare everything necessary for the healer. The old man with the girl in his arms and two guys very quickly went to one of the houses, followed by the head of the Tang clan with the boy and his assistants. The boy asked one of the warriors if the leader really had healing skills, and they answered that yes, of course he did. Since the martial artists of the Tang clan have to deal with poisons, they are also skilled in medicine, because for any martial art, the master must have knowledge of the body, which is also required in medicine. The boy thought that until this moment, it turned out that only someone like to kill uses poison if he joins them, then he too can study medicine there. Then one of the warriors said that of course in order to understand the effects of the poison, they inject it into bad people. The boy was very upset because these were experiments on people. It wasn't quite what he wanted, and it looked like they weren't as good as he thought. After some time, there was not a single person on the streets of this village. It seemed like a completely empty village. The doors of the house they entered were closed. The old man and the others hoped for a miracle that they would be able to save this girl. She was lying on the floor around her. It seemed like some kind of green smoke. The girl wasn't breathing at all. The head of the Tang clan said that he had used the skill, and now he had to make sure that the breath did not leave her body. The old man thanked him. The old man said that this is his only granddaughter, and he cannot part with her just like that. The head of the Tang clan looked at the girl without taking his eyes off. He said that, by the way, her heart rate is not constant. The boy looked at him with surprised eyes. The head of the clan added that the girl suffers from this very birth and has a bad heart. The old man answered him that no, she does not suffer from this. His granddaughter began to get sick 6 months ago, but then the disease spread to everyone. He thought it was all about leprosy. He didn't want it to be passed on to his guests, so he ordered all the people from this village to leave. The boy looked at him and thought, that's why there are so few people. The head of the Tang clan told this old man that he had an excellent remedy against the plague and suggested that they gather all the residents together so that they could try its effect. At that moment, the old man burst into tears, and tears began to flow from his eyes. He thanked the guests once again. He thanked the head of the Tang clan for paying attention to his granddaughter and trying to save her, and also for wanting to save all the other people. The boy looked at the head of the clan. He did not expect that he could be so kind and noble. They spent quite a long time near those girls, and therefore it was already night outside. When the head of the clan did not come out with his assistant said that the head had done a great job helping the sick. The head of the clan thanked his assistant for the warm words. The assistant asked the head of the clan what symptoms they had. The head said that they were very unusual. While examining these people, he noticed that some had a slight fever like this girl and intermittent breathing. All the symptoms were different for everyone, but those who had them were clearly expressed also had inflammation. The clan leader turned around and asked where the boy assistant was. He said he was tired helping them, so he took him to rest. The clan leader said that it would be very difficult for a body that had not trained in martial arts to keep up with them. He told the boy to cheer up. The head of the clan stopped and said that he would go and visit this boy. His assistant said that he would take him. A few minutes later, they approached the very room where the boy was. They opened the door slightly to look at him. The boy lay and slept very soundly. His 3 centipede helpers lay near his head and also slept with him. The head of the Tang clan looked at the boy for a while. He didn't know what to do right. Then he decided that he needed to act. He opened the door sharply and went inside. He walked very loudly so that the boy would have time to wake up before he approached him. But in fact, the boy continued to sleep soundly. Then the head of the clan raised his hand and swung it to hit him. The very next moment, he struck the boy with all his might. He hit him on the cheek so that the boy not only woke up, but tears also started flowing from his eyes. Wei Ren immediately stood up, opened his eyes, grabbed his cheek where he was hit. He didn't understand what happened. He saw the head of the Tang clan in front of him and asked him why he was hit. Wei Ren sat holding his cheek with one hand. He did not understand what had happened and why the head of the Tang clan did this to him. There was bewilderment on his face, and he was very offended. Tears flowed from his eyes. At some point, he couldn't even hold back and just started crying like a little child. He became very scared, and he started screaming, "I don't understand what the head of the clan is doing." He screamed that it hurt him a lot, to which the head of the Alantan answered him to forgive him. There was an insect on him, and he wanted to swat it. The boy was very surprised. Was there really some kind of insect on his cheek? The head of the clan asked him to listen to him. He started talking about how he decided to go to him before going to bed to check on him, so he opened the door and looked at him. At that moment, he saw how the boy was sleeping very soundly, and there was a bug sitting on his face. He said that he did not have information about all the insects on this island, so he thought that the insect might be poisonous, and without realizing it, he hit the boy on the cheek. Then he extended his hand to the boy and told him to look at how huge the bug was. Wei Ren knew very well what kind of insect it was. He was not upset at all when he saw it, but he was very interested in how it ended up there. At that moment, the boy thought about this insect and about the diseases that haunt this village. He turned to the head of the clan and said that the villagers were experiencing various symptoms, including intermittent breathing. The head of the clan said that yes, that was exactly it. The boy thought for a moment and said that he understood the reason why the local population was suffering. He pointed his finger at this insect and said that the reason was precisely this insect. The head of the clan asked him again what he meant. The boy explained that this insect is called a kissing bug, a family of bugs that got its name because they suck blood from the eye and lip area of sleeping people. They are also called vampire bugs or killer bugs because, unlike mosquitoes, they are more silent. The insect itself is not poisonous, however. Harmful parasites live in their stomachs, so when bitten, the excrements of this pest enter the body. Trypanosomiasis is a disease also known as Chagas disease, is a parasitic infection that ranks 7th in the list of deaths among humans. The boy turned to the elders. He asked him if by any chance he had noticed that dogs in their village had similar symptoms as people. The old man answered him that yes, everything is exactly like that. Is it really a matter of insects? The boy said that he was almost 100% sure of it. The old man was very surprised. On the other hand, he was very happy. It turned out that in this case his granddaughter could be saved. The boy answered him that yes, of course she could be saved if there was a cure. The head of the Tang clan intervened in their conversation. It seemed that he even laughed. He knew a way out of this situation. The clan leader turned to his assistant Gupe. He said that now he should understand what he was talking about. His assistant replied that yes, undoubtedly, this young man is very capable. The boy didn't understand why they were talking about him. Then they told him not to worry so much because they were the Sichuan Tang clan. The head of the clan repeated once again that they were Sichuan. Alan Tang boy thought that he already understood this, but did not understand that he was full. The head of the clan began to explain to him that their hieroglyph is called poison. It is in such words as poison magic and insect or reptile poison, which means the existence of living creatures bred by evil people. He explained to him that such people force insects or reptiles to bite their victims, which causes them to experience unbearable pain or even lose control over their body and mind. The boy asked again, what then? It turns out they can control people. It's just incredible. The head of the clan answered him that this is exactly how it is, and he is right. Many in Murum fell because of such poison. Some killed their own children and then killed themselves. Some betrayed their families and became puppets of evil forces. The elder was very upset after these words. He thought about his granddaughter. The head of the Tang clan told him that this is why the people of Murim had been trying to create an antidote for a long time. This antidote was supposed to completely remove the poison from the body. When the boy listened to this whole story, he did not believe that such a thing could happen. The head of the Tang clan said that this is exactly the case, and he knows for sure the only place where the medicine could have been created. What was it supposed to be in their great Sichuan Alan Tang? He said that no one is interested in such trifles when there are means capable of dissolving almost any poison that has entered the body. Then the head of the clan said that a magic ball with a little of this remedy will help get rid of this disease, and extended his hand with this magic ball. The boy thought, what a cool name for a remedy for parasites. Therefore, the old man should not worry anymore about his granddaughter and the village in which he lived. The head of the Tang clan said that the elder's granddaughter will recover. He will put all his efforts into this. He knows what he is doing. As a result, all the villagers, including the elder's granddaughter, began to come to their senses. The elder was very happy when he saw his healthy granddaughter. In this village, they set up a huge chair because the residents were happy with them and that they were healed. Judging by their hospitality, the rumors that the natives are very cheerful people turned out to be true. The head of the Tang clan told his assistants that if it were not for the help of the young man who was sitting next to him, nothing would have worked out for them. He also said that it was this young warrior who saved their village. The inhabitants of the entire village began to worship the boy. They thanked him and shouted, "Long live our hero!" Even though the villagers were healed with the help of the Tang clan's medicine, the leader gave all the honors to Wei So Ren. The boy thought that the way he looked at him with that warm smile on his face and the way he treated him, all this touched the boy a little, and he began to trust them more, and he was very pleased that they made him a hero. People believed so much that it was he who saved them that they began to throw him in the air as an expression of their gratitude. When they were sitting at the table a little while later and calmly talking to each other, the elder told the Tang clan leader that he should remember because he asked something right after he arrived in their village. The elder then said that they asked something about missing people. The head of the clan replied that yes, they have such information. The elder said that he wanted to pay them for their kindness, so he asked around and heard some very strange news. One of the villagers married a woman from another village, so that village was destroyed a few years ago. And most importantly, people there were dying one after another. These words really touched the head of the Tang clan. He thought it was very strange. He thought this was what he was looking for. Most likely they should go to this village. The head of the Tang clan asked the elder where this village was located. The elder explained to him and said that this village was located much further west. After the festive dinner, the head of the Tang clan decided that they could not waste a minute, and they headed towards the village that the elder had called. Approaching this village, they felt a very sharp, unpleasant smell. It was the smell of a corpse, and they realized that they were on the right path. Walking a little forward, the head of the Tang clan was very surprised. He could not understand what it was. When he looked closer, he saw bones sticking out of the ground, human hand skulls. It was just awful. Some body parts and some corpses were very fresh. They hadn't even had time to decompose. There was quite a lot of pipe poison because there were a very large number of dead people. The head of the clan told the young man to close his eyes and not look at that side. The boy replied that he had already seen everything. When they looked closer, they were even more surprised. They wanted to understand what it was they were seeing in front of them. It was a creature on bird legs with sharpened claws that moved among a pile of corpses. This creature ate not only everything that was left of people, but also parts of other mammals. It looked like a huge bird with a very bright, beautiful coloring that turned among all these corpses. The boy thought, looking at her, could it really be a bird? One of the warriors picked up a stone from the ground and said that he would not allow this creature to mutilate the bodies of the dead even more. He threw Camille and shouted for her to get lost. At that moment, the head of the clan tried to stop him. The stone that the clan chief's assistant threw right in front of this bird flew off to the side. The assistant of the head of the clan, when he saw how this bird was behaving, shouted that it was not a bird but some impudent person. The head of the clan put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to move. The bird was behaving very strangely. She really behaved very strangely. Spreading her wings, she flapped and rose into the sky. Because it was so huge, it seemed like everything around was collapsing and falling right on them. It was like some kind of rockfall. Wee So Ren stood frozen, staring at the movement of this bird. But he noticed something that started to happen when she came up in the air. He noticed that everything began to decompose much faster. It seemed as if the bones were simply crumbling before his eyes. Someone's hand covered the boy's mouth and nose to stop him from screaming. The head of the Tang clan ordered everyone to retreat back. He covered the boy with one of his hands and took him back with him. The head of the Tang clan told everyone that the bird was a poisonous bittern and they needed to move away immediately to avoid falling under its influence. When they moved to a safe distance, everyone wanted to know what kind of bird it was. The head of the Tang clan began to say that he had large wings, a sharp beak and a copper shade, and his body was covered with purple feathers. When a bird flaps its wings in anger, it releases poison, killing everything in its path. On his head he has something that looks like a golden crown, the sign of a true king. The name of this bird is the poisonous bittern. The boy listened to the end and said, "Is this really so?" He had never seen such a bird in his life. He asked the head of the clan if this was really the same bird, one of the 10 legendary creatures, and they answered that it was exactly so. And the fact that its poison ranks first in toxicity among all 10 creatures is why the poisonous bittern is the king. The boy cried out at her, "Is this really the king of legendary poisonous creatures?" In fact, he thought that it was possible to go crazy. Poisonous snakes are cute and not at all frightening. And here, a real biochemical weapon is flying. It was a biological hazard. The clan leader said that in his opinion, the bird must have been attracted by poisonous snakes. It is known that the poisonous bittern feeds on the heads of poisonous snakes. The boy wanted to know if this bird was a common occurrence, and they told him no. He could only meet it once in his entire life. It was the greatest rarity. The appearance of a bird can be seen once in a century. Then the boy thought about it. Everything was going through his head. He had to understand all this. The head of the clan asked him again what was going on. Then the boy raised his head and said, "Will it be possible to catch this bird?" No one knew the answer to this question. The head of the clan looked at the young man, laughed and said, "Does he really want to take possession of this bird?" The boy answered that yes, but its poison is too dangerous. The clan leader looked at the boy again and said that he saw that he was very interested in the 10 legendary poisonous creatures. Then he lowered his head and said that in fact, there is a way to catch this bird. The boy asked him again if he could seriously catch this bird. Then the head of the Tang clan told him that by mastering the martial arts of the Tang clan, he would become invulnerable to all poisons and would be able to resist even the poison of legendary creatures. The martial arts of the Tang clan are unique in the whole world. The head of the clan said he doesn't know what to do because they don't share their knowledge with strangers. He wants to help him very much, but he can't break the clan law. Then the boy asked if he would join their clan. He would be able to learn everything, and he would become invulnerable to almost any poison. The head of the Tang clan answered him that, of course, having agreed to join their clan, he would thoroughly teach him everything he knew himself. Moreover, his gift would not be wasted in vain. However, his thoughts about joining the clan have dragged on, and he thinks now he should also think about his own proposal. These words made the boy very angry because he offered him to join, and now he is still thinking whether to take him or not. That's why the boy immediately said that he agreed and asked the head of the clan to accept him into their Tang clan. Immediately after these words of the boy, the head of the clan said that it was good, and from now on, he was part of their clan forever, after which he put his hand on his shoulder. After some time, they approached the shelter of the bloody Rakshasa Takunyan. When they approached this shelter, they saw very fresh tracks. This was very suspicious. One of the assistants told the clan head to look at these tracks, and then he handed the head of the clan what they found in this cave. It was a notebook with notes. It was written in blood. If that's what the clan leader said, then these are the notes of a bloody Rakshasa. No one understood why it was necessary to write in blood. The head of the clan took this notebook and said that they needed to leave this place and they were going to Sichuan. He believed that they had obtained the crystal of the giant centipede and also obtained information. The boy asked the head of the clan if they could stop by the temple on the way. He wanted to release his friends. They allowed him to do this, but he had to collect his things. Without thinking twice, they turned around and set off because the road was long. The boy stopped and saw that there was something else in the cave. It was glowing very brightly. So he told everyone that there was something else there, and he raised his hand and pointed his finger right into this cave. No one understood what he was talking about. When they came back and looked, they were very surprised. In this cave, there was a feather of a poisonous bittern, which meant only one thing: it was here. The head of the clan and his assistants came closer to this place. They wanted to take a closer look at this Peru. So the head of the clan picked up this Peru and began to examine it from all sides. Then he gave this opera to the boy and said that he was giving it as a gift in honor of joining the ranks of their clan. And besides, only he showed so much interest in poisonous creatures, the boy thanked him. Then the head of the clan turned and looked at the boy and said that he thought about it and decided. He told the boy that it would be very good to give him some kind of title at the ceremony. The boy did not understand what a ceremony was, something like a rite of passage, he thought. At the same time, in Sichuan, the father of the clan leader, who was the first to go home, finally arrived. Everyone was happy to meet the elder. The elder shouted at them to move much faster. He was worried about his granddaughter, Hua Yun. He was told that she was still alive, but she was in critical condition. The elder ordered them to take him to her immediately. Within a few seconds, he opened the door to her room. He wanted to help her as quickly as possible. When he opened the door of this room, his granddaughter was lying with her eyes closed and did not move. Everyone was happy when they saw the oldest. The elder approached his daughter-in-law and said that they were able to obtain medicine. Then he showed the chest and said that the crystal of the giant centipede was in this very box. His daughter-in-law burst into tears and said, "Did they really manage it?" The elder immediately decided that there was no time to hesitate. He needed to use this giant crystal. He looked at his granddaughter and tried to call her, but the girl didn't react at all. She lay with her eyes closed. The elder said that it was good that he was in a hurry, otherwise it would have been too late. The daughter-in-law asked the elder to give her the medicine as quickly as possible. He extended his hand in which he held the crystal of the giant centipede and gave her the medicine. The granddaughter was under the influence of this drug. They looked at her and waited for her to open her eyes. The elder held her hand in his in the hope that she would soon return to them. But the girl continued to lie with her eyes closed. He was in despair and didn't know what else to do. They looked at her and thought of only one thing, that she would open her eyes, but she continued to lie there. And they didn't mentally ask her to open her eyes and give them some kind of sign. The girl lay there unchanged. At the same time, the boy who was on the back of one of the warriors was thinking that he had of course heard that the lands of the central Chinese plain were very large, but he did not expect that it was so large. From Hainan to Qinzhou, they traveled by boat and then fled to Nanning after a month and a half. They finally found the place they were returning to, and they were already in Sichuan. When they arrived at the place, the first thing they did was go to the palace where the daughter of the head of this clan was. They wanted to know what condition it was in. The assistant of the clan leader told the boy that this is the land of Sichuan. The boy was a little confused when he saw the palace. They stood looking at all the lands that belonged to this clan at the entrance right in front of the gates. All these mountains belonged to the Tang clan, so they were named after this clan. Wei Ren looked ahead and wanted to understand how big this one was to you. It surprised him all. Unexpectedly for them, the door opened, and the warriors of this clan ran out. They were glad that the head had arrived. They were glad that everyone had returned. The first thing this boy thought was that there were a lot of them, and they were glad to greet them. He wondered if these were all the people of the Tang clan. Behind them, he saw a girl standing behind them all. She ran up to them very quickly because she hadn't seen her father for a long time. When the head of the Tang clan saw his daughter, he even opened his mouth. He was glad to hear that she was calling him. His daughter ran towards her father, tears streaming from her eyes. It seemed that she would take one more step and they would be together. When the boy saw the daughter of the clan leader, he was a little shocked because he had never seen such a beauty. The head of the clan was very happy that his daughter was alive. His emotions were overwhelmed. The girl ran up, hugged her father, and asked him for forgiveness. The father asked her how she felt. Wei Ren caught himself thinking that she was simply a beauty. Of course, in his past life, he dated celebrities, but she was much more beautiful than many of them, and it could definitely outshine them all with its beauty. He couldn't take his eyes off it. The head of the clan told his daughter that he wanted to introduce someone to her. The girl was a little confused. He looked at the young man and said that this was his daughter. Her name was Tan Hua Yun. He asked the young man what he called her. He couldn't remember and started to think if he really called her bird cherry or wild garlic. The girl looked at him and didn't understand what they meant. And then the head of the clan said that he remembered exactly. He called her nonsense. At that moment, she was very upset. Then the head of the clan said that this was his daughter whom he called nonsense. They stood looking at each other without taking their eyes off the young man. A beauty in front of him, and she still didn't know how to react to him. At that moment, he remembered when he was talking to the head of the clan, who was telling him that there are only 3 things that are truly important to him. The young man interrupted him and said that he shouldn't be told this nonsense here. At that moment, he just wanted to tell him about his daughter, but the young man no longer understood anything. He only looked at her. Poison Flower Tang. Hua Yun is the most beautiful and strongest girl of the Sichuan Tang clan, and from her childhood, she faced one very big problem. The wife's story said that her skills were quite weak, to be honest. No one was confident in her, but at least the heavens gave her beauty. The elders were talking among themselves. Maybe the head would decide not to marry her off. They thought that was why the clan needed male heirs, and did not understand why the head was resisting. The girl believed that her parents were not guilty of anything, and she wanted to show the elders that she also had skills. She wanted to prove that she was an excellent martial artist and that she could achieve a lot for her clan, even as a woman. Haste has always led to failures because impatience leads to losses in the end due to haste and such a way of thinking. A demon awakened in her mind that no one knew how to deal with, which is why she almost died. When she was lying almost at death's door, and immediately after she opened her eyes, it seemed to her that everything had already changed. The elders did everything to ensure that she stayed alive and did not repeat her previous mistakes. Her mother was very happy that she was alive, but she didn't remember anything. She asked her mother what happened. She remembered everything that happened. Tears flowed from her eyes. She understood that she was guilty. The first thing she did was she burst into tears and asked for forgiveness. She didn't understand how it happened. She just wanted to be useful for this clan. She told her grandfather that she was just growing all her power. He told her that she was just a stitch that didn't want to listen to anyone. The elder looked at her and said, "Is she really asking for forgiveness for causing him and her father so much trouble?" He told her to stop crying because she had reached the state she wanted so much. He ordered her to wipe away her tears, and the girl returned and did not understand why she had to do this. She raised one of her hands and felt that there was indeed a certain power coming from that hand. Go-In Mono felt this force in her whole body. It seemed to her that it was very strange, but she did not resist it. The girl asked her grandfather what it was, and he replied that he had something to tell her. Grandfather said that they met a young man who not only helped them save her, but thanks to him, she was able to achieve the state of white poison. At that moment, she looked at him and did not understand why this young man called her nonsense. He had nothing to answer her, so he stood silently and looked at her. He simply admired her. The boy thought it was some kind of curse. He was so excited by the stories about legendary creatures that he accidentally blurted it out, but he didn't mean anything bad at all. The young man looked at her, laughed, and said that her father had a very specific sense of humor, and he was glad to meet her. He said that his name was Wei Ren, and then he added that he was glad to see her in good health. The girl could not answer him. She was even more surprised. Then she pulled herself together and said that she was pleased to meet him because she had already heard about him before. She said that her name is Poisonous Flower Tanhua Yun and thanked him for his help. She said that she will always remember his kindness until her death. He looked at her and thought of only one thing, that just looking at her could make him go crazy. The boy heard someone's voice asking him, well, how could he not understand what kind of voice it was in his head? Then he guessed that it was the head. The chief continued to tell him that his daughter was beautiful, and he wanted the young man to agree with this. The head also asked the young man if he wanted to pick this flower. At that moment, the young man wanted to communicate with her even more. After some time, he was taken to his apartment. He took a huge bath to relax after a long journey. The little centipedes that were always with him were resting on the table next to him. The young man caught himself thinking that he really liked this palace and he felt good here. Then he turned his head to the side and saw 3 centipedes. He thought that they hadn't even left him for a second. All this time, he told them that he was going to pour hot water and that it would be harmful for them. The guys seemed to understand his words and got off him. It was just amazing. It seemed that they absolutely understood everything he was saying. At some point, it even seemed to him that he could communicate with them. The head of the clan, Chulsan, told him that these kids react to aura. The young man came closer to them and asked them if they were probably incredibly embarrassed to see him without clothes. They began to make some strange sounds. Then the young man laughed very loudly, and these little ones along with him, he thought that they were funny little ones. Then the young man thought that Uncle Gupe had said that centipedes were spiritual beings. He thought that he would have to ask him later what that meant. He couldn't get the last words of the Tang clan leader out of his head. He could not understand what he meant when he said that the young man would like to pick this flower on the occasion of his daughter. He decided that it was time for him to get out of this bath. After some time, when he came to his senses, he decided to walk around this palace. There were 4 people sitting at the table, men on one side and women on the other who belonged to this clan. The head of the clan said that he decided to place this young man in the master bedroom. The elder asked again because he was curious about where this young guy got such talent from. The clan leader replied that he didn't think they would be able to meet such a person because they not only received help from him, but were also able to force him to join their clan. The clan leader said that his knowledge of poisons was unmatched. He killed Takunyan, and on top of that, I was lucky enough to meet one of the legendary poisonous creatures. The head of the clan said that, moreover, he took the eggs of a giant centipede to tame the cubs. The female part of the clan sat with their mouths open. The elder said that he didn't even think that they had found such a treasure. The clan leader agreed with his father. When the girl heard about all this, she was very surprised and could not utter a single word. Then the father told her that he would like this young man to become his son-in-law and asked his daughter what she thought about this. The girl asked her father again that he wanted this young man to become his son-in-law. At that moment, she was a little upset. It turned out that all her efforts were in vain, and she had not proven anything to anyone. She couldn't give any answer. She sat and was silent. Everyone was waiting for her to say something. Her father and elder looked at her and waited for her to give a positive answer. It was their will. The girl thought that she had reached the level of white poison and planned to reach blue. She wanted to show that she could be useful to the clan. She told her father that she was also part of the Tang clan, and she understood perfectly well why they were all saying this. Aina stood up abruptly and slammed one hand on the table. She wanted to make this decision on her own. So she told her father and the elders that she had to personally check whether this young man was worthy of her or not. Immediately after these words, she turned around and left the room. She didn't want to sit at the back table with her parents anymore. Everyone looked in her direction, but no one stopped her. They understood that this was a momentary decision. The head of the Tang clan at this moment thought that the young man should be careful because his daughter would now be checking. It was necessary to understand that no matter how beautiful the rose was, the thorns were also part of this flower. She ran away from this conversation because she didn't want to answer this question. And also all this time she was trying to prove that she was useful to the clan. What her father offered her, she thought that now she could finally reach the level of blue poison. If she gave up at this moment, then she would not expect support, and she would confirm the words of the elders. She decided that she should personally check if this young man's skills were really as incredible as everyone was saying. Wiso Ren was also in a very stupid situation. He did not understand what to do next. He believed that the daughter of the head of his clan hated him, 3 little centipedes, and made some sounds reminiscent of a question. He sat and thought only about one thing, what to do, and suddenly they squeaked something to confirm to him. He heard someone's footsteps approaching him and someone's voice calling him. He turned and saw her. He stuttered a little and then thought why she was here and why she came to talk to him. The girl was very polite. She asked him for forgiveness. It seemed that she wanted to make peace with him. She said that in fact she was brought to him by a very urgent matter and she asked him to give her his hand. The young man immediately extended his hand to her. He did not doubt her for a second. Then he pulled his hand back and thought about it, because he had never given anything of his to anyone. He thought about it and then told her that they were rushing things too much, and he thought it would be better for them to get to know each other better. The young man said because he believes that they should not feel awkward during the process. The girl did not understand what he was talking about and asked him. Then she looked at him again and realized that he had misunderstood everything because she had come here for something completely different. So she told him that it was not at all what he thought and that she was not here for that. She got very angry again. The young man smiled at that moment. He wondered if she really behaved like this all the time. It was very strange and funny to him. They stood opposite each other for some time without saying anything, each thinking about his own. The girl took a deep breath and then exhaled and needed to gather her strength and explain to him everything that had happened. She said that she came to this place to sort something out. She asked to give her a hand, and he, of course, could have misunderstood her. The young man said that now everything became clear to him. He laughed because there was a small misunderstanding. The girl sat down next to him and said that she first wanted to apologize and asked him for forgiveness for appearing so suddenly. It was rude of her. The girl said that the young man was not even 20, but he had a bright head, and she wanted to tell him in detail what their situation was. He did not argue with her and agreed to listen to her. This could resolve the issue of their misunderstanding. Then she began to tell him a story that was similar to an ordinary historical drama. He sat and listened to her attentively. She, being the only direct heir of the Tang clan, is constantly under pressure from other clans, so the head decided to marry his daughter to him. Eunice thought that the head of the clan had already thought about what place he would take. The girl added that he should forgive her, but she needed to be convinced that her father's decision was correct. Then she added, if they don't succeed, no one will throw him out the door, because he saved her, and now she is forever in his debt, she asked. Maybe they could become brother and sister. At that moment, the young man extended his hand to her. The girl was a little scared because now she had to extend her hand. He told her that he understood perfectly well what she had just told him, and he agreed to let her check him. The girl doubted for a while. She looked at him and wondered if he really agreed so easily. Then she took his hand and said that if he agreed, then she would start. She held his hand and listened to his pulse with 2 fingers. At that moment, her eyes closed. She said that not everyone will be able to master the martial arts of the Tang clan. Some are able to drive poison into their body and master it. Others will simply die. The higher the Tang clan's poison levels and the deeper the mastery of internal energy, the greater the chance of successfully mastering strong poisons. She wanted to test whether he could master the art of the Tang clan. The girl said that for this it is also necessary to be able to properly accept poison in your body. She said that fortunately his body is adapted to this. But however, it was at a level of only 10 yards. His body is capable of absorbing up to 10 types of different poisons. She also added that it was actually not bad. Considering that he had joined the clan only at that moment, the young man was very surprised he did not know about his such abilities. The girl continued to say that, in other words, this is the highest level that an ordinary person like him can reach. Then she said that it was time for her to go and she didn't want to keep him any longer. The young man stood up and said that it was okay. Then the girl turned around and left. The young man lowered his head as he saw her off. The words she just said to him stuck in his head. He thought only about that. He is at level 10 poisons. He thought that it turns out he won't be able to catch the poisonous bittern. He even got a little upset because it's very important to him. You even had a time in the palace where a girl was taking a bath in one of the rooms and coming out of it. When she came out, she felt relieved and looked at herself in the mirror. She thought that after she absorbed the crystal of the giant centipede, her body constantly smelled of something strange with blue spots on her body, and this despite the fact that she washed herself several times a day. The girl put on her robe and went to her room. Then she went to the young man's room. When she entered it, she saw that the young man was already sleeping on his bed. She asked him for forgiveness for not being able to see him earlier and to thank him properly. He continued to sleep. It seemed that at this moment his sleep became even deeper, and he did not react. It seemed to him that in a dream she was thanking him and saying a big thank you. He was a little surprised by what he saw and heard in a dream. He looked at her and didn't understand if it was really she, the girl who kept saying thank you very much. At some point, the young man realized that it was just a dream and nothing more. He heard her voice telling him that it was not quite so, and it was not quite a dream. She told him that she just borrowed the appearance of the girl who absorbed her crystal so that he wouldn't be scared. In fact, she is a giant centipede, the mother of those three children. The young man did not understand why it spoke like that, and whether it really was that same centipede. Three small children hugged his legs. He looked at them and thought that they had frightened him. When he looked at these three, he thought that it turns out that these are baby centipedes. The strangest thing is that they were all girls. He asked these little ones what they were doing in his dream, because they were very small and should be sleeping at that time. She said that she died leaving her children behind. Her indignation reached the heavens, so her soul remained in the crystal. So she spent all this time in the body of that girl. I curse her every day, but one day she found a way to get rid of the insult, so it turned out to be in his. She said that it was all because he came to her with her children. He was very surprised, but in fact he was thinking about the fact that it was he who pointed out to the Tang clan the location of the centipede. He thought that he didn't really want this, but nevertheless he became involved in her death. It seemed that she completely understood what he was thinking and read all his thoughts. So she said if he feels guilty, then he should fulfill her request. The young man, without thinking for long, answered her that he would do anything. She walked up to one of the girls, put her hand on her head and started stroking her head. She was so attentive and worried about her children that she asked the young man to take care of her children until they grew up. The young man was very surprised because he knew that the baby centipede must survive 2 phases in the mother's body, after which they will begin to grow. She said that this applies to ordinary insects, but they are completely different. It added, before they shed their shell twice, they feed on energy from the mother's crystal, after which they begin to absorb the energy of other beings. The young man looked at her and said that her crystal had absorbed Hua Yun. So it turned out that the children had to be near her. She said that he understood everything perfectly well. And then she added that when she said that to that girl, she cursed her. The young man was very surprised by such words. She said that you are probably smelling a terrible stench from this girl right now. The young man thought that there really was a specific smell coming from her body. Then she added that she did it on purpose so that she would never be able to be with a man and have children. The young man was very upset. She said that she could remove the curse, but in return, she would have to feed her children with her inner energy. Moreover, this way he would be able to win her hearts. There was some sense in her words, so he didn't answer anything. He decided that he needed to think. After thinking for a bit, he said that he didn't really like it and didn't want to take advantage of Hua Yun's position. She said that he was truly a noble young man and she never doubted him for a minute. But she wanted to clarify what he would do then, because this girl wants to see a very strong man next to her. She also added that she would not be able to help get the chi crystals of the 10 legendary poisonous creatures because she was absorbed by this girl. The young man thought about those same 10 legendary poisonous creatures. At that moment, he said that he seemed to have a very good idea. She asked if it was true. He then told her to just trust him and added that he thought it would work. The next day when they met again, Wiso Ren and Hua Yun, he told her everything. She was a little upset. She thought that she really smelled bad because of the centipede crystal. Eunice added that if she lets these babies sit on her every few days, the stench will disappear on its own over time. The girl turned and looked at him. She asked him for forgiveness for saying something like that now. But before that, he told her very important information, and he won't ask anything from her in return. The young man smiled and looked at her. He found it funny. He really didn't need anything from her. He said that he is not such a terrible person to take advantage of the girl's plight. When she heard these words, she was surprised. But despite the fact that he was very convincing, she still decided that she should think about it. The girl said if everything is going this way, then she can't constantly accept help from him. She said that now she is beginning to think more and more about her father's words. Looking at him, she understands that there is something more valuable in the world than achievement in martial arts. The young man said that by the way he was also thinking about something. The girl asked him again what he was thinking about. Then he told her that he probably remembers that he said that he can only absorb 10 different types of poison. She was surprised that he wants to talk to her about it now. Then the young man told her that if he cannot absorb more than 10 poisons according to her, then he would like to absorb up to 10 legendary creatures. He did not want to absorb any other poisons. She turned to look at him and was very surprised because he wanted to get the poisons of legendary creatures. The girl thought that he wanted to become the best for her sake, and this thought made her feel very uncomfortable. She didn't understand how she could be one of the flowers of Marima Tan Hua Yun received recognition from a man for the first time. The two of them continued to sit. They had something to talk about, but she was embarrassed by his words. She said he understands what he just said. He looked straight into her eyes. Then the young man laughed and said that the not-quite girl could not understand his behavior. She said that it would be a very difficult path. It would take decades, 2 decades, and maybe even a lifetime. The young man wondered if this was really all that serious. She exhaled. It seemed to her that what he had just said was simply impossible. He opened his eyes thinking that she said that maybe it was not bad because she heard that he was only 15 years old, and there were 3 years left until he came of age. During these 3 years, if he absorbs the poison of at least one of the legendary creatures, then he will pass the test. She said that he should understand that this will be a test to be with her. He understands that this test is needed so that they can get married. Then she stood up and very quickly began to leave. She said that in general she would root for him. The young man was a little scared. The girl said that it was time for her to go, and very quickly began to run away from that place. The young man did not even have time to say anything to her in response. He only managed to shout at her to stop. The girl turned her head and asked if he really wanted to say anything else. Wee So Ren asked her about feeding before she left. She had to feed the centipede. She had completely forgotten that she had to do it. So she had to come back because it was not only for him but for her too. And he also told her not to worry because they don't bite at all. They were very small and funny. He held them in his arms and talked to them like babies, and they tried to answer him. He told them to go to mom now, and then they would go back to dad. The girl looked at him without understanding what he was talking about. She thought, what does dad mean and what does mom mean? The young man said that she did not understand him wrong. He just said it because they are just children. The head of the clan, sitting at the same table with his father and his wife, said that the extraordinary nature of the young man had not gone unnoticed by their daughter. The elder noticed that they were seen in the morning. It seems that something is happening between them. The wife of the head of the clan said that her daughter rejected this young man. None of them knew what the relationship was between them, so they thought they would observe them. The elder said that he did not want to force them on each other. He thought it would be better if their relationship developed naturally. The clan leader's wife said, why don't they entrust their daughter with teaching the young men? Then they will see each other more often and become attached to each other. Everyone thought it was a great idea. The elder said that perhaps he could appeal to the elders to us so that they could raise the status of the young man. Then he would look better in the eyes of his granddaughter. The head of the clan noted that the elder knows his granddaughter very well, and he does not think at all that raising the status will help the young man. After thinking for a bit, the elder said that his son was absolutely right. They didn't know how to influence them. At that moment, they heard some noise near the door. It was Hua Yun who came and wanted to talk to her father and her grandfather. Knocking on the door, she told her father that it was her. He was a little surprised that she had come to him and asked what she was doing there at such a time. But despite all this, he allowed her to enter inside. The girl opened the door slightly and went inside. She was very surprised because she saw there not only her father, but everyone else too. She asked them why they had gathered there. No one wanted to answer her. The girl said that she came to tell them something very important. Her father was frightened by her words. He asked what she wanted to tell them. The girl blushed a little and began to say that this would concern the young man they were talking about. The girl said that she did everything as her father asked her to, but she was very indignant. The head of the Tang clan was also surprised. He did not expect such behavior from his daughter. He did not even have anything to say. He asked what she did as he asked and what she was talking about. The girl lowered her head and began to explain something clearly. Her mother asked again if she really started to like this young man. She didn't say anything right away, but it was clear from her eyes that it was really so. She began to like him. Her mother even clapped her hands. Her father said that it was sudden, and he was sure that she definitely didn't like this young man. The girl began to explain to them that this young man was simply not like they said he was. She told them that for her sake, he wanted to become better. He promised her this, the head of the clan. When he heard these words, he did not understand what it meant to be better, but he asked his daughter what she meant and wanted to hear everything from that moment on in more detail. The girl began to say that in general, the young man was at the level of 10 yards, and he wants to absorb me up to 10 legendary creatures, but he told her so everyone was surprised. The elder laughed and said, "Does he really want me to have 10 legendary creatures?" Then he added that this boy is not stupid. The girl said that in a conversation with the young man, she told him that if, before coming of age, he manages to absorb the poison of at least one of the legendary creatures, then their marriage will take place. Then she looked at her father and said, well, he understands why she gave that answer. Everyone sitting at the table started laughing loudly. The head of the clan said that it was necessary to agree on the poisons of 3 creatures because his daughter deserves more. Her mother said that she is still learning to build relationships with men. The girl looked at her mother and said that then she could go and change the terms of the agreement. Her mother replied that it was not worth it because they had already signed an agreement. Besides, if he really had feelings for her, then he himself would try to become better for her sake without any agreements. The elders said that from now on they will treat him as a son-in-law, but they will pretend that they are not aware of their agreement. And if the young man tries, he will be able to become part of their family. Everyone was happy with this decision. The next day in his dream, he saw a continuation of what he had already seen in the previous one with her, and he told all this to the giant centipede. She answered him that it seemed he had managed to completely gain the trust of that girl. The young man replied that courage was his middle name. At that moment, the giant centipede in the girl's body was as beautiful as Hua Yun herself. She said that today was her last day, her resentment had subsided, and soon she would ascend to heaven. Moreover, the crystal had almost completely dissolved in the body of this girl. The young man understood that this was their last meeting. She asked him if he had any request for her. She was ready to listen to this request. The young man thought about it. He really wanted to ask her for something and said that in that case, could he look at her body once? It was a very strange request, but he really wanted to look at her. She thought that he was also a man and agreed to fulfill his request. She knew that people were always weak before lust, and he was no exception. When she started to undress, the young man asked her if she really had to take off her clothes. She didn't understand what was going on. He started to explain to her that she shouldn't take off her clothes. She can do it if she likes it. But she didn't understand everything as he asked her. He said that he wants to see the real true appearance. She was just in shock. I don't understand why he needs this. But then she said that in this case, everything is much simpler than he thinks, and she is ready to show him. After all, he couldn't see the giant centipede with blue spots on its back that was killed. So he asked her. In one moment, she showed her true appearance as she was in life. When he saw her, she asked if that was enough for him. He was a little fascinated by her appearance. He was very happy and thought that it was actually true and she was really very big. Then he asked if he could touch one of her paws, and he touched it, and he said that it had a waterproof shell. How could her joints withstand such a heavy load? He was interested in many other questions. He wanted to know when she walks. She steps on the same place where her front paw stepped. He wanted to touch her everywhere. He asked if he could touch her here, if he could touch her there. He was also interested in how strong her poison was. He wanted to find out from her whether she saw with her eyes or used her horns for orientation. Then she answered him that of course she saw with her eyes. And he also wanted to touch her fangs. She said that it was very dangerous, he insisted, because before that she said that she would listen to any request. She noticed that she was already doing what he asked. At that moment, only one thought flashed through the head of the huge centipede. Would her daughters be okay? And at that time, the young man touched something unearthly. He looked and thought about how shiny this shell was. The head of the Tang clan thought about what his daughter had just told him. Of course, he didn't doubt the young man, but he didn't think he could do something like that. So he told Wei So Ren when they were sitting at the table that his daughter had told him everything, and he was now his son-in-law. Well, he also reminded that within 3 years, because they will marry upon reaching adulthood, which is quite logical. At this point, the girl's mother intervened in their conversation. She said that she was very happy to see him again, and in this situation, his mother-in-law, the elder, added now that his granddaughter has chosen her other half, and their family is waiting for a bright future. The young man looked at the girl and asked her what all this meant, and why they were all ready to accept him as their son-in-law. He looked at her and thought that she had chosen him, but she had set conditions for the marriage so that it was more like an arranged marriage. He thought that he should get used to her. The young man told everyone sitting at this table that he hoped that they would take care of him. Everyone laughed loudly and started talking among themselves that from now on they would start taking care of him. The clan leader said that they had to show him something before he could start learning the martial art of the Tang clan. The young man wanted to know what exactly he was going to show him. The elder and the clan leader laughed very loudly, and they thought that this young man's behavior was funny. The head of the Tang clan said that he wanted to show him the 10,000-yard temple and said that he was completely sure that he would like it. The clan leader and elders said that they had all been waiting for this moment when they could show and pass it on to someone. It was their tradition to gather the whole family before entering the temple grounds. The young man said he was looking forward to it. He thought the 10,000-yard temple sounded like a place where different types of poisons were collected, if that was actually the case. He looked at the girl and wanted her to explain something to him, but she walked silently and said nothing. At that moment, she was so beautiful that he looked at her and thought that there was no one more beautiful. He thanked the Lord for the fact that he was able to meet her. The young man thought that everyone says that beauty is revealed in profile when he looks at her. It is simply a beautiful view. They all turned around and looked at the young man. They were pleased with the way he looked at her. The head of the clan said that he was drilling a hole in his daughter's face with his gaze, and each time he became more and more plant, it looked like he was head over heels in love with their daughter. The girl told the boy to look ahead and not look at her. He agreed. It took them some time to get to the place they needed. The temple they were going to was guarded by one warrior standing in front and two more thugs behind him. These thugs stood motionless. It seemed that they had no eyes. Their gaze was like the gaze of a snake. As they approached, one of these people greeted the elder. The elder said that he came to this place to show his son-in-law the temple of 10,000 yards. The young man thought that it seemed that this place was very carefully guarded. The man who was standing guard shouted loudly that the gates needed to be opened. Two thugs approached the gates and began to open them. Even though they were huge, these gates were so heavy that they ate and could be pushed back. The guard smiled and said that these thugs opened these gates very quickly today. The young man was surprised. After these gates were opened, the man who was standing guard said that they could enter inside. The head of the Tang clan looked at the young man and said that he needed to follow him. The young man was very surprised and could not say anything. The clan leader began to talk about how these gates were made of metal mined in Nanman. Opening them in front of the young man meant showing him a great honor. He looked at these thugs who were sitting on their knees and they looked tired. He thought that this was really so. Going inside, the head of the clan said that they were already there. He could show him the collection. The clan leader said that this is where all the poisons of the Tang clan are stored. The young man stood with his mouth open. The elder approached the young man and said that this was a 10,000-yard haul. The most important thing was that he looked at everything and did not touch anything with his hands. The young man looked and asked questions. Is this really 1,000 yards? Do they store medicinal poisons here too, or everything in a row? The head of the clan answered that yes, there are a huge number of different types of poisons, including paralyzing, soporific, and others. He also said that his daughter should tell him about everything that interests the young man. In his opinion, this is how he should feel more sympathy for her. His wife completely agreed with him. The girl blushed a little but agreed with her father. The young man was absolutely interested in everything. She took him by the hand and said that they needed to go there. She would show him everything and tell him everything. She began to talk about the fact that in this hall, there was a huge number of different types of poisons. He wanted to know that she would tell him about the strongest ones that they had. The girl said that this is the most dangerous poison for martial artists. If you inhale it, it will instantly dissipate the internal energy. The head of the clan and his father with his wife looked at the young people and thought how cute they were. The girl continued to talk about the soul-tearing poisons and also about the soul-destroying poison and the blood-dissolving poison, as well as the soul-tormenting poison. She said that all these poisons are very strong, but there is one that differs in its power from all the others. She opened one of the drawers and took out a small stone from there. She told him to take it. The young man wanted to ask what it was. He thought it was a common bean or maybe some kind of berry. It looked most like a tiger bean. The girl said, if you don't take into account, I have up to 10 legendary creatures. It is considered the most dangerous poison. She explained that the plant symbolizing the Tang clan is the castor bean. The young man did not understand what a castor bean was. In fact, it turned out that it was ordinary ricin, a protein poison of plant origin, a deadly poison, 2 milligrams of which can kill an adult, known for killing with an umbrella during the Cold War. The young man thought that it was hundreds of 1,000 times stronger than cyanide. The girl said that this poison is a poison without smell, without sweetness, without taste, and the most imperceptible, so they call it golden poison. And the murder done with his help was a golden murder. The young man thought how it was just a golden murder. The girl told the young man to remember that the strongest is not the most painful or destructive, but the one that kills unnoticed, and for sure. This is the purpose of their clan, to kill without anyone noticing. They are a family of golden killers. The head of the clan said that it was time to wrap things up for the first time. They had told enough and the young man could not perceive so much information. The elder approached the young men and said that now they wanted to look at the poisonous creatures that he would probably like. The young man was delighted. The elder said that of course if he wanted, he could look after them himself. He also added that they were ready to provide him with everything he needed. The young man thought that they wanted to give him a job that was his hobby. Do they really seriously want to allow him to do that? The elder said that they would not waste time and would go and see these poisonous creatures. At that moment, the assistant of the clan leader Gu Pei came running to them. They didn't understand what was going on and why he came running after them. Gu Pei said that they should go to the palace of the spirit of the patron of the north. The clan leader asked what was wrong there. Gu said that the elders of the clans had gathered there, and they wanted to see them. Then the elder said that they didn't understand that they couldn't stop, and the young man realized that they were talking about the very elders that the girls had told him about. Gu said that they currently have two problems and showed his two fingers. The medicine they sent to the head of Sichuan province doesn't work, so he sent a letter full of complaints. Everyone wanted to know what the second problem was. The second problem was that they entered the temple 10,000 me and the young man without their permission. The elder said, "Did this news really reach them so quickly?" They didn't understand who could have reported this to them. The elder said that if so, then they will go to meet the rest of the elders, turned his head and told the young man to follow them. After some time, they were already near the palace of the spirit of the patron of the north, where all the other elders had gathered. The elders were very surprised and looked at the Tang clan leader with indignation. They wanted to know how he could make such an important decision alone. They wanted to know if it was true that they wanted to marry some orphan tramp to their precious Hua Yun. The head of the Tang clan was very indignant. He did not understand what they were saying and what it meant to erase and tramp. He was so angry at the elders for the fact that they had just dared to insult his son-in-law. The elders said that this could not be and that it was not true. They did not believe it. The head of the Tang clan told them that he told his daughter to marry a young man, and they did not see that there was any problem with this and did not try to object because it was not agreed with them. The elders started talking about him coming to his senses. How can he trust the temple? I'll give 10,000 to some simpleton. The head of the clan said that he had already blessed them. The girl stood next to him and understood how unpleasant it was for So Ren to hear all this, but she couldn't do anything. So she looked at him and mentally asked him for forgiveness for having to listen to all this. When the young man realized that she felt awkward, he thought that he really made her worry about him, because in fact, she didn't have to apologize to him. At this moment, the young man apologized for interfering in the conversation between the elders and the head of the Tang clan. Everyone looked at him. The young man said that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding because of his skills, and he took a step forward. He said if he demonstrates them, will it help convince the elders that he is worthy of Hua Yun? Everyone was very outraged. The young man said that he could solve the problem with the provincial chief and help him get rid of this pain. The girl and his mother began to worry very much. They did not understand what he had in mind. Usually, he was not one of those who would throw his head into boiling water. But his comfortable life among poisonous creatures was at stake, and he couldn't let anyone ruin it. After So Ren's bold statement, all the elders and the Tang clan leader fell silent and looked at him. The elders who gathered were so outraged they shouted, "How dare he make such statements? And who is he anyway?" They were outraged that the elders of the clan were having a conversation, and he, an unknown guy of some kind, interfered in their conversation, and most importantly, they thought that he did not understand at all what he was talking about. And her mother stood and watched everything that was happening from the side. They listened to insults towards So Ri and the fact that the elder began to shout about how they could choose him as a son-in-law. So Ren thought at that moment that all these old idiots who surrounded him had no idea who they were talking to right now, because he was a thrill seeker and he had over 1 million subscribers and 3,000 viewers on his broadcasts. So Ren unexpectedly told them everything he heard, that they still did not recognize him as part of the Tang clan. So for them, he is still a guest, and of course, in his past life with so many fans, there were also many haters who talked all sorts of nonsense. Seo Ren was told by the elder that however he was able to save the lives of the poisonous flower Hua Yun and the clan chief by destroying the bloody Rakshasa Takun Yang. Then the young man continued, according to the ethics and laws of the Tang clan family, can they afford to insult the guest and the blessing of Till in the presence of the head? In fact, he was accustomed to constant attacks, and these elders were nothing to him. After his words, the elders thought hard. They tried to explain their behavior, saying that this was not the issue. They were worried, so they did not watch their speech, what they said. Immediately after such an explanation, it was clear that the young man had won, and even the elder of the Tang clan was very surprised by this. One of the elders asked if the bloody Rakshasa Takunyan was really killed, and if this boy really killed this monster, it was simply impossible in his mind. The head of the Tang clan told everyone that So Ren was absolutely not lying, and he picked up the notebook and asked them to look at it. Everyone started saying that this couldn't be, only because the head of the Tang clan had in his hands those very records of the bloody Rakshasa. Everything was written in blood when they looked at it. They understood that these records were genuine, and there could be no mistake. After which the head of the Tang clan asked the young man to show us his centipedes to the rest of the elders. So Ren was very happy and replied that he would do the same. After which he told all the other elders to come as close to him as possible. He called his children, that is, those same centipedes that were in his bosom. The elders were even more surprised when they came to look at the centipede to the young man. So Ren pulled them out and held them in his hands. These centipedes were happy and chirping. The elders were even more surprised because they really were centipedes. The head of the Tang clan answered them that his son-in-law was raising the cubs of a giant centipede, and it was they who killed Ta Kunyan by biting him, and the elders were very scared, which meant that the young warrior was the owner of giant centipedes. Then the head of the Tang clan answered them that they did not accept him as a son-in-law, but accepted him as a young warrior. So Ren told his little centipedes that they should not bite because they should not kill anyone, as they did with Ta Kunyang. Then the elders heard these words and they fell silent because they were very scared. They understood that their lives were hanging by a thread. So smiling, they started to say, did they say that they were not accepting? So Ren, they just wanted to remind that there is a certain procedure for accepting new members of their sect. The elder of the slope said that he agreed with him in some ways and he understood their doubts about marriage. But what about the caretaker of the temple? He could become one. The elders began to talk about the fact that the young man had not yet become a full member of the clan, and in that case, they could not entrust the temple to just anyone. They thought that under no circumstances should they take risks, the clan elder said, thought for a moment, then everything would be simple. He approached So Ren and told the young man that he should show his skills. The young man replied that of course he could show them, after which he said that in order to prove that he is worthy of becoming a member of the Sichuan Tong clan, he must demonstrate abilities in the spirit of their clan. After which he announced that he was going to use poisons. All the other elders were shocked. They did not understand what he had planned. All the other elders wanted to know if he really wanted to poison the head of the province, because they were supposed to heal him and not kill him. What was he planning? They were outraged and told the clan head that he was sure of what he was doing, and it seemed to them that this young man did not understand anything, although in fact he was thinking only about one thing, that he would be able to use the Tang clan poisons. The very next morning, he met with the elders of the Tang clan to prepare him for the exam. The elder told the young man that an exam is an exam, and from that day on, he would be initiated into the martial arts of the Tang clan. The young man liked it very much. He thought that he would need to do physical exercises. The elder said that during the training process, the body naturally changes in accordance with martial arts. And also in their clan, special attention is paid to what will be immediately useful to them in practice. He took out a huge scroll, after which he placed this scroll in front of the young man and unrolled it. In his opinion, everything necessary was there. The elder began to say that these are throwing weapons, needles, coins, shurikens, sand, and also daggers. There are a huge number of types, but these are the 5 main ones. The elder looked at the young man and asked if he could guess which of these objects was the easiest to control. So Ren looked and said that in his opinion it was a dagger. The elder told him that he answered correctly and now he should think and say what is the most difficult. So Ren looked at all the objects and said that it was probably sand, since the hardest thing is to throw sand. The elder said that this time he answered incorrectly. The correct answer was needles. So Ren was surprised why Igor, most likely because they are very small. The elder tried to explain to him that this was not true at all, since it was more difficult to remember the place where he threw them. He said that it would be better to show him once than to tell him 100 times. At that moment, he took out an ordinary brush from his inside pocket. So Ren was very surprised and did not understand why he needed a brush. The next thing the elder did was open the brush, and in it were those very needles, after which he threw them up with one hand so that they scattered and began to fall down. When he threw them up, they turned out to be ordinary hairs from the brush he had taken out. But when they started falling down, they were already real needles that could cause damage. So Ren realized this when they started to fall, and tried to protect his body as much as possible from being hit by at least one needle. It was very strange, but the hairs from an ordinary brush turned into needles and were a real weapon. So Ren stood and looked around. There were hundreds of small needles around him that could harm him. The elder said that their Tang clan has a martial art called 10,000 needles, a secret technique that covers the surrounding space with tens of 1,000 needles. So Ren thought that in that case, there was no need to fight the enemy when he could destroy him with such a huge amount of yoke. He noticed that these needles were everywhere. He didn't even know where to step. The elder smiled, looked at the young man and said, "That's why it's important to remember where they are. The main thing is that you don't step on your own games." So Ren thought that this is my god. How interesting, he asked the elder. What about the needles that say the enemy knocked off their positions? He also needs to remember them. The elder said that, of course, if I were a level 5 body, I could only remember the position of 100 needles. His granddaughter Ha Yun is on level 10, so she can remember about 1,000. After this lesson, the young man decided that he should take a little rest, so he lay down. But soon he heard someone's voice calling him. He got up and saw that it was Hua Yun. He looked at her and saw that she was dressed very strangely. He asked what she was wearing. The girl said that they were going to go catch bees. For this, they would need such a suit. So Ren replied that it would be necessary because he wanted to wait for some time, but with such suits, he could go right now. The girl asked if he really wanted to wait. Then he answered her that of course he was ready to go right now and show her everything. She was surprised and asked again if it was true. When they both put on their suits, they went to catch bees. So Ren asked her if she knew where the bees lived. The girl said that she found one place. It was not far, so they could get there themselves. When they were walking, she also asked him if he had already seen the recordings. He was the chiefs of the province. So Ren answered food, of course, their video. Then Hua Yun told him that he was still young, and she was very worried that he might not understand what kind of spirit he had. Yulyasha said that he knows everything perfectly well. It's not his spirit. It's a problem for the good of men. At that moment, she said that's enough. She realized that he really understands everything. In fact, the head of Sichuan province had a problem called impotence. Hua Yun looked at him very suspiciously and said that he knows too much at such a young age. The young man replied that it was all because he lives alone. The girl suddenly ran forward and said that they had to hurry. So Ren, I'll hurry after her. He wanted to ask her why she ran. When they left the estate, they went into the forest. There was no one around. You could admire the nature. Seo Ren didn't have time to take a few steps before he discovered a lizard climbing up. He was ready to follow it, but only Hua Yun managed to stop him. After walking a little more, she said that they had arrived at the place. So Ren stopped with her and looked in that direction. He said, "Here it is." He thought that this was just some great place now. They just needed to finish their job. So they put on a protective hat on their head with a protective net hanging from it so that it wouldn't damage their face. The girl asked Soren if he knew what a beehive without bees meant. At that moment, the young man told her that they had come to catch bees, but they would not catch them. Then she began to misunderstand him even more, what he wanted. Having completely disarmed themselves, they did not approach the reinforced one that was between the huge stones. They needed to go down. So Ren looked inside and said that the poisonous insects they were looking for lived in small colonies. Or to be more precise, they live in hives. He asked her again if he understood and knew everything correctly. When he tried to reach inside with his hand, he said that fortunately it looked like they really lived here. After which he happily took one out of the hive with 2 sticks and shouted that he was caught. The girl did not understand at all what had happened. She approached him and asked if this insect was the one they came here for. The young man replied yes, it was the insect they needed to catch. So Ren looked at the insect they caught and was happy because he knew that this boy would help solve the provincial chief's problem. Hua Yun was very surprised that in his hands was an ordinary insect called mica. The young man said that everything was correct. This insect really was called that. This insect can be caught exclusively in hives where bees live. They have another name. They are called blister beetles or blister beetles. The girl looked at him and said, "Do these beetles really live in beehives?" She really didn't know that. The young man told her that the life of these beetles is generally very interesting. These beetles have a simple way of reproducing. Usually, after laying eggs, they remain in place, creating a safe environment for the hatching of their offspring. However, the Mikeys lay eggs just like that, laying their eggs when the time is right. They also do this wherever they are. They don't look for a special place for this. So they just lay a whole bunch of eggs anywhere when it's time. He explained in general that when the larvae miraculously hatch from these eggs, they rise to the highest point that is nearby. Having reached the top, the larvae begin to behave strangely. Their behavior has not yet been explained by anything. They all come together to form a huge flower of a very bright color and emitting a pleasant smell. It is after they have formed this flower that the bee sees it and thinks that it is a real flower and flies towards them. Hey, this bee, when seeing such a flower, will think that it has always been here and that it has already flown to it several times. As soon as this bee flies too close to this not at all real flower, she won't even have time to come to her senses before all these larvae will be on her body. They will be on her from all sides. Then the game will be over. Her hive has come to an end. The young man said that he does not know at all why these t-shirts choose hives, but it is believed that this is the best place for the larvae to grow, which is why they came to the court. After this story, Hua Yun thought about the poor little bees. She felt very sorry for them. Of course, nothing could be done about it. That's nature. Then the girl asked if their poison doesn't burn the skin. Moreover, a large number of burns can lead to death. Sel Ren answered her that she was absolutely right, and everything is so. The orange liquid that comes out of the body of the blister beetle contains a toxic substance called cantharidin, which, when it comes into contact with the skin, causes blisters like a burn. The girl asked if the poison would have an effect to cure impotence, so Ren said yes, until the toxins are removed from the body. He tried to explain to her so that she would understand that then the soldier would stand as it should all the time. The girl got very angry with him and started saying that he didn't need to explain anything to her. It was time to go back to the temple, turned around and went back. So Ren told her to stop. They needed to collect a couple more pieces. After returning, they went to the temple of 10,000 yards. He gave the recipe for medicine to the workers of this temple and asked them to be very careful. Since it was necessary to dry and grind the insect first, 1% of the contents is poison, so they must be very careful. In this content, the proportion of poison that is dangerous for the body was somewhere around 11 whole 75 milligrams. That is, for 3 whole 75 kilograms of body weight, 1 whole 25 milligrams of poison was a lethal dose. Therefore, the young man said that they should make medicines that, when taken in one go, would be equal to 0.375 milligrams of the contents of this poison, and it should be about 10 drops in size. After which he asked them if everything was clear. While he was explaining it to them, he thought that it seemed like his head was about to split. One of the employees who was supposed to make this poison took off his mask and told the young man that he had never heard such a detailed explanation. He asked if he was really well versed in academic sciences, after which they said that with such a precise formula, they would definitely succeed and they would be able to do everything as he explained to them. The young man thanked them and said that he had hopes for them. That same night, in one of the rooms where the elder of this clan was, he said that he did not know that beetles could have such an effect. His granddaughter told him everything, after which the elder said that he thought they needed to examine all the poisons stored in the temple. She agreed with him. The elder thought for a moment and told his granddaughter that it seemed to him that So Ren was doing well in science. The girl replied that she had also noticed this. He used some formulas and said that the volume of the medicine should be equal to 10 drops. When the elder heard this whole story from his granddaughter, he thought he couldn't even imagine that this young man could be so knowledgeable about poisons. In fact, it seemed to him that this young man knew only about poisonous creatures and nothing more. But this boy is real. Diamond. The grandfather asked his granddaughter about this guy. He wanted to know if she really liked this young man more than at their first meeting. The girl was embarrassed. She responded to the elder that her judgment was too rash. The elder remarked that he hoped that in the future, everything would only get better. The elder also wanted to know how it would be possible to check that the medicine was working. This question made his granddaughter a little angry. She covered her face with her hands and blushed very much. She added that since the elders of the clan do not believe in him, so Ren told her that he was willing to use them as guinea pigs. The elder was very surprised by this. Then he realized what was being talked about, laughed loudly, and said that, "So Ren is such a funny guy." After some time, the very medicine that the young man had asked for was created and brought to the head of the Tang clan. The elders of this clan continued to distrust this young man, and they did not trust the medicine that he ordered, and which was made according to his prescription. A wooden box was placed in front of the young man, inside which was the very medicine he had ordered. The man who made this medicine said that the medicine contains licorice powder and honey, which will give it sweetness when taking the medicine so that there is no unpleasant sensation. The young man thought that this was a great idea, after which he opened this box and asked if they had done everything as he asked. They told him that of course they had taken into account all the dosages. One of the elders did not understand what all the fuss was about. The second supported him and said that he was right. He wanted to know what this incredible medicine was that he had created. The head of the Tang clan heard all these conversations and asked the elders to keep quiet because he did not give them his word. The head of the Tang clan turned to the young man. He said that he understood correctly that he had made the medicine. Now he needed to prove its effectiveness. So Ren asked to prove its effectiveness. One of the elders slammed his hand on the table and shouted that of course they wanted him to prove it. He said that whoever would think of sending unverified funds to the head of the province supported him. The rest of the elders began to say that they definitely could not allow this. The young man lowered his eyes and said that in that case he had no choice but to fulfill their request, and looked at the man who made this medicine. He said that he obeyed. After which this man approached the elders who were concerned about the effectiveness of this medicine. He put a box right in front of them that contained this very medicine. They didn't understand why. One of the elders asked if he really wanted them to test it on themselves, because they had no idea what might be inside, and they didn't understand why the medicine was so black. What if he had just rolled it in the dirt? When the young man heard what the elders were saying, he was very surprised. Then he smiled and asked again what they meant. Hua Yun turned to her grandfather. She wanted to get support from him. He asked, "What is it and why?" Then the young man answered them all that those who had mastered the martial arts of the Tang clan were afraid of poison. And this was exactly what the elder of this clan had told him, and he confirmed this. And judging by the expressions on the elders' faces, it looks like they are all afraid to take this medicine, which means they do not have perfect command of the martial arts of this clan. The elder of the Tang clan told his son-in-law, "It seems he is right." At that moment, the young man very slyly said that most likely this could not be because they were the elders of this clan, and they shouldn't be scared by the common poison of the May bug, which is the basis of this medicine. The elders tried to say that it was pathetic, and the poison was nothing to them. Each of them took one capsule of this medicine. They tried to prove that they really were elders of the clan. One of these elders, after taking the medicine, told the young man that if his medicine had no effect, they would curse him, and he would be punished according to all the rules of the clan. After taking this medicine, they decided that they really needed to wait a while and see what happened. Some time passed, but nothing happened. The elders did not understand what to do, but they decided to blame the young man. One of them was only happy that he was able to survive. He understood that nothing had happened to his body yet, so there was a reason to blame the young man for making a bad medicine. So this elder pointed his finger at him and told everyone to watch because nothing was happening to them. At the very moment when he started talking about it, something seemed to click in his brain, and his penis suddenly stood up. On the very day when the elders took this medicine, they were all in high spirits. In fact, they had no choice but to send this medicine to the head of the province. Everyone understood that it was working. Sometime later, all the elders ran out as one, as they could not contain their lust. The young man said to the elders, "Well, as he said, it is very easy to provoke them with something related to poisons." The elder laughed and replied that they had nothing left but pride, so such behavior was to be expected. The elder also added that the young man should not be afraid of them. They are doing all this for the sake of the clan. Sil Ren wondered if this was true. Elder, she said that of course they are one family. You at this time ran up to them out of breath, Hua Yun. She shouted to So Ren that trouble had come, but did not explain what was going on. When she ran up and was already standing in front of them, the young man asked her what was the matter. The girl answered that their children. She tried to explain to him that something was wrong with their children and that she was very worried about it. At this moment, the elder of the Tang clan grabbed the young man by the collar and lifted him up and began to shake him. The elder was so furious that it seemed like fire was coming off of him. He was shouting what this meant, and where did they get their children from? The elder wanted to know where they had children from and what kind of children those who were not yet married might have. Hua Yun tried to explain to her grandfather that it was about the centipede children that So Ryong was raising. When Eunice heard what was being said, he was very scared. Did something happen to them? So he asked her what happened and why she thought there was something wrong with them. He had been doing a lot of physical exercise lately, and it was taking up a lot of his time, so he asked Hua Yun to look after the kids. He wanted to find out from the girl what could have happened to them. He demanded that she show them to him. The elder watched these showdowns between them. The girl told the young man that they were not here. When they found them after some time, they were surprised that they were not so active and had a slightly different appearance. He looked at them and asked her about the fact that they really suddenly broke away from her and fell to the ground. She tried to explain that yes, everything was fine with them until this morning. In her opinion, they most likely got sick because they turned pale and their body was covered with a strange shell and they were not as active as before. So Ren thought that this was even very good. He said that there was no reason to worry. In his opinion, everything was fine with them. He tried to explain that they call it molting. Creatures periodically shed their skin when they grow. It seems that this is the right time for the babies. The three of them stood watching the babies. The girl asked if they really shed their skin. The boy answered that yes. She shouted for So Ren to look at one of the baby centipedes. He was acting very suspiciously. At some point, the body on the head burst and something started to crawl out of it, but the baby was a little different and no longer looked like that old baby. The elder, watching what was happening together with his granddaughter and the young man, said what an interesting appearance they had taken, because the other two kids had also begun to shed their skin. And after some time, all three babies shed their old shell and were in a new appearance. So Ren shouted that Linka was finished. The girl noticed that the children had become twice as big as they were before. After which she asked the young men, by the way, do they have names? He thought, after all, he really didn't call them anything and they didn't have names. So Ren thought since they had already grown up and were already a little different from each other, it was worth giving them names. He decided to take the easiest path. He called one Bib, the other Bob, and at that moment the girl stopped him and said no. She said that the centipedes would become dragons in 1,000 years, and it was necessary to give them majestic names. The young man laughed. He did not understand how they could become dragons. The elder tried to explain to him if he doesn't think so, then why is the 1,000-year-old centipede called a heavenly dragon? So Ren thought it seemed like her grandfather told her this story. She believed it. But in fact, it was indeed possible to give them names. He just needed some time to think about it. Then the young man said that he would name them Chushin and Bin. The girl was very surprised why he chose these names. Then the young man tried to explain to her that Chu means the beginning of Shin-Ti aroma, and Bin is a name that means harmony. After such an explanation, Hua Yun understood that she could not object. She had nothing to say to him. She only added that traditionally fathers are supposed to give names to their children, so that's how centipedes got their names. They did not go as usual, and the centipedes again stuck to the young man's body. It was hard for him to walk with them. Although he is not physically strong enough, he can still move around with the Scolopendra babies. It was just hard for him. Because they gained a lot of weight, the most significant change in his kids was their weight. Previously, they were the size of small sausages, but now they are a little bigger than his shoulder. Of course, they tried to tell him to forgive them for having become so heavy. I realized that the centipedes also understand that it has become difficult for him to hold them, so they simply wrap themselves around his waist or arms. When he was walking with his children this time, he heard a conversation between two men. One of them was laughing and talking about something else. He said that the Tang clan had a lot of money, so he suggested to the second that they hit the jackpot. The second agreed with him. The two were discussing among themselves how easy it is to make money. They were laughing at the Tang clan. The young man thought what kind of people they were. So he very quickly decided to return to the Tang clan's estate and see what was going on. The head of the Tang clan made an announcement this time. He said that he had good news. He and So Ren were sitting at the table together with Hua Yun. The head of the clan said that not long ago they sent the medicine that he had made to the head of Sichuan province. The clan chief said that the medicine worked so well that the provincial chief conveyed his gratitude and a generous reward to him, and the young man was delighted. After which the head of the clan added that he did not think that he would be so happy about the fact that the young man was his son-in-law because he had done so much for the clan. So Ren laughed and said that he was glad that he had helped them. At this moment, the head of the Tang clan looked at the young man and added that he had thought for a long time and decided that he was ready to offer him. Namely, he was going to offer him one of his elixirs. He said that he was sure that his heart would not tremble from any other reward. At that moment, Eunice thought, if we are talking about the elixir, then grandfather Hua Yun said that elixirs are designed to nourish internal energy. Hua Yun intervened in their conversation and asked her father what kind of elixir they were talking about. The head of the clan replied that he was not offering anything supernatural. He wants to offer the young man only the nectar of the golden royal bee, but he was very serious. So Ren, from what he heard, thought, what does a bee have to do with it? What does nectar have to do with it? Are we really talking about honey? When he becomes a master, internal energy will play an important role for him. So he decided that for now, he needs to take, and immediately thanked her father-in-law. The girl addressed her father ambiguously. She said that the nectar that her father offered to So Ren was worthy of a reward. Her father tried to give an explanation. The girl said that what So Ren did is not a weak feat. Even if the golden royal bee is a mid-level insect, its nectar is not so rare. You can't skimp on the reward for So Ren. She demanded that her father give him an elixir that is equivalent to a year of meditation, and bee nectar only gives 2 months. The head of the Tang clan replied that information about the elixir is very expensive. The words of her father threw the girl off balance. She was furious. She screamed that she did not think that this elixir was more expensive than what So Ren did. The head of the Tang clan thought that after such words she should think about having children or not. So Ren turned to his father-in-law and asked what kind of golden royal bee it was. The head of the Tang clan explained to him that the golden king bee is a mid-ranking bee that can sometimes be found in the jungle and is about the size of a small dog. And they also say that drinking bee nectar gives internal energy equivalent to 2 months of secluded meditation. So Ren, when he heard all this, was delighted to see a bee the size of a dog. It seemed very interesting to him. The girl closed his mouth and told him to wait. She looked at her father and said, "He doesn't want to upset her." The head of the Tang clan answered his daughter that everything was not so simple. He thought that the young man would be very interested in personally seeing the golden royal bee. When So Ren heard the word personally, he was very happy. He asked his father-in-law if he really wanted to say that he would be able to see the bee. The head of the Tang clan answered him that of course. He became so interested that he thought that he could even collect honey himself. He had once done something similar and he really liked it. After which the young man jumped up and told his father-in-law that he was ready to go right now, since he was a master in collecting honey. The head of the Tang clan laughed and said that he knew he would like it. The young man asked what the golden royal bee looked like. The clan leader told him that it looked like an ordinary bee. The girl was very upset. Immediately after this, they also went for honey. The young man's father-in-law had really important information that was priceless. Then they came to the clearing and discovered that 2 groups of people were sorting things out among themselves. Some said that they had arrived first, and therefore had the right to collect the nectar of the golden royal bee. The others said that this was nonsense. They had paid for the information. Some claimed that it was they who bought the information, and that they were sold this information by 2 men, one of whom had a thick beard and a mole on his face. The others said that this was all wrong, and that having received the information in any case, they could not just leave. When So Ren heard about this man with a thick beard and a mole on his face, he remembered the 2 whose conversation he overheard. Now it was clear that these people sold the same information to both sides. The head of the Tang clan shouted at all these guys that they were not impudent bastards, and how dare they cause trouble in the territory of the Sichuan Tang clan. All these guys were very surprised when they heard that people from the Tang clan had arrived. They realized that the honey harvest had gone down the drain. The head of the Tang clan told the young man that this was his first foray outside the clan's territory, and that he should be careful and remember that he was part of the Tang family. He agreed with this. After which the young man heard that a detachment of warriors of the Tang clan was approaching them. He did not understand why they were needed. The head of the clan said that from now on he is their leader and it is time for him to learn how to lead squads. The young man said that he had never done anything like the previous one and does not know how to lead. He added that there is also Hua Yun and she can lead the clan. Head told him that Hua Yun belongs to him and she is his future wife. It turns out he is much more important than her. At that moment, the young man thought that she would really be his future wife. He heard her voice saying that he would cope and she would help him with this. At least he thought that he would try very hard. Going beyond the clan's territory, they met with another squad. So Ren asked the leader of the squad poisonous Bloodwool gang what they should do in this situation. Will they really have to share honey with them? The leader replied that they will not do anything like that. The leader of the Poison Blood Squad asked the guys who stood in front of him who dared to sell the information. The girl noticed that whoever was there, he was quite brave. If you thought that you would go unpunished for selling information obtained from their clan, one of these guys shouted in front of them, there is a poisonous flower. Hua Yun is the daughter of the head of the Tang clan. The guy who was in the opposite squad understood that he wouldn't get away with it that easily, and he understood that he might have to fight. He began to say that he was asking for forgiveness for the thoughtless possession of the Sichuan Tang clan, and they were ready to leave this place immediately. He launched his head. After these words, all the others also lowered their heads and began to say that their clan also regretted what happened, and they would also leave this place. They added that as soon as they came across those bastards, they would rip the skin off them. Their clan would also leave this place. After which all these guys turned around and ran in the opposite direction. So Ren thought everything was very simple and they didn't just take it and leave. Is the Tang clan really that powerful? When So Ren saw this, he said that everything was decided. The squad leader said that he didn't think so. Then he added that people from the non-believers of SEQ do not leave this matter so easily. The leader then added that first they would take up a position and set up a patrol. He was sure that those guys were hiding nearby, and waiting for a convenient opportunity, he ordered Gu Pei to inspect the area. The girl looked at So Ren for us. She wanted to explain to him that everything would be fine and that he shouldn't worry. In fact, he changed his mind about something completely different. He thought that he wanted to look at his honey, namely at his golden honey, and at the golden bee personally. In order to observe all this, he had to get as close as possible. They hid behind one of the stones and watched the hive. After some time, he saw the first huge golden royal bee flying near the hive. When he looked at it, he saw not one but several bees flying in and out of the hive. The young man was delighted because these were the same golden royal bees. The girl said that she was also seeing them for the first time. How big they were, she added. Seo Ren told Hua Yun that these Livian golden bees are just cute. The girl added that from the hairs they have, they look very fluffy. The leader of the squad who is with them added that this is why their full name is Tai. Hairy royal bees. Suddenly, the young man asked why the colony was so small, and their number was about several hundred. Was it because of the size of the insects? The girl asked again what a colony was. The young man answered her that it was called a community of bees. Usually in a small hive, there are from 5 to 7,000. She looked at him and said, "Wait a minute, does he really know how many bees there are without looking into the hive?" So Ren answered her that he roughly understands, looking at the number of bees flying in and out. All three of the bee watchers heard loud footsteps behind them, and they turned their heads to see who it was. It was Gu Pei. He turned to the leader and said that he had found people from unbelieving sects. The leader of the squad asked where these people were. The assistant tried to explain that he followed these people, and that was the only reason he was able to find them. Those bastards were on the other side. It didn't look like they were up to anything, but he was sure they were going to do something. The leader of the squad thought for a bit and said that they needed to wait until the end of the day and then go for honey using the good old method. The young man wanted to know what method they were talking about. The leader of the squad told about an old ancient method they needed to first light wormwood leaves. The smoke would calm the bees, and at that time they would collect honey. The young man thought that this was a really good method. At that moment, the assistant added that by the way the wind would be in their direction. For some time, everyone sitting there thought that the wind was really blowing in their direction. Unexpectedly for everyone, so Ren jumped up. From his expression, it was clear that he had thought of something. The assistant asked if some good idea had really occurred to him. So Ren replied that if the wind blows in their direction, it means that the smoke will mask their smell. Everyone present agreed with him, after which the young man stood up and went somewhere. He said that he would return very soon. The girl could not understand where he ran off to without her. So she tried to stop him, grabbed him from behind. She said that the golden royal bees were very dangerous creatures, and he should not approach them, to which he replied that he would only touch them and immediately return. She never let go of his hand and said that he could not move or come close to them. She was very worried about him. So it didn't take him long to decide that he should throw a small stone towards the hive. This stone he threw fell right in front of the very entrance to the hive. He was able to throw it to the hive. So Ren wanted to see what would happen next. The girl was very scared. And she was right, because immediately after that, golden royal bees began to fly out of the hive. Hua Un grabbed Seo Ren and shouted at him that they urgently needed to escape from this place as quickly as possible, and immediately after that, the young man was scolded. After which he retired, sat on one of the stones and wondered if there was any other way to get this nectar. He understood that if they tried to light a fire, they would end up right in the middle between those sects and the bees. And the golden royal bees are very different from ordinary bees. As they were running away, the young man noticed that golden royal bees can feel vibrations coming from the earth at a distance of more than 30 mm. Even earth bees are not capable of such a thing. His loneliness was interrupted by the girl's voice. She had finally found him. He was also glad to see her. The girl came up to him and said that she thought the kids had already eaten their fill. They were all trying to escape from her, so she transferred them to him. He thanked her for it. When she put them on him, the babies were still playing around. They were running all over his body and chirping. After she gave him these babies, she herself ate them next to him on this huge stone. The girl looked at him and asked how the search for ideas was going. So Ren answered her that he thought he needed to watch the bees longer. Then Hua Yun asked him for forgiveness and said that it might seem to him that she was pressuring him. He could use as much time as he needed and that he shouldn't rush. While he was thinking about the pressure and that he shouldn't rush, the girl asked him to look at the other side of the tree. Something was happening. Then the young man looked closely and saw that it was an ordinary monkey, and on the other side of the tree they were having a fight there. It was very surprising. After all, these were two huge monkeys that were fighting each other, and neither of them gave in to the other. Grandfather said that it seemed to her that one monkey was angry about something. At that moment when she said this, the young man had an idea. He took a deep breath and smelled some strange smell. He asked Hua Yun. She also feels that a scent has begun to spread from somewhere. The girl tried to sniff, but she didn't smell any scent. Then So Ren wondered if these were pheromones, and if they really were, then this wasn't very good for them. So he shouted to Hua Yun that they needed to leave immediately. The bees would start acting crazy soon. She looked at him and agreed with him. This time she, like their previous one who had picked him up, pushed off very quickly because she tried to rush away from this place. She held it and very quickly tried to get away from this place so that these bees would not touch them. After some time, they were in a completely different place. They landed after this jump in a safe place. Even though they jumped quite a distance away, they still felt a swarm of bees flying out of their hive. It seemed that it was something very loud, and these bees were flying at great speed towards their victim. Namely, their victims were those same two monkeys who were fighting with each other right next to the tree where their hive was located. All these bees flew up to these monkeys and released their stings into them. The body of these monkeys was all covered in blisters. When they watched what was happening, they thought that just a little more and there would be trouble. The girl asked the boy how he knew that the bees were going to attack and why he told them to leave before they started making noise before the attack. He tried to explain all this to her because of the smell that began to come from their hive. It was some kind of very sweet smell. The girl said that she thought she smelled magnolia. He looked at her and wondered if she had smelled it too. He looked at her and wondered if she could really distinguish smells so well that she could instantly determine that it was the scent of magnolia. So he asked her if she knew what that smell was, and she answered that of course she knew. He was very happy and pounced on her because it turns out there are plants that smell the same as pheromones. He started hugging her because it was she who helped him. The girl did not understand what was happening to him and even started blushing. At that moment, he confessed that he had come up with a way. His kids also wanted to hear what kind of way it was. At that moment, he came up with a way to destroy the bastards who dare to encroach on his honey. In the camp where the sects of unbelievers were located, they were in a state of waiting. The leader of their sect made several cafes which calmed him down a little from what he had experienced just recently. After he drank, he decided that he should have a snack. He thought it was just a great time. One of his sect asked him what he thought when the Tang sect would go for nectar, to which he replied that he didn't even know. They had been importing something for several days in a row, and now they've gone quiet. So he made the assumption that they would probably start very soon, and everyone else agreed with him. The leader asked the people who brought him here how exactly one can make money from the hives. They told him that he should learn to trust people and began to explain that candles made from the wax of golden royal bees are very valuable and are used in the palaces of the Tang clan. Ships must have arrived for nectar, so their hives, and then he added that if they make a mistake, and in this case they will die, after which they all laughed very loudly. One of the guys noticed that there was a poisonous flower there with the rest of the Tang clan, and he thought they should show nobility and save her. The leader said that it was a great idea because she was just a beauty. And he liked her too, just from the thought and not because his whole body started tickling. Continuing to discuss her, one of these guys asked who would become her groom because the Tang clan would have to pay for saving their daughter. At that moment, one of the guys felt a very pleasant smell that was reaching him. He said that this pleasant aroma was coming from somewhere. It must be that girl. They meant Hua Yun. The second thing he said was that he was sure that this aroma was coming from her. The aroma was really very strong, and it seemed to fill their entire space. Suddenly, one of them turned his head and asked, what was that sound that was very slowly approaching them and getting louder? When they raised their heads, they saw that a huge swarm of bees was approaching them, and it was very close to them. These guys didn't understand what the hell it was and where these bees could come from, and most importantly, why they were flying straight at them. When this bee was very close, and they realized that these were golden royal bees, one of these guys shouted to everyone to run as fast as possible. But in fact, it was already too late. The swarm of royal golden bees was very close, and it was moving towards them. Within minutes, the huge golden royal bees had reached their target, and each of them would release their stinger into one of these guys. This smell was everywhere, so the bees flew towards this smell. It seemed that the smell accompanied all their movements, and they flew precisely to the places from which this smell came. Seo Ren and Hua Yun watched the movement of the golden royal bees. The girl was very surprised. She couldn't even imagine this until that moment. The leader of the squad said that all the bees were flying to one place. Then the girl asked So Ren what he did. She didn't know that bees could get so angry because of the smell of flowers. Then the young man replied that it was he who ordered them to attack. Hua Yun asked again what he meant by ordered to attack because it was just a pile of crushed flowers and berries. So Ren said that it was not like that at all. The smell was an order for an all-out attack. He noticed it the last time they were watching the bees. Pheromones are a general term for chemical signals used to communicate with animals of the same species. Insects, especially social ones such as ants and bees, very actively use this method of transmitting information. The smell that the bees patchouli and which awakened them to attack is called isoamyl acetate hua, yun. Notice that his waved smells exactly the same as the smell that provokes bees to attack it was simply amazing in her opinion. So Ren added that what was more surprising to him was that she could distinguish smells. Then the girl replied that since they were dealing with poisons, it was simply necessary to have sensitivity to smells. So Ren looked closely at the Yuli and said that in that case they could move on to the second part of his plan. Once golden royal bees have left their nest, they may move out to collect nectar. So Ren Sheeple was the first to hold in his hands a cocoon specially twisted from grass. They approached the place where the bees lived, 3 of them, Seo Ren Hua Yun, and the leader of the squad who accompanied them all the time. He asked to let him go first, since it could be dangerous. When they looked inside, they were very surprised. The young man said that it was simply incredible, and he had never seen anything like it before. When they were already standing inside, they noticed that above them hung huge honeycombs, which were filled with honey laid by the royal golden bees. These honeycombs were so huge that they seemed several times larger than those of ordinary bees. Standing there inside, the leader of the squad said that it seems that all the bees have left this hive, and they are not in any danger. When the young man turned his head and began to examine these honeycombs, he saw something very strange. He told the squad leader that in his opinion there was no nectar here. The squad leader came closer. He did not understand how this could be at all. Well, take a closer look at these honeycombs. They saw that they were not filled with nectar, so there was nothing for them to take from here. The girl said that so Ren was absolutely right because there was not a drop of nectar. The squad leader thought that something like this had never happened before. When the young man looked closer, he was even more surprised because this definitely couldn't have happened. There was not a single egg in the honeycombs. The leader of the squad asked the young man if this could somehow be connected with the lack of nectar. Then he explained that it seemed that these bees were preparing for migration, which is why they hid all their nectar reserves in their bellies. Most likely they made this decision because there were a lot of people nearby, and these people scared them with their smells and vibrations. And so Ren also added that this is exactly how bees do not lay eggs when they decide to migrate, because they cannot afford to take care of their larvae. When the young man looked closely, he saw something incomprehensible to him, and thanks to this, he drew conclusions. He asked the squad leader if they were to use the weightless movement technique without interruption, how long it would last. The squad leader replied that he thought it would last for about half a day. The assistant looked into the gorge where there was a beehive and shouted to the young man that bees were approaching. They were flying at high speed. He informed them that the bees, despite their assumptions, were returning, so they needed to leave their hive immediately. The leader of the squad shouted to the boys and girls that they should leave, but so Ren told him to wait a little. He wanted to get somewhere, but Hua Un stopped him. She grabbed him by the collar and explained that he needed to leave here. The assistant standing at the entrance shouted for them to run quickly because the swarm of bees was very close. So Ren ran to the exit with all his might, but it was hard for him to do so because there were 3 babies on his body, and they were already quite large. When they got out of this gorge, it was night outside. The moon was shining brightly, and there was absolute silence all around. The rest of the warriors from the squad that So Ren and Hua Yun accompanied were talking among themselves about how just a little more and there would be trouble. The girl exhaled and said that fortunately they managed to leave the hive before the bees arrived. Then she turned and looked at So Ren and asked him what he was holding there, and it was clearly not their babies. The young man said that he saw that the bees had abandoned the queen bee. That was why he stayed, and since they had not found any nectar, they asked the queen to make it. The leader of the squad was very surprised when he managed to take this queen bee. The girl was simply shocked how and when he managed to do it. They had nothing to say about it, but they understood that it was not safe for them at all. They looked at the queen of the royal golden bees, how she behaved, and they couldn't even imagine what this could mean for them. The young man told the leader of the squad that they had very little time, as soon the bees would discover the loss and begin to pursue them. Therefore, they need to run away as quickly as possible because the race has begun and lives are at stake. That is why they moved from the place, and with the help of silent movement began to run away from this place. But the queen of the royal golden bees constantly made incomprehensible sounds. So Ren tried to explain to her and calm her down so that she would behave more quietly. They just wanted to take her to a place where people would not bother them. Several days had already passed since the start of the death race. Most of this time they ran to rest. They managed only for a short time when they saw that the bees were approaching. Then they continued to offend again. Now their squad looked tired. Some people couldn't withstand this crazy race, and they gave up. The young man thought that upon his return, he would have to ask to teach him the technique of heavenly movement, since he himself could not move silently. Some of the people in the squad that accompanied them simply couldn't take it anymore and fell, and another one fell. The leader of the squad of ladies, Poisonous Blood, reported that they had lost another member of their squad. He could not move further. The young man sat on the assistant's back and thought that he couldn't let the bees lose sight of them forever. He himself needed to activate the technique of celestial movement. The assistant was very tired, so he told So Ren that he should manage without him. The young man agreed with him. After 3 days, there were only 3 of them left, Seo Ren, Hua Yun, and the squad leader. But he couldn't withstand this crazy race and fell. The leader of the squad asked for forgiveness because he could no longer move on. He simply did not have the strength. So Ren looked at him and he understood that they were the only 2 left and they had no one else to rely on. It was at this moment that Hua Yun told the young man that she would carry him. Seo Ren tried to infect her. He said that he would simply run himself. The girl covered her face and needed a few seconds to tidy herself up, after which she opened her face and loudly declared that she would cope completely since people from the Tang clan never give up, so she had no right to give up. After some time, they approached the main gate of the estate where the Tang clan was located. The guards who were standing at the gate began to look closely at who was approaching them, and imagine their surprise when they realized who it was. The guards shouted that the lady had returned, but they still didn't understand why they were barely moving. One of the guards shouted that the lady had returned and asked them to come out and help them get to the Tang clan estate. As soon as So Ren and Hua Yun were already safe in their clan's territory, they immediately held a family council. The head of the Tang clan was very outraged. What was going on? He did not understand why his daughter was the only one to return, and where was the detachment that was supposed to accompany her? And he also didn't understand why she was in such a state that she couldn't move on her own. She needed help. The head of the Tang clan asked the young man to give an explanation, so Ren told him to calm down first. The girl was exhausted from the 10-day chase. Then he added that now is not the time for this. They need to go to the training ground. The clan elder did not understand why he was saying this and why. So Ren climbed inside and started to take something out. He tried to explain to them that it was all because of the queen of the golden royal bees, after which he took out the queen of the golden royal bees and added that a swarm would soon arrive, and that they needed to act immediately with the rest of the bees. The elder laughed and said that this boy never ceases to amaze him. The head of the Tang clan added that they went for ordinary nectar and brought back a queen. Then the elder said, if there really is no time, they need to hurry and go to the training ground. After which the elder did not bother to find out anything. He left the head of the Tang clan and Hua Yun, and he himself, together with the young man, went to the training ground. As they moved silently through the air above the roofs of their estate, the young man observed how far away the bees were. He shouted to the elder and he asked what was going on since he couldn't see what was going on behind him. So Ren tried to explain to the elders that the bees were starting to cluster and there were a lot of them. The elder said that there were so many bees that were flying after them and how did they manage to bring everyone with them? After which, the elder said that he thought they needed to speed up, otherwise they could catch up with them very quickly. The very next moment, the elder landed near a huge tree on that very training ground and said that they were there. So Ren with all his might, with the queen of the royal golden bee to that very tree. He told the queen of the golden royal bee that this was the very place he had spoken of, and that from now on, this would be her home. When they went inside, he released the queen golden bee and said that this was indeed a good place for her new home. After he let her go, the queen golden bee looked around the place from all sides. After which she flew back to the young man, and it seemed that she really liked this place. She had a satisfied look. The elder told the young man that it was time for him to end because the bees were approaching and it was time for them to leave. The swarm of bees was very close. It was flying right above the Tang clan's estate and everyone could see it. The queen golden bee began to make sounds that called all the other queen bees to fly in her direction. When So Ren walked away from this tree, he could see that all the bees began to fly inside this tree. The elder, observing everything that was happening, said that this was the first time in his life that he had seen something like this, and that he was surprised for the first time. In fact, the migration of bees was successfully completed, and it was a great idea of the young man that he was able to implement. Now they could observe these golden royal bees that were on their territory. They gave the bees sugar water because they were probably tired of chasing them for a very long time. The representatives of the Tang clan and its leader watched what was happening. They thought how well these golden royal bees eat. They say that food will make anyone kinder, and what a blessing that there is sugar in this world. These bees, if you look at them, they are happy, so cute. When they gave them sweet water, they hoped that this sweet water would make the bees afraid of people a little less, and it would be great if they recognized So Ren as their master. After thinking, the young man unexpectedly shouted to everyone that he definitely remembered something else. The head of the clan asked him what it was. Then the young man asked how Hua Yun was doing. The head of the Tan clan, a little offended, answered him that he would ask again tomorrow. And then he added that Hua Yun was resting, his mother-in-law was looking after her. He asked again if his daughter had really carried the young man on her back the whole way, so Ren answered that yes and asked for forgiveness. He began to explain that they slept about 2 hours a day, and the rest of the time they ran. The head of the Tang clan was even more surprised. The elder first coughed when he heard this, and then he turned to the young man. He wanted to know where the Poison Blood squad with the leader of this squad is now. The young man answered him that most likely the members of this squad were now lying somewhere on the road, and it would be necessary to go for them and pick them up a little later. All the members of the squad, poisonous with blood, returned to the clan, safe and sound. Hua Yun came to her senses while talking to So Ryong and said that it seems like the golden royal bees have regained their strength. It's just wonderful. The young man told her that all the bees were currently collecting nectar from flowers grown on the territory of the Tang clan. The girl noticed that it was very cute. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by an assistant who called So Ren. The girl and the boy looked at him. They wanted to know what happened. The assistant did not explain anything. He asked the young man to go out for a while. The assistant began to say that the bees were behaving very strangely. It would turn out that they were looking for something. This was surprising. So Ren did not hesitate. He came out very quickly and decided that he needed to go and see if the bees were really looking for something. When he went outside, he saw that the bees were flying very low, and it seemed that they were really looking for something. As soon as the young man went outside, all the bees that were flying above him came closer to him. One of the choo-choos stuck right to his head, and several more sat on his shoulder. The young man did not understand what they wanted. The girl asked him how he was doing, after which these golden royal bees grabbed his things and started to pull him up. So Ren didn't understand what was happening, but all these bees were trying to pull up. The young man was a little scared. And the next moment he felt his feet lift off the ground. All those bees lifted his air. It was very unusual. They lifted him up in the air and held him. Hua Yun and the assistant were very surprised by what was happening. They were worried about him. After which these bees moved the young man to the very place where their hive was now located. He was a little surprised by what was happening, but he had to understand why they moved his court. Approaching the entrance to the hive, he tried to ask them why they had brought him here, whether something had happened in their hive. Several of the Levski golden bees began to push him from behind so that he would go inside the hive. The young man agreed and said that he was going. When he went inside, he was even more surprised because he couldn't even imagine that they would be able to arrange everything there in such a short time. Raising his head up, he thought that they had already set up this hive, and most importantly, they had started making honey. He turned his head to the side and saw that on the side was the very same uterus that he had been carrying all this time. She was approaching him. He thought that she was unhappy with something. She was approaching him closer and closer. He extended his 2 hands and she landed on his hands. He tried to ask her if she really needed to be lifted higher, but they brought him there in order to, as it seemed to him, thank him. They surrounded him on all sides so that he could not even move. And in his hands was that same royal golden queen bee who looked straight into his eyes. He did not understand what was happening at all, after which she began to approach his face. At some point, he even became very scared and began to shout at her to stop, but it was too late because she approached him and kissed him. The strangest thing is that he couldn't move and couldn't refuse it in any way, but nothing happened to him. After she flew away from him, he clearly felt that she put something in his mouth. The only thing he wanted was for her to get off him as quickly as possible so he could get out of this hive. It seemed that everything that was happening from her side was like gratitude and recognition that he had given them such a beautiful beehive. After she and all the other bees had flown away from the young man, he was able to move and he took a deep breath. He was a little angry and said that she was an ordinary bee and it was his first kiss, and why did she do it? After which he felt R14 in his body, and this feeling kept increasing and he could not control it in any way. At one point, he couldn't even stay on his feet, and so he collapsed to the ground right in the middle of the hive. With his last strength, he tried to find out what she fed him. He understood that these were the consequences of that very kiss. He looked at the queen of the royal golden bee and thought that she had poisoned him or fed him something. So Ren Lisa on the ground in the middle of the hive, his body seemed to be burning with fire, and he could do nothing about it. He understood that after the strange discomfort caused by the tickling all over his body, after which he had a burning sensation in his body, and he could not cope with this sensation in any way, he thought that this was the end. The next step, he felt a strong pulsation. He tried with all his might to grab the queen of the royal golden bee to find out from her what she did to him. And what did she give him in response? She only calmly answered him, as always, making some incomprehensible sounds. While Yun tried to shout to the young man, they stood with the grandfather over his body. The girl said that something strange was happening to him. The elder answered her that it seemed he had absorbed too strong an elixir. The girl tried to wake him up somehow. She said that she would direct his internal energy. When he opened his eyes, she was glad that he came to his senses. Raising his head, Eunice, to find out where he is, the girl answered him that this is the medicine hall of the temple 1,000 yards. She tried to explain to him that when she and her grandfather saw him being carried away by bees, they immediately hurried after him, and when they arrived at the place, he was already lying unconscious. She wanted to clarify whether he remembered what happened. The young man tried to remember what happened to him. He covered his face with his hands because he remembered that very first kiss, and he was ashamed. But Yun asked the young man if he was okay, if something really hurt. He opened his face at the moment when she wanted to call her grandfather. He asked her to wait a minute. At this point, the young man plucked up his courage and made a move. He needed to confess everything. So he started talking about how the queen bee fed him something and he thinks that's the reason. The girl wanted to clarify what exactly he ate. The young man said that he didn't know the exact name, but it was something like royal jelly. Hua Yun asked him again, royal jelly. The young man continued to say that most likely yes, bees collect nectar and pollen because worker bees live only on this and feed on this because they work hard their entire lives. He continued to tell that as for the queen, she feeds from birth on the milk that the worker bees make. In that case, what came out was the queen fed him royal jelly. Hua Yun was very surprised because she found out that this is what came out. This is what the queen had been eating throughout her life. The young man added that yes, however, royal jelly has a special effect. The girl wanted to know what it was. Then he began to continue telling her that on average, a working bee lives for a month and a half, but a queen bee that feeds on milk can live 60 times longer. Isn't that surprising? The girl said that he calmed down, after which she said that now everything became clear to her and the riddle was solved. She explained to him that the technique he was studying was called the 5 Poisons Gate technique. Since it was intended for beginners, he was unable to absorb all the energy of the elixir. After all, he said that the nectar of the golden royal bee is equivalent to 2 months of secluded meditation. It turns out that he received 60 times more, that is, 10 years of secluded meditation. After which she congratulated him on such a pleasant surprise for him. It was also a big surprise because he received 10 years of meditation. After which the girl couldn't hold back and said that there was something else. She said he should look at his reflection. She was sure that royal jelly had other effects too. The young man was very scared and asked her again what she meant. Did something else happen to him? So he thought he needed to look at his reflection in the mirror as quickly as possible. When he approached the mirror, he was really surprised at how he looked. It seemed very strange to him. He wondered if the royal vein always gave such an effect, and where had the simple village boy gone? His facial features became much softer, and his skin was absolutely smooth like a girl's. He was just a handsome man. He touched his face and simply did not recognize it. It seemed to him that it had become completely different. All this was because he ate the queen's royal jelly when he thought that everyone would start laughing at him and said that now he would have to be called by a female name. At some point, he even doubted that he was a guy, so he felt uneasy. He decided to take off his pants and see if he was still a young man and if there had been any changes there. But when he was convinced that he was a guy, he thought that thank God what should have been in place remained there. He remembered her words. If it weren't for grandfather directing your energy properly, everything could have ended very badly. So he thought that he should go and thank grandfather because he actually saved him from danger. So he went outside and headed in the direction where he thought the elder should be. When he was walking down the street, he caught himself thinking that he felt people looking at him. He wondered if it was because his internal energy had gotten better. At some point, he even felt very embarrassed that girls were paying attention to him. He quickly arrived at the Tang clan dining hall as he was about to thank the elder. He felt awkward going into the dining room and sitting at the same table with everyone else. He thought that they would start looking at him too. But in the network, the dishes that were prepared and that were already on the table and were delivered to the plant were such that he could not refuse them under any circumstances. And yet, as it seemed to him, everyone was sitting and waiting for him to appear and not starting to eat without him. The dishes on the table were so delicious that he couldn't change his mind and not sit down at the table to eat. Hua Yun's mother, when she saw him, screamed that it was something. She started saying that everyone should look at their son-in-law. His skin was just glowing. She asked how he was feeling. The young man lowered his head, thanked her, and said thank you. He asked for forgiveness for the trouble he had caused, to which she responded by saying that she congratulated him on his good luck. She kept telling everyone to look at his skin and thought that Hua Yun was probably very happy about this. The girl just blushed with shame. Despite this, she asked him to sit with them. The young man agreed that he would eat with them at the back table. When each of their family sat in their place, they sat silently for some time without saying anything. The head of the Tang clan could not stand it and asked the young man how his body was, to which he replied that it was fine, and once again asked for forgiveness for the troubles. He also turned to his grandfather and said that he wanted to thank him for saving him, after which the elder said that he congratulated him on his good luck. The head of the Tang clan and the elder wanted to find out firsthand from the young man what had happened and for him to tell them everything. They said that Hua Yun told them something about royal jelly, but they were interested in another question, how it all happened. It was a very awkward question for him, so he didn't know how to explain it to them correctly. He started to blush. He said that apparently the queen of the golden bees really liked their new home, so she decided to thank him. Then the bees dragged him into the hive, and there she fed him royal jelly. At this point his story ended. The elder noted that even insects can be grateful for kindness. His granddaughter said that she was very interested. After which the elder asked the young men where to get more royal jelly salts. It seemed to him that it could really help their clan. The head of the clan added that nectar itself is a truly incredible thing for them. Well, royal jelly is really a completely different level. After which the girl's mother approached him and said that he would be able to get more royal jelly for her. This was a question that interested absolutely everyone sitting at this table, and it hung in the air. The girl looked at him and asked what he thought about it. Would he be able to do it? He didn't know the answer yet. He thought that normal bees have several chambers for the queen called the royal hive, where she can trick the worker bees into collecting royal jelly. If you try to do something similar with such smart creatures, they will turn their nest around. Royal jelly is originally food for larvae, but the queen herself fed it to them. What if everything works completely differently for these bees? At that moment he thought that he should tell him the whole truth, otherwise he would get confused. So the young man said that he was afraid, but it would not be easy to do. The elder asked him why he was saying that, because in reality, nothing is impossible. Eunice said that he was not sure that anyone could eat royal jelly. The head of the Tang clan asked why it really tasted strange, or maybe it didn't smell very good. The young man had no choice but to tell the truth, so he said that this was not the issue at all. He started to talk about how the milk was in the mouth of the queen bee, and it follows from this that she herself chooses who to feed her. The queen must press her mouth to the mouth of the one she is feeding. Moreover, it is necessary to allow her tongue to penetrate a little inside. Immediately after these words, he heard a lot of indignation about how to press the mouth of the uterus and how to allow the tongue to penetrate. The head of the Tang clan said that in this case it would be impossible to get the milk. Most likely the queen bee liked So Owen, which means she will not give others such a chance. At that moment, the chopsticks that Hua Yun was holding fell to the floor. The girl was very upset. She lowered her eyes and barely squeezed out of herself, what happens if everything is as he says? Toso Ren turns out he kissed a bee. She found it very strange. It was very quiet around, and there was not a single soul. It seemed like it was complete silence. His hand, which was covered in many wounds and the veins were bulging, lay on the railing of the balcony on which he stood. This man was the leader of the Murim Alliance, the first emperor, whose name was Ju Junhak. He heard a knock, and then a voice that addressed the leader. It was a female voice, and it said that he brought tea. The leader of the alliance told her to come in. Immediately after his words, a beautiful girl entered the room holding a tray with a teapot of tea on it. Turning to him, she said that she had prepared white dew for her master to wash himself with. He turned his head and looked at her side, after which he ate at a long table, and the girl began to pour him tea. She said that this tea was from her hometown. She added that this was the famous tea from Mount Shishan in Nansang. He thanked her and said that he would enjoy it, after which he took the cup in his hands, brought it up and took a few sips. after which he put it back on the table. All this time she watched him drink the tea she brought him, without taking her eyes off him. The girl told the leader of the alliance that General Jagal Hu was waiting for him. The leader asked what had brought him here at such a late hour, but despite this, he said that he could come in. The general, when he entered, folded his hands and lowered his head. He asked for an apology for interrupting the rest of the leader of the alliance. The general tried to inform him as quickly as possible that they had received a message from the head of the Tang clan, which is why he immediately decided to report to him. The leader looked at the general and said that he saw that he wanted to know what kind of urgent news he had come to him with. After which the general dared to go in and approach the leader of the alliance. He had really very important news. When the general came closer to the table, he put a scroll on the table and said that this news concerns the bloody hands of Rakshasa. He reported that the Tang clan was able to destroy the bloody hand of Rakshasa, and he also took his notebook in which everything was written in blood. The head of the alliance was furious. He shouted why. He wanted to know how this could happen, and how they were able to get this notebook that was written in blood, and how it happened that they got it with art. I Bled, the leader of the alliance, said that many years ago, Takunyang disappeared after he received multiple injuries from poisons in his palm. Subsequently, he lived on the island all alone. The general, having listened to the leader of the alliance to the end, said that there was another more interesting story. And this story sounds a little different. This demon, So Unyang was destroyed and defeated by a young man master of poisons. The leader of the alliance asked the general what he meant by the young man master of poisons. The general continued to tell the alliance leader that this all resembled some kind of legend or fairy tale, and then he added that the alliance leader would find all this very funny. After which the general looked at the leader of the alliance and asked him for permission to tell him everything in full detail. After some time, in the Tang clan, absolutely everyone gathered in the meeting room. On one side of the table sat the elder and all the other members of the Tang family. On the other side sat all the other elders of this clan, with the patriarch sitting at the head. One of the elders said that there was no one among them who could sell the information they had obtained elsewhere. Another added that there was no one among them who could worsen the reputation of the Tang clan. Xiao Ren turned to Hua Yun. He asked her why they were talking so insolently to the clan head. She replied that they couldn't talk to him like that, because one of these elders would not dare to harm the Tang clan and would not allow anyone to speak disrespectfully to the clan head. She added that in the end, they are all one family. The head of the Tang clan said that they had already asked the beggar sect to identify him, so they would soon know who it was, and he personally wanted to visit the Yuchang command team. One of the elders then asked him how he would then, if he wanted to visit himself. Ask them the head of the Tang clan, he answered. He said that he would start with a poison that destroys the soul. Then he would add a poison that would fuse the blood, and the last poison that would turn off the stomach. Then he added that as soon as he sees that their family will be writhing in the carriage from the fact that their blood is melting and their organs are stopping, and they will also have a feeling that their soul is being destroyed, then he will finish off their family with a heartbreaking poison. So Ren thought that it was some kind of poison cocktail. The head of the Tang clan added that as soon as he noticed that their body would be subjected to poisonous destruction, he would leave immediately. The leader of the squad said that he was ready to join him at any moment. In just a few minutes, the squad, together with their leader, they stood in front of the head of the Tang clan, ready to accompany him. The head of the clan turned his head, looked at the young man and told him to take care of everything while he was gone. So Ren lowered his head and respectfully replied that he would do as he was asked. He would take care of everything, but the clan leader had to be careful, to which he replied that it was his enemies who needed to be careful, not him. As he left, he shouted that he would take care of their punishment and that it should exceed 100-fold of the retribution. So Ren and Hua Yun agreed with him. So Ren said, turning to Hua Yun, that these people in question are part of the people who destroy poisons, and if this is really so, then he does not believe that he has not seen them before. The girl agreed with him and said that they belong to slightly rough work. She tried to explain that their primary responsibility was to destroy people, which is why they were called the Poison Extermination Team. He thought she was saying that they were being a little rough around the edges, but in reality, it was a little understated. When they were about to leave, they heard someone approaching from behind and someone calling them. When they turned their heads, they saw two elders. These young people showed them respect. They greeted the elders from the Tang clan. One of the elders turned to the young man he asked because he had recently had a meeting. Sel Ren, without raising his head, thought for a bit and said that yes, indeed it was. At that moment, the young man thought, do they really know everything? And are they asking him about the meeting with the queen of the golden royal bee and that she gave him the jelly? The elder, addressing the young man, said that the reason they wanted to meet him was that they wanted to ask him for a small favor. The young man wanted to clarify with them what this small favor was. The elders began to say that this had nothing to do with the royal bees and their jelly. In fact, they wanted to ask him about something completely different. It had to do with something completely different. He had made a truly wonderful elixir, and they wondered if he could do it again. They spoke so mysteriously that the young man did not understand at first what they were talking about, so he asked them again. The elders were a little embarrassed, so one of them told him to come closer to him, and then he would whisper in his ear. The elder began to tell the young man that he wanted to ask him for a favor so that he would make him another medicine from the ground beetles since he had taken this medicine. Then everything was fine with him, so he wanted to try it again. Only after the elder explained everything to the young man did he understand what was being discussed, and he laughed. The young man began to say that it was very difficult for him to get used to the Tang clan, but if the elders were ready to help him with this, then in this case he would be able to help them too. He was ready to share this with him. When the young man gave them this medicine, the elders did not say that they would support him in everything, and he could live comfortably. Each of the elders of the Tang clan stood in anticipation of receiving the same medicine as last time. After each of them received this medicine in their hands, they began to say that it was wonderful to conduct any business and conversation with the young man. When the elder of the Tang clan and his granddaughter saw the other elders hugging So-Ren, he said that finally there was an understanding in their clan. The elder agreed with every word he said, and they wanted to disappear from his vision field as quickly as possible. At this moment, their conversation was interrupted by an assistant. He turned to the elders of the Tang clan. He shouted that some problems had arisen. The elder wanted to know what had happened. The assistant began to talk about how the city from the province was on the verge of death. Everyone was perplexed when they heard about it. So Ren's first question was whether he hadn't been following the dosage and taking the medication as he wanted. The assistant said that this was most likely the reason. After he received these drugs, he went to the apartment to test this drug and he took a new hostage. He began to use this drug twice as often as he was told, which led to this condition. The elder grabbed us by the head because he did not understand what to do in such a situation, so he said that he needed to leave immediately. After which the elder turned to So-Ren. He said that he was the only man left in the clan and all responsibility fell on him. He had to look after the women. The young man said that he would do everything. After which the elder set off on the same journey. As he had said, the young man thought that he too could go and rest. The three of them stood there for a while and watched as the elder of the Tang clan walked away from them. After some time, when evening came, So-Ren and Hua-Yun were sitting and looking at the sky. The girl asked him how he found the production of double poisons that he studied. He answered her that it was not as difficult to understand as it was at the very beginning. Then he thought if 5 yards that returned him the technique of feeling that one moves in a large circle, his body, then twice as many 10 yards will be the engine of his body. The girl noticed that he had recently developed a persistent habit of spreading poisons. After which she said when he can understand all this, then he will be able to release his poison and put it on. So-Ren, when he heard about such an opportunity, he shouted, "Is this all real?" and thanked her. And after which he thought for a bit, nodded his head and said that he wanted to try what she offered him. An object appeared in front of him that resembled something like a human body. It had a head and a torso. He closed his eyes and concentrated on this object. He needed to understand how it existed. Concentrating, he realized that the energy was going from left to right, and he had 2 absolutely identical balls that were rotating in the same direction. At some point, he felt that it was all circulating in his body, something that had never happened to him before. Then he said that he had to let it go, and he moved away and threw it to the side where that very object was. This is a very sharp arrowhead that was supposed to hit its target in the very center. A second later, he actually reached his target, and the object he was supposed to hit exploded. So Ren was very happy and said that he succeeded. The girl noticed that he really succeeded. It was just incredible how he threw this tip. Everyone was watching from the side. These ninjas who were hiding were only thinking about how no one would notice them. They had to complete their task and destroy them. So they were very happy that it was just a coincidence and they didn't notice them. One of these guys said that in his hands were the same notebook with the inscription that was made in blood. Their work was done on this, so he believed that they needed to go back to the sect so that no questions would arise. One of them noted that this clan pays very little attention to security and their safety, so it will not be difficult for them to get out of this place. One of these guys turned his head because he heard something buzzing next to him. He just couldn't figure out what it was. Everyone else also heard this buzzing. Raising their heads up, they saw a bee, but they also smelled magnolia. It was the same smell that irritated the bees. This smell brought the bees into such a state that they were ready to attack anyone who was nearby. The bees went on the attack. They heard sounds coming from very close by. Seoren turned his head and asked what was wrong. Hua Yun told him that it seemed like there was someone there. They saw suspicious people who were shouting where the bees were coming from and trying to run away. It was clear that the girl was the intruder. She told Soren to follow her and she moved forward. The offenders were frightened by the bee stings, and one of them shouted that they needed to leave as quickly as possible. Hua Yun's eyes are not far from them. She told them to stand still. But the violators who did not listen to her began to run away in different directions. Then she decided to use one of her whip skills. She swung her long arm and hit the ground to stop these violators. But she was very surprised because she saw that they were able to dodge her whip. One of the bees stung the intruder and wouldn't leave him. He didn't know what to do with it, so he screamed for it to die. So Ren bent the girl down so that she would be as careful as possible because another intruder was trying to attack her. Hua Yun swung her whip and struck right next to the offender, who managed to dodge the blow. And when he approached and tried to strike her, she blocked the blow with her sword at the last moment. Then she swung and hit him with her shoulder, hitting him in the face. The girl did not stop. She continued to carry one blow after another, trying to stop the offenders. When one of the offenders fell, the guy asked her if she was okay. She replied that she was fine. Seoren saw the intruder lying on the ground and asked what was wrong with him. Was he really dead? The girl silently looked at Soren because she knew what happened to this guy. She said that this intruder voluntarily committed suicide by biting into a capsule with poison. She believed that apparently he had something to hide. All they could hear was that there were violators and everyone should gather. Hua Yun stated that they should form a pursuit squad and go in pursuit, and said that Seo Ryong would be with Gu Bei's soldiers. Without thinking twice, they did not go in pursuit. He commanded that the violators be captured. Seo Ren followed right behind Gu Bei, who kept repeating that they had to catch them. At that moment, the guy was thinking about his charges. They say that his engine should be secured and he will be able to endure everything. He took one step forward and stepped on a stone, after which he heard a loud crack and saw a glow from under his feet. The very next moment, he felt himself falling down, so he started screaming loudly. Gu Pei immediately stopped, walked up to him and asked if he was okay and started to pull him out. The guy said that he already thought that the end had come for him. After he was pulled out, he looked down to see why he had fallen through. Turning his head, he saw he wanted to understand what it was when he realized that he had fallen into a pit with snakes. Gu Pei answered him that it was on Rao snakes that they sometimes gather where dark energy is concentrated. At such times they are especially ferocious, so it is necessary to be careful. So Ren was a little surprised, since he knew well among all poisonous animals, but these were very aggressive. Usually tigers are not so fierce. So Ren told Gu Bei that they were wasting time because of him, and it was going to rain soon, so they had to move forward and he would catch up with them. Gu Pei and his soldiers responded well, and then the intruders began to pursue them. One of the soldiers shouted that the intruders were ahead of him and everyone else had to follow him. The intruders ran up to a huge rock and stopped. They did not move. Gu Pei and his soldiers tried to surround them from all sides, thinking that they had trapped them. Gu Pei shouted that they had nowhere to run. The most important thing was to not let them escape. The soldiers were ready to engage in battle with the intruders in order to find out why they appeared in the Tang clan. Gu Pei took a step forward and shouted to the rest of the soldiers to follow him into the attack. The soldiers of the Goa violators tried to strike them one blow after another, but they repelled their blows. When the soldiers were very close, and it seemed that they would soon be able to deal with them, one of the violators shouted to the soldier that they were pathetic insects, after which he ordered two more guys that they had enough of fooling around and needed to deal with these soldiers. The offenders made several blows and threw the soldiers back a little, but the soldiers did not give up and tried to attack, striking one blow after another. Gu Pei used one of his skills, 3 deadly illusions, sending a deadly spear at 3 intruders. This attack was successful, and the copies of which were filled with poison almost achieved their goal. The intruder, despite trying to escape this attack, was not entirely successful, and one of the poisonous blades hit him right in the chest. He only had time to scream. Gu Pei answered him when he pulled out his blade and his shoulder that he was very lucky. Because of the rain, I would act much slower. It was their curse. Gu Pei and his soldiers thought that they had completed their task and it was time to return. But suddenly they heard sounds that were incomprehensible to them. It was some kind of crackling. And then someone said how many small creatures had gathered here. Gunpei, I don't understand who's speaking, shouted, who else is here, and let him come out so that he can be seen. Unexpectedly for all of them, the ground began to shake and an incomprehensible creature began to crawl out from under the rocks. It was a man with huge fiery eyes and skeletal features. Gunpei shouted that it was the master and all his soldiers should gather. This creature stood right in front of him. It seemed like everything around him was covered in blood. This man asked his subordinates if they were with you, to which they replied that it was certainly not an original, but a very high-quality copy. Xiao Ren, hearing this, turned his head and remembered the events that happened just recently. After all, the copy of the book that his grandfather showed him, he then said that only bad people read such things. The guy told Mr. Gunpei that they had a copy of the book on blood technique. He couldn't even imagine that they won the book on blood technique. He got really angry and shouted that they were bastards and how dare they steal this book. He wanted to know who they were and why they needed these damn records. He asked them again to identify themselves. This person, looking through the records, said that this is not bad because these are copies of recipes, of course. There will not be any in them. But this is more than enough. Come on in, it's certainly early. But what could be better than to announce his return? He believed that you have the glory of blood. He can use any of his clan's techniques. And he ordered his assistant to kill everyone present without exception. He replied that he obeyed. Go to one of your team who was poisoned and was lying on the ground. He extended his hand. After which he used his abilities, which sucked the blood from the one lying on the ground. When Gunpei saw this, he said that it was simply impossible. Everyone was a little scared. Since he started sucking blood out of him, none of them had ever seen anything like this before. After which the offender pulled a blade from his shoulder and threw it on the ground. Its owner laughed very loudly. After which he said that in front of them stood the elder of the blood sect, and he was the dagger of the blood eagle, Lord Ku Chong-ak. So Ren stood looking at him and thought that it was not bad at all. Not even bad at all. The elder from the blood sect continued to say that he had not tasted the blood of young men for a long time, and he was in anticipation. When the elder from the blood sect saw the young man, he realized that he wanted to try his blood. He ordered his subordinates to seize him, since nothing restores strength like our blood. His subordinates said that they understood the order and immediately moved towards the young man to attack him. Gunpei will shout to the young man that he must use the technique of destruction by drinking poisons, and he in turn will not let him get close to So Ren. The elder from the blood sect flew up shouting to all the soldiers that he wanted to see how they tried to stop him, and then laughed loudly. It seemed that the elder of the blood clan had very great power and used his abilities to destroy everything around him. Gunpei looked at the guy and ordered him to leave this place as quickly as possible. But it was too late, as one of the blood sect elder's subordinates captured So Ren and held him captive. The guy tried his best to escape from this deadly embrace, but his opponent told him to calm down because the elder wanted to drink his blood. So Ren was almost unconscious for a little while longer, and he felt like he was going to pass out, but he tried to call for help. His pets, which he always carried with him, went on the attack. They jumped out and began to bite the attacker. These still small centipedes bit into the body of the attacker and did not let go. As soon as the guy was free, he took one poison blade and threw it straight at his opponent. After the enemy was driven back, his little pets returned to him. At that moment, the guy heard a familiar voice calling him by name. He turned his head and smiled. Hua Yun and several other people were rushing to his aid. When they girl approached, she saw everything that happened, and she was a little surprised. She said that this is a technique of destruction by drinking poisons. She was interested in what was happening. She was even more shocked that the blood sect led by their elder attacked them. She did not understand how this was possible. After which Hua Wan shouted that everyone should come to the aid of Gunpei's squad, and she also ordered to replace the 5 poison destruction technique with the 9 poison destruction technique. The blood clan elder stood in the center, surrounded by warriors from the Tang clan, who had no intention of letting him go. The clan elder also said that most likely this is the same boy who destroyed the bloody Rakshana Takunyan. He laughed and then added that it turns out that bloody Rakshan really died. He was killed by centipedes. Gunpei shouted at him to shut up. He was ready to bury his bones. The blood clan elder laughed at his statement and asked him if he really thought he could, after which he added that he wanted to see what they were capable of. At that moment, he was furious. At the place where these events took place, a pillar of fire rose straight into the sky. So Ren was treating the wound of one of the soldiers. He told him to wait a little while. Then he bandaged his hand and thought to himself that the situation was unpleasant. After all, he really understood that the strength of the people from the Tang clan was running out, and this bloodsucker only needed to suck the blood, and he would be completely restored. He turned his head and saw how this bloodsucker struck Hua Yun and threw her aside. So Ren approached her and saw that she was injured and wanted to clarify what happened. He asked her again if she was okay and how this happened. The girl was coughing up blood but said that everything was fine. The girl took the guy's hand with both of her hands and looked at him. It seemed that she had no strength at all, but she said that he should return to the clan and call for help. There were too few of them. So Ren was very angry with himself. He thought that it was a curse, because he couldn't do anything in this battle. The forces were unequal. Gunpei turned to look at the guy and asked him to call for help as soon as possible for the sake of the Tang clan, and they would try to delay the enemies. When Xiao Ren heard about the request not only from Hua Yun but also from other soldiers, he realized that he had no choice. He agreed and promised that he would try to run away as soon as possible and ask for help. But suddenly, he said that he is not at all confident in himself because he thinks that he might not cope because he's very weak. At that moment, Hua Yun hugged him tightly and said that everything was fine. Everything should work out for him. The girl said that he would cope because he had been trying hard all this time, and she also said that next time they would go in search of other creatures. She looked at him and said that she believed in him and hoped only for him. After which she turned around and went to help the soldiers of her clan. He stood and watched her go. Unexpectedly for himself, he caught himself thinking that everything that was happening to him was that he could simply go crazy. But he felt responsible for what was happening, so he turned around and went for help. He needed to get to the clan as quickly as possible because the lives of Hua-eun and everyone else depended on it. Trying to escape as quickly as possible, he made several jumps forward at maximum speed, but then he fell to the ground. He had no strength at all to move further. His pets came out and started crawling on his body. They were chirping, not understanding what had happened to him. He began to rise with difficulty, but at the same time he thought that it was very strange, because even if he ran at his maximum speed, he would reach the clan in half a day. Another problem is that most of the masters were away at the moment. Even if he called for reinforcements, they wouldn't arrive in time. He understood that something needed to be done, but he didn't yet know exactly what. At some point he raised his head up. Raindrops fell on him, and that's when he realized that they sent him so that he would survive. The only thing he didn't understand was why they did it and why he couldn't give himself an answer to it. On the one hand, he thought that they did it because he was the youngest, or maybe because he was very weak. Could this really be the nobility that is inherent in the people of Merim? He remembered what the head of the clan told him, that from that moment he became part of their family. In fact, he never took the concept of family seriously, and in the end, deep down inside, he didn't feel like he was a member of the Tang clan. However, everything that happened to him recently, all the events and all the people from this clan, everyone took him for a member of their family. Besides himself, he thought that he was there temporarily and that he was not a member of their family at all. Only at that moment did he realize how wrong he was and that he had to do something to save them. He looked at his pets who were playing and who were always with him. He thought that they were too cute for a clan of killers. After he stood up for so long, he felt that he had no strength at all and he thought about where to go next. At some point, he decided that he and his charges should go and save their mother. Turning around, he ran forward. Now he needed to come up with a plan on how to implement this. He ran and thought that he wanted to save them. He just needed to think about how to do it. After all, he will be dealing with a blood sect. The elder of this sect restores his strength through blood. He understood that the creatures in this place were all poisonous creatures, and each of them contained poison. He only had to understand how to combine all this. At that moment, he braked sharply as he approached the very place where he had fallen through before. So Ren stood right in front of the snake pit, and a plan formed in his head. It was at that moment when he looked at a large number of snakes with fiery eyes looking at him. He turned to his pets and told them that they should wait a little bit, and everything would be fine. Having left them in this place, they had to wait for him since he could not take them with him. His pets, who were used to always being with him, were upset and even started whining. The guy, after leaving them on the ground, ran very quickly towards where the poisonous snakes were. Running up to the edge of the pit, he realized that he needed to jump down, and that was his plan. After all, he was actually a poison expert, and he decided that he would solve the problem in the spirit of a poison expert. He saw that in front of him there was a snake, which he called a flower snake, and it was poisonous, unlike vipers, which have hooked poisonous teeth in the front part of their mouths. Tiger snakes have smaller fangs in the molar area, which makes it difficult to inject venom, and these snakes are among the most venomous land snakes in East Asia. Their poison is stronger than the poison of the black mamba. He was sure that he would be fine because he had been training his body and internal energy diligently. So Ren shouted to his pets not to worry. Everything is fine. He will soon come out of the pit with poisonous snakes. In this hole for quite a long time and having received a lot of bites, the guy thought that this was enough for him. He looked at his hand, seeing the number of bites from a poisonous snake, and he understood that this would be enough. After a few more bites, he decided it was time for him to leave, but one of the snakes was on his neck. After trying to take a few steps, he realized that he couldn't do it and was a little confused. This is exactly what he did not foresee. His legs were covered in poisonous snakes and he could not move. He thought that this was some kind of curse. Something like that was not part of his plans. Unexpectedly for him, his charges fell from above right on his head and shoulder. They were chirping like always, trying to tell him something. He didn't take it out. How did they figure out how to do that? One of the poisonous snakes tried to pounce on him and even began to hiss, to which the centipede chirped very loudly at her. And after that, he bit one snake that was on his neck, threw it down and attacked the second one. It was his prot-G named Bin. The guy didn't even expect that he would be able to cope with all the poisonous snakes. So Ren thanked him because this little centipede was the best for him. When he was released, he asked his charges if they were also worried about their dad and thanked them. After he was released, he began to climb up because it was time for him to return to Hua Yun. At this time, Hua Yun and the soldiers who were with her were barely holding back the enemy's attack. She even thought that if this continues, they will all die. The elder of the blood clan, having dealt with Gu Pei, he grabbed him by the throat and squeezed him with all his might. The enemy laughed and kept repeating how weak they all were and how easy it would be for him to deal with them. He also said that now no one will be able to take away from him what belongs only to him, the girl thought only about. So Ren, she put on that he is safe. Hua Yun shouted for everyone to keep the enemy at bay. As soon as the rain stopped, they needed to send out signals to their warrior. One of the elders of the Tang clan ordered her to leave. The girl said that she could not do it. Since she believed that she could not leave a member of her clan to die, they said that if they survived but could not save her, they had no way back. They ordered her to leave. The girl told them not to talk nonsense. She would never leave them in this place. At that moment, the elder of the blood clan shouted at them. "That's enough," he said. "If they continue to argue, he will get bored." Then he added, laughing, although maybe it's even for the best, and let them continue to argue. Because if they disperse, it will be easier for him to destroy their clan. This will be the perfect event to announce to everyone about the revival of the blood sect. The elder of the Tang clan said that this is some kind of curse, and he is deliberately exterminating their entire clan. When Hua Yun heard about this, she took out her whips, declaring that in this case, she definitely wasn't going to go anywhere. She made a statement that even if they all died, she had to take at least one of his limbs with her to the grave. She had no intention of giving in to her opponent and looked straight into his eyes with disdain. At that moment, So Ren came back and said that she was right. They really shouldn't leave their family members behind. The girl turned her head and was very surprised why he came back and why he didn't hide. She had only one question when she saw him. Why was he still here? She stood silently looking at him with surprised eyes and wondering why he came back. Everyone else was also in shock. The guy answered her because she herself said that she couldn't leave without her clan. At that moment, he got his charges and told them to stay here for now, after which he took off all his clothes and threw them aside so that they would not bother him. The guy said that he is also a member of the Tang clan. That is why he is here. That is why he will be with her. He took the blade in one hand and was ready to engage the enemy. His only target was that very elder on the blood clan who was exterminating his clan. The girl didn't have time to do anything. She just shouted at him and then said no. She was very worried about him. The elder of the blood clan laughed and said that he was given the opportunity to save himself, but he decided to return to him, which means he is a naive idiot. At this point, the young man approached and then pushed off to attack the opponent and deliver a double blow from above. Hua Yun stood watching everything that was happening. She only managed to shout his name. She watched as his blades fell down. The elder of the blood clan at this moment had already grabbed the guy by the throat and lifted him up, holding him in his hand. After which he said, did he really decide to give him his blood on his own? But if that's the case, then he's not against it at all. And then he said that he was ready to try what this young man tasted like and began to extract blood from him. When the elder on the blood tried to dig his hand into his body, the guy threw his hand away. He said that he reacted in time and decided to shield himself with his hand. But he is still a fool because he does not understand that there is blood in his hands too, and he can suck it out of his hands. What he then started doing was trying to suck the guy's blood out of his hands. So Ren at this moment was very warm and screamed loudly because it was quite painful when blood was sucked from your body. Hua Yun was at a loss. She didn't understand what to do. She stood and watched everything that was happening. The only thing she wanted was to save So Ren. But this monster held the guy very tightly by the throat. The girl at that moment rushed forward to attack, trying to fight him off. This monster screamed how sweet his blood was, sucking more and more of it, and he also said how long it had been since he had drunk the blood of young guys. This monster thought that everything was going according to plan, just as he wanted, but he was attacked from two sides. At that moment, he had a surge of blood filling him, and he threw the guy to the side. Hua Yun managed to grab the guy at the last moment so that he wouldn't fall and break. She held him tightly in her arms. The elder of the blood clan was pleased with what happened. He laughed at them all. He told them that they had swooped down on him like flies, but this boy had decided everything himself. Hua Yun held him in her arms and asked him to wake up. This monster said that thanks to this guy, he will kill them quickly, that they will not even have time to feel pain. The girl was in shock. So Ren suddenly opened his eyes and started coughing. He went into himself. He wanted to see what would happen to this monster. The elder of the blood clan at that moment felt that something was happening in his body. He began to scream what this scoundrel did. His monster began to age quickly. It received a large amount of poison that dissipated chi energy. He stood looking at his body and said that this could not be. The poison that disperses chi energy should not work against his sect. In fact, it was some kind of absurdity for him. He wanted to find out from the guy who he was. So Ren raised his head and looked at him and asked again if he really wanted to know who he was. And then he answered him that he was just his sworn enemy, so he did everything to destroy him. This monster is a fool. She was ready to kill everyone for some time. She didn't understand what was wrong with her, and what it meant that he was being looked at by an enemy. Seo Ren watched what was happening to him, and realized that he did everything right. Avpete Yun was glad that he survived. The elder of the blood clan looked at his body and did not understand what happened to him, and how he managed to do it. The only thing he knew was that after the blood of this young man entered his veins, his blood stopped obeying his will. And some time ago, he thought that the greatness of the blood sect was so close, and he couldn't let everything fall apart. He resisted with all his might. He yelled at the guy to die and tried to attack him again to suck his blood. Hua Yun at this moment decided to use her whip to stop the enemy. She pointed her whip towards him and it circled his opponent's neck several times. The girl understood that she had succeeded this time, and the enemy was under her control. She could destroy him at any moment. She thought that her whip attack worked this time, and that the monster couldn't dodge that attack. Despite the fact that this monster still tried to somehow influence those around him, his powers were no longer the same. He screamed that he would not calm down even if he sucked the blood out of them all and smashed their bones. They did not understand what they had done. In his helplessness, he screamed that he would kill them all, and that the blood sect would be reborn anyway. At that moment, Hua Yun shouted at him to shut up and die. She no longer had the strength to tolerate him anymore. After which she continued her attack and tried to destroy her opponent by throwing him aside. This monster fell and hit a huge rock with all its might and lay motionless. Gu Pei shouted that they had succeeded. They were able to defeat the enemy, and their mistress destroyed the elders of the blood sect. All those present from the Tang clan began to shout, "Hooray!" They felt that they were no longer in danger. The girl turned her head and turned to So-Rej and asked him what it was and what he did to it. The guy tried with all his might to tell her something, but she didn't understand anything and asked him again. Then he told her that he thought he needed to be treated for the poison of the tiger snake. HVP Yun didn't understand what it meant. I'm a tiger snake where he took it. She asked if these snakes had poison, but from his appearance she realized that he needed help. She screamed that So-Ren had been bitten by a tiger snake. After he opened his eyes, he realized that he didn't even remember how he found himself on the bed in his room. The grandfather told the boy that he shouldn't move, but the girl said that he should lie still. So Reg asked them what was going on, to which the girl told him that it was very good that he had finally woken up. Grandfather told him that he was unconscious for 10 days. The guy doesn't remember anything. He was also told that thanks to his efforts, they managed to destroy the elders of the blood sect, after which they urgently delivered him back to the clan. In fact, the poisoning was so serious that if the grandfather had not returned earlier, he could have had serious problems. The guy wondered if he had almost died from a snake bite a second time. Grandfather said that everything was fine and he came to his senses, which meant he had no more problems, so Ren thanked him. The grandfather looked at the boy, and he had several questions he wanted to ask as soon as possible. The first thing he wanted was, do tiger snakes have poison? And the second was how he managed to neutralize the elder of the blood sect. The guy said that he would tell everything. So Ren began to say that firstly, there is a lot of poison in the coarse snakes. Moreover, they have two types, one of which is located inside the mouth, and the other comes out of the poisonous glands. Hua Yun asked again if this tiger snake really had two types of poison. Grandpa also said that he didn't know that. The guy said that these snakes are very timid and avoid people when they see them, and their fangs are also very small. Then the grandfather asked if the tiger snakes had anything to do with the destruction of the elder of the blood sect. The guy replied that it seemed that the tiger snake had an effect due to the substances it contained. Since the main component of tiger snake venom is hemotoxin, hemorrhagic ones cannot destroy many structures in the body, including the cell walls of red blood cells, the lining of blood vessels, tissue cells, and more. And if you feed a bloodsucker such poison, you can get an effect, and this idea worked great. The guy said that most likely, I influenced his blood from you, which was a source of strength and invulnerability for him. Until this moment, no one knew that tiger snakes have poison, and their poison is 5 times stronger than vipers. And no one knew that this poison would become even stronger under the influence of chi energy. Grandpa was shocked because he didn't know that there was such a dangerous creature in Sichuan. Hua Yun said that it was just great, after which the grandfather said that his granddaughter told him something else. Grandpa meant that the boy called himself the sworn enemy of the blood sect elders, so Ren thought that it sounded like he had 8th grade syndrome. The guy coughed. The old man said that it was true. If he could so skillfully seal the martial arts of enemies, then he was their sworn enemy. And also the grandfather, as the elder of this clan, told the guy that he was grateful to him for protecting their clan. Grandpa was furious because he believed that they could not touch his people in his absence, because he was going to completely eradicate these bastards. The guy told his grandfather that it was right. They should grind them into powder at the moment when they knew their weak points, and all that was left was to collect the poison. They needed to collect poison in large quantities so that these damn bloodsuckers would cease to exist and nothing would remain. Immediately after the blood sect appeared, the Tang clan declared a state of emergency. Many warriors were wounded and there were some deaths, so nearby allied sects began to flock to the Tang clan to help. Grandfather thought that they had easily escaped from meeting such a strong master. He was worried that blood would be spilled again because of revenge. Because these damn mosquitoes kill people for blood, and 30 years ago, they committed a real genocide of the staff by the famous cult on Murim, and this is much more serious. Grandpa said that this time everything will be much different and he will not let everything repeat like last time. And everything won't be like then just because they have their sworn enemy. The guy thought, did he really say that on purpose? At that moment, the grandfather looked at the guy and smiled. He wanted So Ren to smile with him. After which the grandfather told the boy that he had one request for him. So Ren replied that he would do everything possible. Grandfather said that very soon people from the Murim Union will start coming to them. Among them will be the Union army they will want. So Ren to show them the poison he discovered, because it is a weapon against the blood sect. Grandfather wanted him to share his knowledge. So Ren answered them, well, if this is the name of the world, then why not? Grandfather laughed, said that he knew that he would say something like that. And then he added that in any case he had good news for the guy. So Ren wanted to know what it was. Then the grandfather said that the restoration of the 10,000-yard temple was completed and the UN could officially begin managing it. So Reg was very happy because he had been waiting for this for a long time. Now he could do his favorite thing. Grandpa said that as he asked, they made a solar gazebo for him. Suitable conditions are needed to grow tiger snakes. The guy thanked him. Grandfather also said that he must work hard for the peaceful future of Murim. So Ren promised him. After some time, he went to look at the temple of 10,000 yards. When he saw it, his first thought was that it was simply unreal. He went to this temple, 10,000 I will give together with Hua Yun. He wanted to get inside as quickly as possible. Coming closer, he saw a sign where it was written that this was the temple of 10,000 yards. It was also a garden of poisonous creatures, and it was there that all the poisonous creatures of the central plain were to be gathered. Hua Yun asked him if he was really going to gather all the poisonous creatures in one place, in this particular place. So Ren answered her, of course someday he will even collect 10 legendary poisonous creatures since he promised her to do it. The girl turned away so that he wouldn't see her flushed face. She said that she would support him in everything. After which she ran forward very quickly and shouted that everyone was there and they needed to get there as quickly as possible. When they came closer, they blocked their way and said that they had finally arrived. They were very surprised because they saw Gupe in front of them. He was pleased. He would be the commander of the detachment of poisonous creatures. The guy asked again what a squad of poisonous creatures meant, and they told him that it was a new squad created by order of the clan leader. They explained to him that they would henceforth become So Ren's hands and feet, and the boy could rely on them in his search as creatures. He was a little surprised because now he even had his own employees and they really supported him. He thought that he was one step closer to his cherished dream, which he had dreamed about all his life. At the same time, in another part, one of the white carrier pigeons flew in and landed on one of the balconies. The girl pulled out the letter that was sent to her through this carrier pigeon and began to read it carefully. She thought it was bad because the blood sect had shown itself again. She thought that most likely the peaceful time had ended and was again replaced by bloody massacres. People from the neighboring clan were moving towards the Tang clan. They were going to help them. One of the representatives told the general that it looked like they would soon arrive at the place and I would not be able to stay at the Tang clan estate. It was a relief for them. They could finally break free from the shackles of sleep. They would be in the open air. They thought it would be great if they returned with good news. If only they could find even the slightest light of the blood cult. One of the members said that the Tang clan was visible right on the horizon. When the guard saw them, he asked again, "It's impossible. The guests are from the Murim Alliance. They've been waiting for them for a long time." The guard was told that this was so. One of them introduced him as Gu Jegol, the general of the Murim Alliance. The guards thanked them for making them happy with their visit and asked them to wait a little. One of the guards started to mumble something and then said that there were several nuances, which they need to know before they enter the Tan estate. Guests do not understand what nuances are being discussed, and do they really have to hand over their weapons before entering? The guard said it might sound strange, but asked them to listen to him. Then he said, no matter how small or insignificant a creature may seem to me, they cannot take their life in the Tang clan. The general asked again, did the Tang clan convert to Buddhism? The guard repeated again so that they would understand that when they entered, they simply had to remember no exceptions. At that moment, they came out to meet them, and when they saw the general, they were glad that he had arrived. Seo Ren and Hua Yun greeted the Alliance General Murim in one voice, and he said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl noticed that most likely a year had passed since their last meeting in the Alliance. The general asked where the divine ruler of myriad poisons was. The girl said that her grandfather was currently away, looking for traces of a bloody cult, after which she asked for forgiveness. After which, the general looked at the guy and asked who this young warrior was who was standing next to her. So Ren replied that it was a great honor for him to meet the general. The guy introduced himself and said that his name was Wei So Ren. The general looked at his assistant and did not understand that it meant Wei and not Tan. The girl understood their bewilderment. She confirmed that all this was true. She immediately said that it was her betrothed. The general asked her again if it was really her lover. No one understood if one of the three Murim flowers had a lover. It was simply impossible. Nobody understood why some random guy from nowhere was with her. The world was just unfair. The general asked them to show them the way. He thought that at this rate he would be challenged to a duel over and over again. At that moment he asked if they could hear it too. Then all those who arrived raised their heads and looked up, and they started shouting so that everyone could see it. They screamed so loudly because they were golden royal bees. They didn't understand where they were from in this clan. They also did not understand how dangerous poisonous creatures could be in the Tan estate. One of the warriors ordered to prepare in order to protect Hua Yun. So Ren told them to put down their weapons because they had to remember the new rules in the Tang clan. One of the warriors was against it because he thought the golden royal bees were incredibly poisonous. And they also believed that these bees could kill an ordinary person in an instant. So Ren, who no one listened to, told them that this is why they have no right to take out weapons. He told them to listen to these golden royal bees, creatures that he raised, and they should calm down. At that moment, several golden bees landed right on his head and started playing with him. So Ren also started playing with them. He said, were they really looking for him and were afraid that they wouldn't be able to find him? After which he told his golden bees not to shoot poisonous thorns at their guests. The guests did not understand because he treated the bees like children. But the warrior's fiery spirit suddenly cooled down, and they continued to move according to Tang's plan, but calmly. The general walked and thought about the mysterious young warrior from Hainan Island, and how he ended up being Lady Poison's lover. Even if he is an outsider, he is still considered a son-in-law by the Tang clan. As they walked through the Tang clan's territory, they saw the clan's residents arguing among themselves. The general turned his head. He didn't understand what it was. One of the warriors was holding a lizard in his hands. They were arguing whether a poisonous scorpion wasn't suitable for their clan. The second one said that only a lizard. The general turned to the young warrior. So Ren. He wanted to know why all these people were caring for insects and animals. The guy told them that they were sentenced members of a disciplinary squad of poisonous creatures. The general asked if they had committed any crimes. The guy thought for a bit and replied that it was a crime, but you could say it was just an incident that happened a couple of days ago. Late in the evening, Hua Yun showed him how to circulate his internal energy, but he couldn't do it. At that moment, several warriors approached them and, lowering their heads, turned to him. Then the guy asked Commander Gu Pei what happened. He said that he was asking for forgiveness and did not raise his head. Then he said that more than half of the baptized ones were supposed to be fed to striped snakes. The guy asked again if they really died. He said that this could happen because rats are naturally sensitive if it gets too noisy. Sometimes their mother kills the offspring, but they said no. They ate them. And then he added they ate these rats as a snack for drinks. The guy didn't understand how this could happen. His head was just exploding how they could eat them as a snack. He didn't understand why anyone would eat this. Then the girl said that 3 rats is a dish in which they dip live rats in sauce and eat them. These warriors apologized to him. Some of the people who work with berries are from Henan, and they said it reminded them of home and that these memories led them to this. The boy understood that the rats were originally caught to feed the tiger, and the striped water snakes were eventually eaten by the warriors. This is how the Sichuan Tang clan founded the disciplinary squad of poisonous creatures and a new set of rules. This is why every warrior is responsible for raising poisonous creatures. The general said that he understood everything. Now we understood why all the warriors were raising poisonous creatures in the Tang clan. The general looked at this guy and thought that he was definitely an unusual person, not like everyone else. As they sat at the table, the general said that he realized, and as he thought, the mysterious young warrior who was accepted by the Tang clan. And the one he met on Hainan Island turned out to be none other than the warrior Wei. The elder asked the general if he was similar to their treasures. She said that simply calling him mysterious is unfair. This King Bee is truly amazing. The general said that in any case it was important, and they had not yet found even the slightest clue about the bloody cult. He also added that they cannot just sit back and wait for their power to grow. Grandpa told the boy to bring it, so Ren agreed with his grandfather. The general didn't understand what they were talking about. At that moment, the grandfather raised his index finger up. He wanted to say something important in this way. After all, they can't risk information leakage, so they installed a chi barrier. At that moment, the guy came up to the table, brought a jug that was closed at the top and put it on the table. At the same time, he said that this is exactly it. The general took this jug in his hands. I don't understand what they mean. Grandfather said that this is a poison that disperses internal energy. The general did not understand whether this is a rather common poison and whether it requires a chi barrier. The grandfather looked at the guy. He nodded his head as they had everything prepared. After which the grandfather said that this is exactly the poison that disperses energy that only affects members of the bloody cult. The general was surprised. At that moment he came up to me and said, "Is this really true?" The elder replied, "It is so hard to believe, but it is the pure truth." Then the general said, "If this is really so, it is an incredible discovery, because the reason why they suffered so much in the last one with the Blood Clan was that the blood cult used a poison against them that dispersed internal energy, and they couldn't control it in any way. It is when martial arts masters are poisoned like them that their internal energy rush makes them powerless, but such a thing does not affect a member of the blood cult." The general wanted to know what the potential of this version is, but the elder said that according to Hua Yun's words, it reduces their physical abilities to the level of an ordinary person. In fact, the girl was able to defeat the poisoned elder of the blood cult with one blow. The general thanked the elder and said that with a gift like this, even the head of the alliance would be able to breathe easier. The elder said that this discovery was made by So Ren. He also added that it was the guy who sent the enemy to lure the elders of the blood cult with his body and blood. The general noted that this was amazing wisdom and courage, after which he patted the guy on the shoulder and said that he had not seen a person who would sacrifice his own body for a long time. The general also told the young warrior that if he had anything he wanted, he could simply say that it was not there, and he would personally report this to the alliance leader. It was not the first time that So Ren had been in such a situation, so he did not become modest, and if he was offered, he said that then, he wants to get information about poisonous creatures. He needs it in order to work with them in the future. The general was a little shocked because he asked for information about poisonous creatures and not martial arts books and elixirs, gold, or treasures. The general didn't even know how to feel about this because he had asked for something very strange and unusual. He looked at this guy and thought that he was a really strange person. Even in the long history of Murim, this was the first time he had met such an eccentric person. The general said that in that case, it might not be the poisonous creature he was looking for. Maybe he would be interested in the mystical stone lizard. After some time, they were near the most beautiful waterfall. The guy who was standing next to him turned his head and turned to his uncle and said that it seemed they had finally arrived. As their ancestors described the waterfall, turtle-shaped rocks, and there in the distance they can see Mount Gongi. The general put his hand down. He wanted to try the water. He said that the water was indeed cold. It was flowing from the melting perennial snow. The general said that everyone should wait for him at this place, and Chan should stay close and follow very carefully. The guy told his uncle that he would do everything, after which the general pushed off and made several jumps upwards. Following him, one circle after another followed Changxi. The rest of them stopped to wait for them. The general made several jumps up to climb the cliff and look down from above. He said that this turtle-shaped rock, if you climb along a steep waterfall next to a stone, resembling a fist, there should be an entrance to a cave. Everything perfectly matched the records. The general walked ahead and behind him walked Chan, who listened to his uncle without question. The general repeated that he would go first and his nephew should follow him. After some time, they were standing at the entrance to the cave. It was dark there, and they had to be careful. The general, as he had said, went first without stopping or turning around, and his nephew followed him. Having covered a fairly large distance, the general stopped, realizing that they had approached the desired point. He saw a light in front of him and said that it seemed they had come. It was a very exciting sight that existed inside the cave. It was truly a mystery. When the general saw what they were looking for, he said that it was indeed an ideal environment for spiritual herbs. They went to this place to search for one single spiritual plant. This plant was a 100-year-old snow ginseng, a spiritual plant that has absorbed extreme yin energy. Sean told his uncle that they just need to exchange the snow gin for a dark flower from the Namgung clan. The general remarked that with this condition, the Namgung clan daughter's torn meridian should improve. The general looked at this beautiful flower for some time, but he understood that he had to pick it. So he stretched out his hand to pick this flower, thinking that they had done it very quickly. But what was his surprise? The next moment he did not understand what was happening. It was as if he was thrown aside from the place where this flower grew. He realized that something was attacking from the settlement. The general managed to block the attack at the last moment so that he would not be damaged. Chan asked her uncle if he was okay. The guy didn't understand what happened at all. The general told him that he was fine, but that he should be careful because whatever attacked him was moving incredibly fast. The general stood waiting for it to come close to him so that he could fight back. And when it was already very close, he put up a defense and made sure that no damage was done to him. At that moment, he saw that it was icy chi that was moving straight towards him. After this, Chan ran up to his uncle and asked what it was. He didn't even have time to look at it. The general answered him that it was an ordinary lizard. The guy was very surprised. After all, in fact, it really was a lizard, that same blue lizard. So Ren was delighted when he heard about the blue lizard. Naturally, it was very rare to find one in such a blue shade. Grandpa said that the lizard is not poisonous at all and he is sure that everything is fine. The guy even started drooling because he wanted to see it. So Ren explained to his grandfather that the lizard collects poisonous chi in its eyes. And when the general heard this, he said that he was definitely eccentric. And then he added, if he gets new information about other poisonous creatures, he promises that so Ren will find out about this. First guy thanked the general. The very next day, the head of the Tang clan returned, and the first person he wanted to see was his son-in-law. He didn't even pay attention to his beloved daughter. First of all, he went to his son-in-law. He ran to him and started touching him and asking if he was okay. The guy replied that he was fine, but his daughter didn't understand what was happening. So Reg said that although they will start in 10 whole days and with a scar on his hand, at least he is alive. The head of the clan could not calm down because of the bastards from the blood cult. After listening again from beginning to end to what happened, he turned his head and looked at his daughter. Then he asked her sharply. She sent him, to which his daughter said that her father should calm down as quickly as possible. The girl said that she was okay, and that So Ren and all the family members saved her. Grandfather also said that after So Ren knocked down the elder of the blood sect, he said that he was his sworn enemy. The guy said that all this happened simply because his plan worked well, and thanks to this, I did not find out the significant weakness of the blood cult. The general raised his hand to greet the head of the Tang clan and told him that he was also visiting him. He told the general that since he had taken up a high post, they had stopped communicating and meeting only in such circumstances. The general apologized in front of. The girl said that they were actually friends since childhood. The guy replied that he understood everything. The general said that they needed to sit down because they had something to discuss, starting with the blood sculpture. The general looked at So Ren and Zhua Yun said that they should also be present. They needed to discuss this in more detail. The clan leader asked the general how the search for the secret agent was progressing. I didn't understand what they meant when they talked about a secret agency. Did they really mean a spy or something like that? After which the clan leader looked at the guy and said, didn't he mention that those bastards and the blood sculptor had entered the clan's territory? In order to steal the secret manual of the bloody hand, the poisonous guy replied that it seems they consider it extremely valuable. Then the head of the clan said that this is very good, and in this case he has a plan on how to proceed further. He asked the guy how he thought they didn't know that the bloody hand had a poisonous ko in the Tang clan. Then it was right, everything was clear. He said that this was a big problem, and that someone from their clan leaked information to the bloody cult. The Tang clan chief and the general turned their heads and looked at the boy. After which the head of the family said that he would have to teach his son-in-law a little. It seems that he, as a newcomer to the family, does not know about some things. Then the head of the clan turned to the guy and said that secret agents cannot exist in their clan. The guy was not so sure. He said that even in the meadow, they usually conduct a thorough check of all direct and even distant relatives. And only after that, they transfer all their direct family members to the clan. And also all in children are brought up in the clan. In this case, none of them will dare to pass them on, the guy sighed when he heard about it. Well, then it was completely unclear to him what they were talking about before that. He wanted to find out as quickly as possible who this secret agent was that they were talking about. The cup on his table broke. Well, in fact, it was the Murim Alliance leather jacket that was this secret agent. Within the Alliance, only 3 people had knowledge of this. After which the general said that by now the head of the Alliance should have already caught the video. Meanwhile, as the situation in the clan was improving, an unexpected guest arrived at the clan's estate. When he approached the companies, he said that he had got to this place with granite and to run all the way from Hubei to Chengdu without using any means of transportation was very funny. This man hit his chest several times with his huge fist, after which he told the guard to report to his clan leader that Peng, the clan leader Peng, had arrived. At that moment, 2 arrows were fired from the tower in different directions. Seo Ren and Hua Yun ran forward very quickly. It seemed like they were competing with each other. The guy asked his grandfather if he would suffer for a while. She replied that the guests were discussing something important and that it was not scary at all. After which she added that he is the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang clan and he can be more confident in himself. The guy said that he understood. The guy opened the door and saw new guests and thought that they were most likely from another faction. The girl said that he didn't need to be afraid. Well, they were so huge that he was a little scared, and each of them had a scar on their face. The head of the Peng clan saw that they were coming out to meet him, turned his head and looked to the side, after which he laughed loudly and said that, "This is just super, look who came out to meet them." "It's Lady Hua Yun," the girl greeted him. The head of the Pen clan said that indeed so much time had passed, and the last time he saw her she was this small. The girl said that it must have been 5 years already. "That's a really long time." The head of the clan asked who it was and who else was with her. "The guy with my hand," I lowered. He smiled at another guest who came to his clan. He said that his name was Wei Suo Ren, and he was the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang clan. The head of the Peng clan took the guy by the pikes and asked again if this guy was really her betrothed. She said that it was exactly so. Then the head of the clan looked at this guy carefully and did not understand why exactly him. At some point, so Ren felt beads of sweat running down his face. The new guest, the head of another clan, looked at the guy's mind and then wondered why he was the son-in-law. Whom he came closer to, grabbed him and said that he wanted to look at him and grabbed him by the balls. The head of the clan said that he thought that there was too young down there. He was a real man. The guy blushed. Then the head of the clan laughed and the girl blushed and covered her face. People from the Pen clan really don't like formalities and strict etiquette. Perhaps the head of the clan assessed it in his own way. It was in their style. So Ren in this case thanked him for the compliment. In fact, a man understands another man. The head of the clan said that he is different from those useless brats and other noble plans. After which he introduced himself that his name was Pen Mukwan and that he was the head of the Pen clan and would be looking forward to working with him. The girl turned to the head of the clan. He turned to his head and asked what she wanted. The girl said not to say here that he had come such a long way to help her family. She wanted to know how he got to them so quickly. The head of the Pen clan did not understand what kind of help was being discussed. He asked again if something had really happened in the Tang clan. She didn't understand at all why he came to her clan. She was worried about this question. When he went inside and learned about the latest events, he was furious that the blood cult had turned back. The general said that they had already been destroyed. Then the head of the Pen clan said that he should have arrived earlier. The head of the Tang clan turned to the head of the Pen clan. What made him come to visit them? They heard the answer from the head of the Pen clan that he forgot to mention it. He got excited because of the cursed blood cult. He then stated that he actually came in hopes of getting help from the Tang clan. At that moment, the face of the clan leader was worried. He did not know how to ask for help. After which, he loudly shouted to bring her, because she should at least greet the elders. The door to this room slowly opened, and everyone sat waiting to see who it would be. After which, one of the people of this clan entered this room. His eyes were burning with fire. The guy watched everything that was happening and didn't understand, because when he said that you need to greet your elders, wasn't it a child? The man who entered this room loudly addressed the miss and said that she should go down because she needed to get to the elders. At that moment, everyone heard her answer that she still wanted to sleep and she was not going to greet anyone. So Ren watched all this and sat silently with his mouth open, not understanding what was happening. Unexpectedly for everyone, this man went down, and because of him, it seemed that it was the one who answered. It was a little girl holding a candy in one hand, and it was just so cute. The girl took a step forward very hesitantly and said hello to everyone, after which she pulled her candy out of her mouth and said hello again, and said that she was Pen Yun Yun from the Pen clan and she was greeting them. The head of the clan, when she approached him, said that this was his daughter and lifted her up. Everyone was surprised. The guy thought it was some kind of miracle of genetics. The head of the clan was convinced that since they were very similar, people always looked at him that way. The clan leader then added that in any case, this child is the reason why he came to the Tang clan. He began to explain that his daughter was a little unwell and asked to have her examined at the Tang clan. The head of the Tang clan looked at the girl and asked if his daughter was sick. So Ren also looked at that little girl from the side. He needed to understand what was wrong with her. This child turned out to be so cute, but in her hands there were no lollipops but a lot of cookies that she was chewing. When night came, the guy was lying on his bed and thought that after listening to the girl's symptoms and examining her, in the end the cause remained unknown. He remembered every word and the explanation that the head of the Pen clan gave. It was as follows. He said that girls sometimes have difficulty breathing and large red spots appear on their bodies. She may lose consciousness. After a while she comes to her senses. He was looking for the reason. Even members of the sect of healers examined her, but they all said that she was completely healthy. It drove him crazy. Siri decided that it was something strange. Her father also said that there were symptoms of deliberate poisoning. He believed that it could not be that someone in his clan would do such a thing. The head of the Tang clan said that if this was really the case, then the problem might be internal, but her father was ready to swear that no one could do such a thing. He thought that he didn't want to doubt his people at all. The general then told him that nothing was known yet, and there was no need to make hasty conclusions. The head of the Tang clan said that in this case he wanted to provide the imp with the courtyard of the living room of the residence in order to observe her condition. First of all, it was necessary to determine whether it was poisoning or not. The head of the Pen clan thanked the owner and said that they had imposed themselves on him for some time. The guy was watching this child and thought that all these symptoms were similar to normal childhood diabetes. She said that sugar was literally in her body. But on the other hand, he doubted because diabetes did not cause red spots. If he saw obvious symptoms, it would be easier to recognize the cause. At that moment, when he was sitting on his bed, someone knocked on his door. He heard someone's voice speaking to him as the warrior, so Ren that this was serious. The guy jumped up, went to the door, opened it, and asked what happened. The girl who was standing behind the door couldn't say anything clearly, and then she barely managed to say that the young lady from the Pen clan had fallen, and no one knew what happened to her. The guy didn't wait long, quickly got ready and went to the guest house. When he came running, the first thing he asked was what happened. Hua Yun sighed and didn't know what to answer him. Then she tried to explain that the girl was sitting in the pavilion. Then she started coughing several times and then suddenly fell down. The head of the Tang clan said that this is all very strange. The girl felt bad not only at home but also here, which means there are no traitors in the Pen clan. The head of the Pen clan said that this was exactly how it was and could never be, but he didn't know what to do. You almost attacked the owner with your fists. After which he hit himself with this fist because he didn't know what to do next. When he hit himself, the blow was so strong that one of his teeth flew out and blood spurted out. The head of the Pen clan at that moment said that he asks everyone for forgiveness. Despite the fact that he said these words, he cannot forgive himself for doubting his people for a moment. If his daughter became ill even here, then it was definitely for a different reason and not what he thought. His people also began to cry. They said that they had all been in this place but still could not save the girl. Their sin was also great. They tried to calm them down. Hua Yun turned to the guy and said what they should do. He thought for a bit and said that he had a solution. So Ren shouted loudly for everyone to hear that first everyone should calm down and not hurt themselves. He said he had the opportunity to find out the reason for her symptoms and prove that no one was guilty here beyond any doubt. Everyone wanted to know what this method was, so they looked at the guy. He sat down next to the girl. So Ren said that first they should take off the clothes the baby was wearing. The reaction of all those present was ambiguous. They looked at him without asking why he needed it, and the head of the Pen clan seemed to be furious at that moment. His eyes were sparkling. He asked Paris what he meant. After which, the head of the Pen clan asked the guy again what he said. He couldn't even allow such a thought. So Ren didn't understand why they were reacting like that, because he actually had a normal solution to this problem. So he repeated again what he said, that all the clothes had to be taken off the girl, at which point her father grabbed him and almost strangled him. He was just furious. He didn't understand what he was saying, and did he really want to undress his daughter? The guy told him to wait a minute. At that moment, one of his charges began to climb out because there was very little space for him under the guy's clothes. So Ren shouted at him to go back. The head of the Tang clan asked the guest to calm down and said that his son-in-law must have had reasons for saying something like that. Hua Yun also defended her fiancé. She said that the leader of the Peng should listen to him first. Then the leader said that he did not understand how he dared to suggest undressing his daughter, who had not yet reached dawn with that depraved look. He wanted to hear what kind of poisoning he could come up with. The guy said to calm Pen's head down a bit and listen to him until the end. Then the young man said that he was L23, meaning that she needed to take off her clothes and change her into something else. Perhaps something in her clothes or personal belongings was the reason for her not being. The head of the Pen clan, when he heard this, he realized that he was wrong, and maybe this is really the reason. He reacted very impulsively to every word and lowered his head and began to say that Pen Muhuan doubted his words. The guy told him to wait and he was doing everything right. His daughter suddenly fainted. It must have really upset him. The guy also added that from now on, the young lady, under the guardianship of the Tang clan, until they inform them, all contacts with the Pen clan should be limited. Leader Pen asked, and the guy with him also answered yes. If she experiences the same symptoms under their observation, then it will be proof that the cause is not related to them. He decided to control the environment. If only the creatures they cared about could tell that they were in pain, everything would be much easier. That's why they systematically changed aspects of the environment and changed food bowls in order to determine the causes of the creature's illness. So Ren decided that he would use this method to diagnose the girl. He would completely change her environment, and then gradually the driver would re-identify the problem. After all, they couldn't just sit back and let her faint. I don't know the reason. The head of the Tang clan said that he was right, and it could certainly take some time. He also told his son-in-law that it was a great idea. The leader Pen listened to him to the end and said that he understood everything. He held his daughter in his arms and told them to please take good care of her. So Ren looked at him again and said that he could trust him because he had actually raised countless different creatures. Comparing to a little girl is just nothing well. In fact, it was not as easy as So Ren expected. She was constantly whining. And every time he came to her, she started to cry and be capricious. He didn't know what to do about it. At that moment, when she came to her senses, she started to cry. Meanwhile, Hua Yun and her mother were collecting the necessary things for young Pen. That is why the young man was left alone with the little unpredictable girl. He asked her if she was hungry or wanted to sleep, but she just cried. He did not understand what he should do. At some point, he even started telling her that she was probably upset because the head of Pen was not with her, and she missed him a lot. The guy tried to explain to her that her father had gone to get medicine for her and that he would be back very soon. At that moment, the girl said that no, she was not upset about that at all. She just wanted sweets. Now it was clear to him that she was crying not for her father, but for sweets. When they took off her things, they discovered that she had many secret pockets for sweets, and it was because of them that she was crying. So Ren smiled at her and told her to calm down because she had recently fallen and then woke up, so she shouldn't eat sweets. He tried to explain to her that she needed to eat some rice, and a little later her older brother would make her some sweets, and ours sniffed. Would he really make some for her too? So Ren started to tell her if she will tell her to listen well, he will make caramel fruits especially for her. She asked him if it is true. The guy said that it was true, but she had to promise him that she had to obey. She definitely said that she promised. She talked about how the Pen clan always kept their word. If she didn't keep hers, he could punch her in the face. Her father watched everything that was happening in the Tang clan from the side and was very worried. He watched and talked to himself as if he was telling his daughter that he was very close. He had been worried lately. He watched Neil and thought that he could only do this from afar because of the ban on contact with the Pen clan. He could not see his daughter. So Ren came to the bush and saw the head of Pen. He asked what he was doing there, and he had nothing to answer. The head of the Pen clan grabbed him at that moment and told him to come over for a minute and drag him into the bushes. He wanted to ask the guy how his daughter was doing, to which he replied that she was doing well. And he was also told that his daughter eats diligently and obeys her father. Did not understand whether she was eating ordinary food for him. It was a surprise. He didn't understand how So Ren was able to make her eat. Was she just doing it herself? And what did he do that her father couldn't do? At that moment, Hua Yun discovered them and she approached them and greeted them, after which the head of the Pen clan thanked the girl very much for taking care of his daughter. The girl said that Yun Yun was asking where the elder brother So Ren went. The head of the Pen clan was even more surprised. He didn't understand because he was her father, and they hadn't even had a normal conversation since when they became so close. He was just furious since when his daughter started calling the guy her older brother, he started running away very quickly, saying that he had things to do. The girl said that So Ren was probably going to the training ground again today, and he answered yes. And if they play with golden bees, then Yun Yun will listen better. He ran away from this place as quickly as possible. When he ran up, he saw his new charge, Yun Yun, who was playing with golden bees. She turned her head and addressed him as an older brother. Holding a golden bee in her hand, she told him to come quickly to her. She sat in the center, and the bees surrounded her from all sides, and they played with her. She was having fun. She laughed because they tickled her. Thanks to these little creatures, he was able to get very close to the girl very quickly. The adorable golden royal bees simply adored her, perhaps because she spilled sugar syrup on herself while eating sweets. In any case, the girl knew that they liked her, so she threw a tantrum every day demanding to visit them. She wanted to know where the queen bee lives. He understood that he had played a little before returning. It would be easier to keep her in check. It was a win-win option. The guy said that the queen bee was very busy and she could not be disturbed. At that moment, he thought if he had a younger sister, she would feel exactly like that. Taking care of children wouldn't be so bad. At that moment, the girl jumped up and shouted that there was another bee there. The guy asked again if it was really a bee. At that moment, he shouted at her to be careful because some bees can sting. At that moment, she started crying. He ran up to her and started asking if she was okay. The girl was whining a little. Then he started explaining to her that she should be more careful. First, they would go to the medical room. There was a bite on her hand. So Ren told her that just in case she should take some medicine. In some cases, bee venom can be dangerous. She agreed. The guy looked at her and saw how her face began to turn red, and the girl herself began to choke. At that moment, she started asking her older brother for help. It was very difficult for her to breathe. So Ren didn't understand what happened to her. He caught her at the moment when she almost fell. He remembered her father's words that he said that it was hard for her to breathe, and red spots appeared on her body, and sometimes knowledge was lost. He thought that he knew perfectly well what kind of reaction this was. Now he could definitely say the reason why Bin Bian had been fainting all this time was ordinary anaphylactic shock, or in other words, anaphylaxis. He realized that she had anaphylaxis, a severe allergy caused by an overactive immune response to an allergen. Normally, when foreign harmful substances or toxins enter the body, the immune system immediately launches an attack to eliminate the threat. And this immune response is known to everyone as inflammation, and this is exactly the reaction this girl had. Because at this point, the body releases histamine, which dilates the blood vessels, allowing white blood cells and antibodies to penetrate and neutralize the invader. The problem occurs when the body overreacts to some harmless substances, or when histamine is released in excess. It disrupts the body's function due to an overactive immune response, causing blood vessels throughout the body to rapidly constrict, leading to a dangerous drop in blood pressure. When the blood vessels dilate, symptoms such as difficulty breathing and severe itching appear. In severe cases, anaphylaxis can be fatal for a person. They did not have time. So Ren put the girl on his back and told her to hold on as tightly as possible. He only had a little time left. He ran up to the house, stopped. He needed help, so he called for help. He shouted to his father-in-law that their young guest had lost consciousness again. At that moment, two clan leaders ran out at once, the Tang clan leader and the Pen clan leader. They wanted to know what happened. So Ren said that the girl seemed to have a hard time breathing. The father took her in his arms and used his internal energy to stabilize her. As soon as he stabilized her, she began to breathe calmly and remained with her eyes closed for some time. So Ren also exhaled. He thanked God for saving her life, but his internal energy was really incredible. The main treatment for anaphylaxis is to stabilize blood pressure and ensure an open airway for breathing. In modern medicine, this is done with the help of medicine, but in this world, qi-based techniques solve everything. No wonder they impressed him so much. Everything looked like last time. Leader Pen asked the guy he was with her. He was interested in what caused it and what the problem was. The guy said yes, and he saw everything clearly. Seo Ren said the girl fainted after being stung by a bee. The head of the Tang clan asked the guy again. He said correctly, the bee. The leader Pen also asked her about the bee. The head of the Tang clan stated that although it is rare, there are cases where people lose consciousness after being stung. But this does not explain why she felt bad in other cases. So Ren said that they were right. If it was a bee sting, she wouldn't be fainting all the time. They couldn't find any clear connection. Unexpectedly for everyone, the guy said that he actually found out what the reason was. Everyone was eagerly waiting to find out what it really was. Then he said that the girl had been stung by a bee, which helped him understand the real reason everyone wanted an explanation. Then the guy said, first of all, he started explaining from the very beginning, from the moment he saw her. After all, when she had that very first attack, he asked her to undress him, and at that moment he grabbed. At that moment, the door to the room first opened. Hua Yun entered, and then she closed it tightly. The girl said that as her fiancé had said, it was difficult to see at first because of these rashes on her body. But underneath there are several old traces, and now new ones have appeared. Her father shouted, was he right? The lady came into the room and told everyone to calm down because the girl still hadn't regained consciousness. Leader Pen continued to say that besides the rash, there were other marks that they meant. He still didn't understand why his daughter kept fainting all this time. He wanted an answer. Then the young man tried to explain to him that it was all because of bee venom poisoning. Her father said that not long ago they didn't say that this was the reason. Besides, it couldn't have happened that they didn't notice the bee sting. There are no flowers in the yard, only a stone square. There's nothing for bees to do there. He didn't understand why he was so sure that it was penis venom. Then the guy said that they were right. He pressed the bee and they noticed. But he had no doubt that her symptoms were consistent with anaphylaxis caused by bee venom. He thought that he needed to immediately find out and find another creature that had venom similar to bee venom, which will contain methylene or peptides, causing swelling from difficulty breathing. He thought about the fact that they do not live in the world on a continental climate. Venomous creatures in this region include the white pike viper or Chinese cobra and the Chinese red-breasted ant scorpion. He thought that snakes could be excluded right away, Scorpio too. Everyone looked at him and wondered what he was doing at the moment. He had to understand the environment where she would often be stung by these creatures, and he also remembered that the girl very often does. After all, she had a lot of secret pockets for sweets in her clothes, and she often ate cookies. And also these secret pockets for hiding sweets, she kept them there, which means she could attract people to herself in this way. At that moment, he realized what he had found, and he understood what the reason was and who was biting her. He stated once again that he was sure that it was bee venom, and they could trust him. Everyone looked without understanding because there were no bees in the clan's residence. Then the guy said that those who belong to the Tang clan may know that the poison does not affect everyone equally. For some, even a pinprick can be fatal, while others can withstand 10 times more. He started saying that the girl was especially sensitive to bee pollen, and they should have seen it before her father said that yes, he had seen it. But if it became known that she is vulnerable to bee oak, but there are no bees in her house, there remains only one reason. Her father was impatiently waiting for him to explain what it was and what the reason was. Then she said that it really was a bee, but she had a very special kind of reaction to them. After which he turned around and tried to show everyone where these special bees were. Leader Pen asked the guy if he was sure it was here, to which he replied that it should be here. He asked the girl to Tapa to dedicate the lamp to him in that place. She said okay. When she dedicated, they saw the same cookie that the girl ate. It was lying on the ground, and near it there were many small creatures. Besides eating her cookies, which were simply huge for them, some of them tried to sting others of their own kind. The guy took a stick and came from both sides of one of them, and then raised it up, saying that this is the same baby. And this little culprit gentleman asked again, isn't this an ant? It doesn't look like a bee at all. The guy told them to look carefully. After all, these are side relatives of the bee. The gentleman asked again, what does relative of the bee mean? What are these little creatures and how do they affect her? Then the guy explained that these creatures have a massive sting on their butts. It's unclear whether it's an ant with such a big sting. The head of the Tang clan then said that it was unbelievable, and it became clear to him what he meant by the collateral relatives. It was an ant with a large sting. This circle of ants was a collateral relative of the Chila. Because of him, the girl and filed into a swoon. It was an ant with a royal sting. This ant belonged to the order Hymenoptera, family Antidae, and was called the Asian ant. That is, it was an ant with a royal sting, and this ant was the culprit in everything. It belonged to the order Membranaceae of the family of ants from the family royal. The question arises, what the hell ants have to do with stings? The thing is that these stinging ants are descended from the same breaker as bees, and this means that they have retained many bee-like characteristics. In fact, studies of both stinging ants and bees have shown that people who experience anaphylaxis from venom also tend to react to bee venom in a similar way. In any case, these seemingly very small ants were not specifically targeting the girl. Most likely, the target was demonic creatures. The demonic ant with a royal sting primarily hunted other demonic creatures. Also, the bite marks looked like regular wasp bites, so they had no way of telling what the real problem was. And when the girl came to her senses a few days later, she probably thought that it was just a stain from something insignificant. Her father wondered if she had fainted because of these pathetic creatures. After which he turned to the head of the Tang clan to make an antidote. He thought, apparently there was actually an antidote to bee venom, but in a case like hers, when the body is very sensitive to the toxin, it will not work effectively. Now that the reason for her fainting was clear, she could now exercise caution before she got into such a situation again. Her father was a little upset that he would not be able to solve this problem radically, but he now knew the reason. After which, when he thought for a bit, he thanked the guy for being able to save his daughter. The guy told him not to worry because in fact there is a way to cure the girl slowly but significantly. Everyone was surprised that there was a possibility. Then he said that her treatment is called desensitization, after which he tried to explain that the first thing is like without. Sense is like feelings and zation is to make it happen. This is once again her father did not understand. Does she really need to undress again? The guy said that no, the treatment is different. It is when a small amount of bee venom is introduced into the body for a certain period of time. Gradually, her sensitivity to taxis will decrease. As soon as the treatment is completed, the girl will stop fainting. And from the poison, the gentleman said that this is definitely an effective method. Her father asked again when the treatment would be finished. The girl would no longer faint. The guy answered yes, but the treatment would take a long time. Her father seemed not to hear these words. He was glad that this was possible and she would continue to live peacefully. He started thanking the guy, saying thank you several times for saving his daughter here. After receiving such help, he couldn't just leave it. He asked if he had anything he wanted, no matter what it was. He had to name the item, and he was ready to deliver it to him. The guy thought, what the hell is going on with people here? As soon as they get help, they start throwing around empty promises. The guy lowered his head and said that for him now, Yun Yun is like a younger sister, and how can he ask for any reward? Then her father said that he was a fool. In his clan, there is no such thing as modesty, so he can speak boldly, after which he hit him on the back with his hand. At that moment, the guy thought that if he didn't say anything, he might die after a few of these blows. Then the young man said that if the girl's father had made such a journey, he would offer to join him on a walk up the mountain. The very next morning, they were at the foot of Mount Gong in Sichuan province. The view before their eyes was simply magnificent. It was a truly stunning mountain, and there was a beautiful rock cliff there. Hua Yun said that according to the general's words, they must be in the right place, because it was the same mountain waterfall that he mentioned. The guy just didn't understand how they would get to the cave behind the waterfall. Leader Pen said that there was no problem. He remembered that the guy said that he had just started studying the art of movement and was probably not yet familiar with the technique of a swallow flying on a wave. Leader Pen was ready to show him this. He even tried to teach him a few tricks. But after some time, he was disappointed with the guy's abilities and realized that he would not succeed. After which he said that explaining was torture for him. He simply grabbed him by the collar and told him to follow him. The very next moment, the leader Pen launched the guy up so that he could understand how this system works. So Ren landed on top of this waterfall and saw that the leader Pen was also there. The gentleman even laughed a little and said that he had a very light body. Hua Yun asked her fiancé if he was okay. He said thank you to them anyway. It looks like they were leaving for the cave because the entrance was hidden behind a waterfall. It was very mysterious. The gentleman said that they have no choice but to go inside. No matter what is there, they will definitely find out. They took a few steps, went behind the waterfall, and were at the very entrance to the cave. The gentleman went first and the girl and the guy followed him. They wanted to know if everything was really like that in this cave. They went inside and didn't stop because before their eyes was a completely different picture than the general had told them. Hua Yun said that something was wrong here, but they didn't understand what happened here. Well, on the other hand, the general would never have deceived them because what they saw resembled complete destruction. Everything was not as expected. They looked around and realized that this was not at all how the Alliance General Marima had described it. He said that a ray of light poured into the caves, and the earth covered with countless nameless flowers was illuminated by the wind. It was mysterious and strange. Where they were, it was like they were in another world. What they saw, it was definitely like hell, nothing like heaven. Despite the fact that light illuminated the cave through the hole, there was not a single flowering plant. All the plants looked stuck, shimmy. The Lord said that the sacred beast changes the environment around itself, and everything looks as if cold chi is emanating from the boulder in the center. The guy asked him again what he said, but it seemed like that was it. Then the gentleman told them to stay behind and remain vigilant. He took a few steps forward, then said that as expected, there really was a serious chill. He understood that he needed to prepare for battle because there was a very dangerous enemy ahead of him. After which they heard some kind of rumble that came from behind them. They turned their heads. The gentleman said that there was danger ahead of them. They should stay behind him. It was a mad roar. Taking a few more steps forward, they saw two glowing eyes in front of them, peering out from the depths of the cave. When they came closer, he also began to approach them, and in addition to growling, the guy was very surprised. After all, there was a fat-tailed gecko in front of him, and the more it crawled out of the cave, the more the guy liked it. He immediately determined that he was Lena, a third of a meter, and these tiny round yellow eyes and this slightly plump little tail. He couldn't miss it. It was too cute. The guy even started drooling because he wanted that little gecko. Hua Yun also, when she saw this gecko, said that she really liked this beautiful blue lizard. He thought that as expected from her, she liked it. Leader Pen tensed up a little. He looked in the corner of this cave and realized that there was not a single creature there. He said that there is another similar creature and it is much deeper. The guy immediately thought that it was a couple. And he also decided that it was amazing then they might be able to get offspring, and he told the gentleman that they should take them alive no matter what. The guy looked inside several times, not understanding where the other one was, so he began to look closer. Looking into the depths of this cave, he caught himself thinking that this couldn't be. Hua Yun looked at him and asked if something was wrong, then he said yes. He just caught a glimpse. At that moment, the guy thought that this was not good at all because he didn't like what he saw at all. He said that he didn't think it was breathing, and he didn't understand at all how to handle it. So Ren, leaving the cave, said that he would leave everything to Commander Gupe. If something happens, he should immediately let him know. The commander looked at the guy and said that he should of course trust him, and if this stone showed any unusual behavior, he would immediately report it. So Ren, leaving the cave, understood that he had made the only right decision, which was to retreat. He did this only because, firstly, they knew nothing about this animal's tense, and a reckless attempt to help could harm him even more. Hua Yun shouted at the boy to come down to eat. His pet was also waiting for him downstairs. All this resembled an ordinary family, where there was a mother, and around her there were many children, and he was the daddy. Video near the flame they watched as food was being prepared in the cauldron to give them a snack. Everyone wanted to understand how much longer they would have to stay there, and whether there had been any progress that day. The guy was disappointed because he didn't move at all, the gentleman added when he checked he didn't move from his place. It's not clear, because living creatures must at least eat something. So Ren said that this is exactly how lizards usually don't eat for several days when they are stressed. Especially fat-tailed geckos store energy in their fat tails, and if he hasn't eaten anything, he probably survives due to the stored energy. They were getting closer and closer to the moment when it was necessary to make a decision. The guy said that they finally needed to check why he wasn't moving. The gentleman looked at him and asked, "So they'll catch him now?" The guy said not quite, but rather, they need to understand where he was wounded. He also said that it would be great if the gentleman lured one out of this cave. The gentleman said, wouldn't it be easier to just knock him out with one blow? That way they could grab both the healthy and the sick one? The guy replied that if he hits him, even the rock that threw the general back could be broken with one blow. The gentleman agreed that the guy was right. If he hits him, he could kill the unicorn. He also agreed that we should act according to his plan. Just gently subdue him. This was the best option. It consisted of the fact that first the master must lure out a healthy gecko, and Hua Yun and he must check the one who looked wounded all this time. Meanwhile, the poison squad is blocking the way to So Ren. This approach really turned out to be the best one. So Ren said that he just needed to make sure that the gecko didn't get to the walls. Otherwise, it would be able to climb up them and get closer to him. The gentleman hit his chest with his huge fist and said that he understood everything. And then he added that it was time for them to move forward, since his body was not blinking from the thirst for battle. He headed towards the place very quickly. The guy only had time to shout for the gentleman to go slower. It was clear that if the gecko was really sick, then perhaps he didn't have much time left. Leader Pen walked ahead. He very quickly returned to that very cave in order to catch the gecko. The blue gecko looked with its yellow eyes in anticipation of what would happen next. The guy said, "Sir, well, it's time to start," and the leader Pen answered him that he was ready, after which the gentleman took out his huge sword and tried to swing it to complete the task. He moved forward saying that he understood everything and would act as they had agreed. At this point, the gecko growled very loudly, trying to defend himself and the second gecko, after which he jumped up very quickly to counter the attack that people were trying to carry out. Leader Pen entered into battle with him in order to capture him and throw him aside. When he tried to strike, the gecko fought back. Then he realized that it had a decent weight. Immediately after the gecko parried the blow of the leader Pen, he returned to the place where he had been before. Leader Pen knew that the advantage was on his side, so he decided that a little more, and he would be able to catch him. So he kept distracting him, trying to hit the animal one blow after another without damaging it. When the gecko was thrown back a little and could not resist, it was clear that their chance had come. Leader Pen shouted loudly to his warriors to surround the animal from all sides. The gecko stood in the center. Warriors surrounded him on all sides. The animal did not know what to do next. The animal tried to growl loudly, thinking that in this way it would be able to drive away these people, but it was useless. Hua Yun and the young man at that moment decided that they needed to move as quickly as possible towards the second animal. When they got even closer to the cave, the guy saw that second animal. The girl said that the second gecko was indeed injured. The guy confirmed when he saw it. After all, the tip of the tail becomes necrotic due to inadequate care, and it does not successfully complete the molt, so its eyes are filled with pus. Now they had to decide what they were going to do next. The guy said we should start treatment immediately. Since they didn't have any medicine at the moment, the guy said that everything was fine and he was just going to undress him. Hua Yun looked at him. She didn't understand how he could do it, but she was used to trusting him. The girl said that lately he wants to undress everyone around, so Ren thought that this was really the right method. The animal at the end of the cave was very scared and did not accept what they wanted to do to it. The guy approached the animal and said that everything was fine. He would treat it so he shouldn't move here, after which he stroked it. And then in his arms, the guy realized that it was very good, like the queen bee. He, in a sense, understands his speech. After which he pulled his skin, the girl got scared. Then, so Reg said that the creatures like snakes also shed their skin. However, wild fat-tailed geckos often eat their own skin, so finding remains of it is difficult. Then he added that more importantly, the skin is incredibly tough and you can't do it with your bare hands. So he took out his blade and cut the top layer of his skin. The girl watched what was happening, after which she exclaimed as she was very surprised his new skin looked like a precious stone. It was incredibly beautiful. So Ren very carefully pulled the old skin off his body so as not to damage his new shell. And when he completely removed all the old skin to the very end, Hua Yun silently watched this. Then seeing some old skin, she said it looked like gloves and it was very cute. No one can leave before this, even when he was an ordinary YouTuber video with skin repulsion explosion the whole internet. So the only part that still had the old skin was the head and tail. While the girl and the guy were exchanging words with each other, they didn't notice that they had missed the stone gecko. He jumped to the side and no longer seemed as motionless as he had been a while ago. So Ren looked at him and told him to calm down. So Ren had one gecko in his hands and he was trying to tell the other one that he was helping and trying to cure his friend. Suddenly the guy lowered his eyes and saw that there was a blade in his hand. It was because he had a weapon in his hand that the blue gecko screamed loudly. The blue fury of this animal rolled through the cave. The guy stood to the side and all the blue gecko's rage was directed towards him. So Ren understood that they were furious here, but at that moment he didn't know what to do, and so he defended himself. Hua Yun told her boyfriend that he needed to be careful and covered him with her body, after which the girl pushed So Ren aside so that the animal could not harm him. The blue gecko at that moment began to attack and rushed to the X side. He did not have time to hit because they were bending away from Oprah. The blue gecko was sitting on a rock watching the guy who fell in his arms was the second gecko. At that moment, So Ren stood up, extended his hand and began telling the blue gecko to wait a second. He was saying that it wasn't something that would be seen from the outside, and he swears that they just need to talk. At that moment, the gecko unexpectedly for the guy began what is a shortcut and it was absolutely calm. The blue gecko continued to make sounds, and the boy realized that he was trying to tell them something. After which this animal got off the huge stone and began to approach So Ren. It was not so aggressive. When he came very close, he sat down opposite the guy, raised his head and made sounds again. At that moment, the leader Pen and other warriors ran up to So Ren. They wanted to check with him if everything was okay. The gentleman said that this little evil bastard is damn fast and did not expect that he would slip between the legs. The blue deacon they released at that moment turned his head and assumed a defensive position. So Ren raised his hand and told them to wait a minute. The guy had one gecko in his arms and the other was near his feet. So Ren said that he was fine and asked everyone to move a little further away. He would try to talk to him. Everyone was perplexed. They didn't understand how it was possible to talk to animals and whether this little devil could really understand his speech. The guy replied that he understood the speech to some extent and most likely he would not attack them anymore. After which he told the girl to bring some dry grass. She didn't ask any questions and said she would do it. The girl left the cave and went to collect as much good dry grass as possible. Then she went back into the cave giving the grass to So Ren, who made a base for the animal. He said he wasn't trying to hurt them. They cleared her of the shell that had previously resisted and removed the tissue covering her eyes. He told the second gecko that someone should not forget to lick her eyes for a while. He seemed to hear and did it. The guy said that there was only one problem left. At that moment, the gecko made sounds again. So Ren thought that her eyes should heal normally, but her tail, or rather half of it, was already lifeless and licking wouldn't help. When the blue gecko heard what they were saying about the tail, the cloud looked at him, and it seemed that he understood everything. After which he said that he still had some thoughts and he knew what to do with them. And then he said that he would most likely have to cut off her tail so that she could continue to live. The sick gecko started crying when he heard that his tail would be cut off, and the other one was very upset. Before So Ren could finish speaking, the healthy blue gecko growled very loudly. The guy didn't even expect that he would get so upset and attack him after everything. So Ren only managed to put up protection so that the animal would not cause him serious damage. He got scared. The boy sat on a huge rock, and Hua Yun treated his wound after he was attacked by an animal, and she touched his face with her finger, and then he screamed very loudly that it hurt. He thought that the gecko was an ungrateful little thing, because he tried to help the girls use the healing balm so that there would be no frames left. Leader Pen laughed and told him that it seemed like he was finally starting to act like a real man. In the end, he got a glorious scar in the bay. Real jewelry men. Hua Yun looked at the leader with anger. So Ren thought that at least the misunderstanding had been resolved somehow, and he had done everything he could. Hua Yun sat next to him. Their pets were crawling around her, just playing around. The girl thought that the centipedes did not react to the murderous intent, which meant that the gecko did not want to cause harm. Commander Gupei turned to Warrior. So Ren, he turned his head and looked towards the animal. After which the commander said that it looked like this creature wanted to say something. So Ren looked at the animal and smiled, then added, finally he decided. The blue gecko came very close, lowered its head and began to make some sounds in a completely black voice. After which the guy said that he would do everything in the best possible way, but before that he wanted to ask something. He had only one question. He wanted to know what they eat because if he was going to cut off her tail, he needed to eat something nutritious to recover. The blue gecko seemed to hear what he was saying and made several jumps to the side. The guy followed him. He tried to stop him. I asked where he was going. When So Ren caught up with him, he stopped, looked, and then was very surprised. Because he went to show her what food she needs to give her so that the gecko can regain her strength. Hua Yun, when she saw that the gecko was holding in her mouth, wanted to take a quick look at Seo Rendogi. The girl took this plant and began to look at it from different sides. She understood what it was. Then she said faintly, but she felt chi seeping out. It was a certain seed of the spiritual grass that they had once grown in this place. So Ren took the plant in his hand again and asked again if it was really a seed. Leader Pen replied that he had heard about this before, a long time ago, that spiritual grass always grows where spiritual beasts live. If this is so, then perhaps they, like centipedes, survive by trying to chi spiritual herbs. So Ren asked if they dug up the spiritual herb, it means they made a serious mistake. He thought they should put her in jail immediately. The gentleman said that it doesn't work that way. Spiritual grass, when it touches a human hand, it does not grow back. This kid knew about it, so he dug it up and showed it to them. Even if you plant this grass again, it will not grow bigger than it was. The guy did not believe it. At that moment, he remembered the story of the general, who said that he held ginseng in his hands. So Ren cried because he felt sorry for the kids, and he thought that other people would feel sorry for the kids too. Leader Pen asked again what the name of the spiritual grass that grew in this place was. Captain Gupei replied that he remembered the general story, and it was snow ginseng. Leader Pen said that then all they need is to find something that can serve as a source of chi like snow ginseng. They needed to understand that there really is something similar. The gentleman said that, of course. In fact, it could only be replaced by ice jade, like delicate ginseng. It carries the essence of cold chi. There was only a problem in obtaining ice jade. It is incredibly rare. Even with money, it is not so easy to acquire. And if this is the ice jade they are talking about, then no one knew where to get it. Hua Yun unexpectedly said to everyone that she knows the one who has that very ice jade. It was great news for everyone. They wanted to know from the girl where they could get it. So Ren ran up to her and asked who this person was from whom they could take this ice jade. She began to explain to them that she didn't know how to present all this to them. She just had an explanation. Then for a while, she stood silently thinking about how to tell them everything correctly. Then she got up her courage and said that there was some other herb or something. So Ren and Leader Pen, when they started listening to her attentively, did not understand what she was talking about and what kind of grass. The girl was a little upset that they didn't understand her at all and didn't want to hear her at all. Seo Ren is furious that she tried to fool him with her assumptions. So Ren and the Leader Pen stood there looking at the girl in surprise, not understanding what she was even talking about. And what did you understand about the grass that she spoke about? Suddenly, So Ren understood everything. At that moment, he remembered the very first meeting of him and Hua Yun Vitya. At that moment, his father-in-law called her grass. The gentleman asked again, and who is this other herb that has ice jade? Hua Yun paused, then raised her head and said what it was, after which she fell silent again. And then she continued that, this is one of the 3 flowers of Marim, the queen of the fiery peonies. She is Namgung Se-ol, the daughter of the Namgung clan. She also said that as far as she heard, she has ice jade and she doesn't need it. At that moment, the animal came closer to them and began to make sounds. Hua Yun looked at the guy and asked what it was saying. So Ri replied that it seemed like he was asking them to start treating the patient as soon as possible. He thought they should leave the rest of the conversation until the gecko was cured. This little guy looked really excited, so maybe it's for the best. So Ren took the animal with diarrhea in his arms and looked at it. The girl said that she heard that a gecko can have its tail removed. It is unclear why it held on until it became so bad. The guy replied that she was a piece of wood, but there was an exception. Hua Yun was very surprised. She didn't even know that it was like that. When a lizard swells its own tail, it is called autonomy, and depending on the species, the traits can vary. There are lizards capable of autonomy, but not capable of regeneration, that can both shed and grow. So Ren said if they find a segment of detachment, then it is possible to confirm this. First, you need to press the tail with your finger to start the separation process. Even though it seems like the lizard's tail can be cut off anywhere, in reality, this point is predetermined and is called the detachment point. She said that she didn't know much about lizards because they are not poisonous, but it is unclear how he knew so much. It was amazing. So Ren felt more confident at this point when he told the story, but the tail was already badly damaged and he was not sure that the operation would be successful. Then he thought that they would have to try anyway, and he could do it no matter what. Leader Pen, sitting by the fire, said that all this was taking longer than he expected. In response, he heard the blue gecko growl something at him, making sounds. A happy guy appeared holding a gecko in his arms, and Hua Yun was with him. The guy said that fortunately, everything went well now. If they are good, they take care of her. Everything will be fine. Having lowered the sick animal down, he asked the second blue gecko if he was really that happy. The gentleman thought the more he looked at the guy, the more this boy surprised him. After completing this operation, they decided to stay nearby and observe her condition for several days. A few days later, So Ren and Hua Yun entered the cave again to see what condition they were in. The guy ran up to the cave where the geckos were, called them. They definitely fell into Lisa's cave. When So Ren looked at them, he thought that they weren't even kittens. They looked like blue, affectionate puppies. It seemed that the sick one had also come to her senses a little and was already moving just like the healthy geckos. So Ren saw that I was okay. He said that it was time for them to go. He added that they were not leaving forever. They would just collect some food for them and then return. Until then, they should take care to save the chi seeds. 2 blue geckos looked at him with huge yellow eyes and seemed to listen to his every word. The guy looked at your bride and said that in that case, the Tang clan will turn around for them. Now his main task was to get the ice jade. That's why they came back. After some time, they returned to the Tang clan to tell them that nothing had happened. After leaving the geckos and returning to the Tang clan, they received some news. Among these news items was the biggest incident. The case was connected with the cult of blood. After the identity of the spy embedded in the Murim alliance was revealed, the warriors of the alliance followed the Sava that the servant raised. They need to understand where it will lead them. The warriors did not let the owl out of their sight, but they camouflaged themselves and did not give themselves away. But what was the surprise of these warriors when they saw where this owl had flown to? It wasn't hard to guess that she had led them straight to the hideout of the bloody cult. By coincidence, the squad had just returned to the Murim alliance, and they had sent them venom extracted from tiger-striped water snakes. This eye played an important role during the raid on the shelters. That is why the head of the alliance personally ordered to send a letter of gratitude written by him by hand, Everyone was proud of So Ran. After the head of the Tang clan told all the news, he asked if they had caught the mysterious gecko. He should look into the garden of poisonous creatures himself to see what it looked like. The guy will take what can be said, not caught him halfway. No one understood what half means. Hua Yun turned to her father, telling him that she could explain everything, and told him everything that had happened so far. The head of the clan and her father listened to everything they said very carefully and thought about it, after which he put the cup on the table and said he understood everything they needed, ice jade. She said that this is why they are planning to go to Anhui province to visit the Namgung clan. It will be the right decision. Her father, without thinking twice, answered that they could set off as usual, but that they would need to deliver something along the way. He was a little disappointed because the time was not right because of the blood cult, but if So Ren was with his daughter, he could be at peace. After which the head of the clan said that when he thinks about it, and if they talk about the Namgung clan, then he should warn that there have been some disturbing rumors lately. So Ren looked at Hua Yun and she looked at him. I don't understand what the clan leader is talking about and what kind of merits. Then we were told that not far from the Namgun clan, there was a yellow mountain. All subsequent events took place there. Two men from a neighboring village were walking not far from this mountain and gossiping among themselves. When one of them heard what the other said, he asked him again if this was all serious. To which the other said that this is indeed true. This is the young lady from the Namgung clan. She is indeed another. At that moment he was interrupted, because he thought that these were dirty rumors, and even if it was all true, it should not concern them in any way. After walking a little forward, they stopped because they saw a body lying on the ground, and they got scared. After which they rushed to the man lying on the ground. They were wondering if he was still alive and why he fell here. When they came closer and lifted his head, they thought that he was most likely already dead. And they were a little upset because they couldn't help him in any way. But suddenly this man opened his eyes, after which a smile appeared on his face and he began to laugh very loudly. These two men could not have abandoned him in that place because this man was still alive. They didn't understand whether he had gotten drunk, and that's why he had fallen. In any case, they had to take him to the village. And they didn't even feel that they were being watched from the depths of the forest, and it was the mistress of the Namgun clan. She tried to be unnoticed so that the sky would not catch anyone's eye. There was only silence around.